More girls like you growing up to lead our parliaments and our boardrooms and our courtrooms and our universities. We need you.
There was a time when women social activists asked men to stand up for their rights, but this time we will do it by ourselves.
And the more I've spoken about feminism, the more I have realized that fighting for women's rights has too often become synonymous with man-hating. If there is one thing I know for certain, it is that this has to stop.
For too long, women have not been heard or believed if they dared to speak their truth to the power of those men. But their time is up.
Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
Because I'm a woman, phenomenal woman, all you women and me.
Good morning, how are you doing? My name is Scott MacArthur and welcome to my late celebration festival, whatever you want to call it, online streaming event, celebrating the world of phenomenal women. This is something that I wanted to do on the 8th of March, which was International Women's Day. But unfortunately the technical gremlins got the better of me and I couldn't really do it. So I'm back. I had a chat with one of the phenomenal women you're about to meet today, and I thought, you know what, I just need to go ahead and do this anyway. So I'm going to spend a few hours together. I've never even tried to stream for as long as this before, so if I'm honest, I'm a little bit nervous about it. I'm not worried about it, I'm just nervous about it, mainly because of the technology, because tech is really important at the moment, isn't it? Because we're spending more and more time isolated in our little studies like this, trying to get through our days, trying to spend time with our family, trying to make a living, and it's been a bit of a journey for a lot of us. So the other thing I want to do today, and we'll do it gently, I want to have a reflection on the last 12 months and how we can learn from each other to make the next 12 months hopefully a lot better. Now, on the 20th of March 2020, I posted my first self-produced video on YouTube, and I just looked at it this morning. I don't recommend you watch it. It's I think let me just get, there's the channel. I set up this YouTube channel, and I didn't have a clue what I was doing. I think I used Prezi for the first one. Now, those of you who have seen me speak on stage, certainly in 2018 or 2019, know that I used to use Prezi quite a lot. Prezi's okay, but I don't think it's really up to the job for doing video or live broadcasts, as you can see from watching that video. But it's been a journey for me, and I am quite proud of myself in a sense. I've got a long way to go, but I'd started to produce online video, working with a couple of people, Tom Stanhope and my friend Charlie, trying to capture some of my live work on cam. And the idea was that we would develop an online training course, or we would do something like that. Anyway, it was all going quite well, but to be honest, I mean, people need to be paid, and it was quite expensive. So I made a few videos with Charlie, who is phenomenal. But then I thought, when lockdown happened in March last year, I thought, well, I was at a crossroads. I'd had a hard time. My business had collapsed, like everybody else. It was quite frustrating because I'd just, been working on my speaking business for about 18 months, and I was there. I'd just taken my I'd had my best ever month in the February of last year, and it all collapsed. I think it was 20 odd speeches just disappeared, and I was a bit low. I ended up in the pub for too long, for a couple of weeks, and a few other things happened that were very difficult to deal with, but I dealt with them. And I was sitting literally in the pub looking at my pint of Guinness, and I went, can't do this. What can you do? So I decided that I would start to learn how to do filmmaking. Now, I'm not pretending I know what I'm doing, but I thought, I could get myself up to a standard that I could at least do the basics. So on the 17th of April, I signed up for some software called Filmora 9 as it was then, now Filmora X. And that was an important moment for me because it really concentrated my mind on, beginning to understand how to edit film, how to produce film. Now, I didn't spend a lot of time, I didn't spend any time investing in kit because I couldn't justify it. I didn't have the bookings anymore to say that I'm going to spend, $5,000 on a camera and a fancy lighting rig and fancy microphones. I had a basic setup. I'm still using it. And I thought, no, I'm going to concentrate on my content. So I started to work on that. Then in August last year, I was speaking to a very good friend of mine called Joanne, who's coming on today, actually. And her and I, she went down the technology route. I mean, she's really created a niche for herself. Joanne Lockwood, she's brilliant in that space. And we were talking about live streaming. No, I didn't know what live streaming was. This is only in August. And I signed up for one of the platforms, a platform called Restream, and that's the one I'm on. I did that because I was chatting to not only Joe, but also talking to my friend Tom Stanhope, who's another filmmaker. And I thought, no, I'm going to try Restream. So I've been using Restream since then to live broadcast, and I've now done, believe it or not, over 200 hours of live streaming. That's quite daunting at the best of times. But nevertheless, I think I'm getting to the point now that I kind of understand what I'm doing, and each week I'm trying to get better at it. It's that sort of incremental thing. Now, there's a few lessons there, and some of the talks that we're going to do today touch on this. But I think that a lot of people have got lost in the last 12 months, and I have as well. I mean, I've gone down some bad lanes, wrong paths. But I think one of my axioms in life, one of my sort of things that keeps me sane is don't get it right, get it done. And if you look back on my YouTube channel, I definitely live that. I'm not looking at the camera. It's all over the place. There's no lower thirds. I didn't know what a lower third was. It's all over the place. But anyway, I eventually got myself going, and here we are today. Now, I do basically 2 or 3 things a week across different domains. I do a music show on a Friday night now, which is about a venue in Scotland called the Glasgow Apollo. That's been amazing. We built a Facebook group of 9,000 people. 6,000 of those are active, which that's mind-blowing. But that's been great because on a Friday night, my friend Andy and I sit down with all these people and we chat about music and about memories or bad memories or whatever, and we have a few drinks, and it is hilarious. I would never have thought I would have such a good time online with people all over the world on a Friday night, just having a few cans of Guinness and a chat about music. That's been brilliant, but it has definitely helped me in here. It's definitely helped me. But the other thing about it is that it's got me more familiar with the technology. And I've created from that experience a show that I do on a Tuesday morning. It's called Artifact Live, this little sign here. And Artifact Live is about storytelling. Now, I never considered storytelling as one of my key core competencies. But over the last couple of years, people kept telling me, you're a good storyteller, you need to tell more stories. And I thought, oh, right. So I started this show really to hone my own stories, because I've got, a database. Well, not a database, that sounds much better than it actually is. I've got a little spreadsheet with all my, I've done this of archaeology of my own life, and a plot every year with some, key things that happened. And then I write down my stories in each of those years and try and build on them and try and fit them into my keynote speeches. And indeed, yesterday I did a keynote speech for an organisation called the Service Desk Institute. Hello, I know some of you are watching. And I just told one of those stories. So that's been another thing that's been really important to me, is this whole idea of really upping the game with storytelling. And that's why I'm so happy to have these 5 women with me today, because they're all really good storytellers, but they're all really different storytellers. You know, there are very little similarities between them. Some of the topics cross over, but they do tell their stories in different ways. They use their emotions differently. They use their own archaeology differently. They use technology differently. So it's a really interesting case study in how I believe everybody can tell stories. And the thing that's become, I guess, if I had a tattoo, it would be tattooed on my arm, I think. It's this: in these times where there's all this data going around, and I actually think we've fetishized data, we've gone too far with data. That's another subject. But all this data going around is becoming quite overwhelming. And I actually think what we need to do is reduce the amount of data now. We need to start thinking much more human about how we do things. Because although facts tell, it's stories that sell. Facts tell, but stories sell. So we're going to tell a lot of stories today. So I hope you enjoy it. The interviews are fantastic. You'll be glad to hear I don't do much talking. Hopefully I try and do some listening, which is not always a skill I have. But yeah, it's an interesting group of people that I really hope you enjoy it. But they're all successful individuals who are well worth listening to. So let me just have a little check and see if it's happening here. Oh, hello there. Thanks for saying good morning. I don't know who you are, but thanks for saying good morning. Let me just put the agenda up so I can show now what I will need to do. Now, you see, this is what it's like when you're doing live streaming, because you're doing everything yourself. And it's another thing that I never thought I'd be doing. I mean, I'm driving this beast, and it's it becomes almost like second nature, because I wrongly thought that technology could be a distraction from content. No, it is a distraction from content. But if you get the level right, where you can control things very simply, it can really work. So I know some colleagues that have spent a lot of money building big studios, and I think they just build in loads and loads of potential errors for when they're speaking live online. So simplicity for me is the key. It's always been one of the things I've had to. I think it's my brain needs things simple. But anyway, so back to this. Here's the agenda for today. Now I'm going to show you some little video in a minute, just to give you a sort of feel for how we're going to run today. But I've got these 5 amazing guests joining me. Now at 10:30 to start with, I've got Michelle Mills Porter. Now Michelle is a fantastic storyteller, and in that video she really goes to town and tells of her experience when she was caught in the horrific tsunami a few years ago. We'll then have a review, and I've got again some video material I'm going to show you. I'm going to talk about some poetry, etc. And then we have, if you want to join me for a Q&A, you'd be most welcome to do that. I'm also got available to you if you wanted to come online and actually be part of the show. You're also welcome to do that. But then at 11:30, I'm going to be joined by Joanne Lockwood. Now, Joanne's a dear friend of mine, and she's going to talk about transformation and storytelling. It's a terrific session, that, and there's some real strong lessons there for someone who's really been through, more than anybody I think that I know, a transformation process a number of times. Then we have the amazing Jean Fleming. After we have a little Q&A. Now, Jean, I've known Jean for some time. She was one of the guys that I worked with at a company called Atos. She was in the HR function while I was in consulting, and we became quite good friends, and I respect Jean's opinions very much indeed, and she'll be talking a lot about leadership. Then we have a review, a Q&A, then Dr. Linda Shaw then joins us. Now, Linda is a neuroscientist, and she gives us a really different perspective on how the brain impacts on everything we do, and she's also a very good storyteller. So I hope you enjoy that little review. And then finally we have Holly. Now, Holly Whittles, I met Holly when I did a TEDx about a year ago, or maybe 2 years ago. Can't remember now, a couple of years ago, and I was really, really taken by her approach, because not only is Holly an HR director, she's also an entrepreneur, and an outstanding musician. And she brings all of this together to form a really powerful message about entrepreneurship, about running businesses, about communication. So it's a very interesting discussion, and I have to say she's absolutely infectious. So she'll make you smile as well. So that's the agenda. I hope some of it appeals to you. Now, I expect people to come in and out today. I'm not expecting to sit for 6 hours listening to me prattling on, but I hope some of that will excite you, and you'll want to, and be curious at least, to come and join us. Now, one of the other things I'm going to do today, I have a passion, and that passion is poetry. And I actually think poetry is much misunderstood and underused, if you like, in the world of business and indeed of personal development. Now, I have probably in the last 3 years become quite consumed by it, mainly Scottish poetry, which I won't hit you with today, but also the poetry of David White and Maya Angelou and some others. And I'm going to show you some of that poetry, and I'm going to have a quick chat about it as we go through the day. So to start us off, I'm going to start probably at the top of the tree with some Maya Angelou poetry. Now, I first came across Maya, I hope I'm pronouncing her name properly, on another show that I really like called On Being, which is one of these things that, you know, when they talk about being diverse in your thinking, well, I'm an atheist, and so therefore I don't believe in any one of the 3,000 gods. But I don't discount the value that the mythopoetic can give to anybody, and the storytelling is wonderful. And there's one show called On Being with Krista Tippett, which is my favourite podcast show. And Krista is a theologian, but she talks about everything from, you know, nuclear physics to gardening. You know, it's a broad kirk, and I love it. And it was on that show about 4 years ago that I first came across Maya Angelou properly. I'd seen her speaking at inaugurations and, you know, US presidents even, but I'd never really got into her work deeply. So this is one of her most famous poems, and it's called Phenomenal Women. So I'll play this and let me know what you think of this. I think it's absolutely wonderful.
Many people wonder where my secret lies. I'm not cute or built to suit a fashion model size. When I start to tell them, they think I'm telling lies. I say, it's in the reach of my arms, the span of my hips, the stride of my step, the curl of my lips. I'm a woman, phenomenally. I walk into a room just as cool as you please, and to a man the fellows stand or fall down on their knees. Then they swarm around me, a hive of honeybees. I say, it's the fire in my eyes, the flash of my teeth, the swing in my waist, the joy in my feet. I'm a woman, phenomenally. Men themselves have wondered what they see in me. They try so much, but they can't touch my inner mystery. When I try to show them, they say they still can't see. I say, it's in the arch of my back, the sun of my smile, the ride of my breasts, the grace of my style. I'm a woman, phenomenally. Now you understand just why my head's not bowed. I don't shout or jump about or have to talk real loud. When you see me passing, it ought to make you proud. I say, it's in the click of my heels, the bend of my hair, the palms of my hands, the need for my care. Because I'm a woman, phenomenally, phenomenal woman, all you women and me.
Now, if you've never heard that before, I'm really jealous, because the first time I heard it, there's so much in there that I like. I love her delivery, her voice. If you Google Maya, and have a look at her other work. She's got that sort of a bit like Alan Watts, if you know Alan Watts, one of the great Buddhist teachers from the last century. She has this sort of voice that you just grab onto. But then there's the brain. And she's got this ability to talk about the mundane, like her hips and her looks and her, all these things that we all take quite for granted. But then she can bring them into a sharp, important, beautiful way of describing what it's about. And I love the bit she just says it's me at the end. It just makes me cry, because she's one of these people that I wish I could do that. So let's have a look at this. What's that? Hello, Simone. Thanks very much for joining me. That's great. And it is phenomenal, isn't it? It's absolutely brilliant. So I think with poetry, you'd notice it invokes a strong emotion in me. It's because it how to describe it? Probably saved my life, which is quite bizarre, isn't it? And the thing about it is that when you experience the sort of it is that phrase mythopoetic, the sensational understanding of things that you thought you understood, and then suddenly you see someone else who really understands it, and it becomes like I wrote a poem called With Books, which I'll probably play later on. I hadn't planned to, but I think I will now. I think when you experience somebody who absolutely gets it, it can change you, and I say another thing I talk about all the time is, gather your own stories because they can change the world. I actually believe that. I mean, I've forgotten her name, but the young lady who spoke at the Joe Biden inauguration, I mean, he was pretty boring, I thought, but gosh, she was sensational. And that not only will she have an amazing career, provided she doesn't mess it up, but the impact she made that day just with words is incredible. And I think that all of that together is why I've become so upset. I'm quite upset. My other half, another phenomenal woman, Samantha, she always says to me, "Oh, you go down rabbit holes, you go too deep." I do. I go far too deep, and I get obsessive, and so it's a bit like, I mentioned Alan Watts earlier. I mean, I became an absolutely wild Alan Watts fan, and if you've never heard of Alan Watts, well, again, I'm really jealous. But I was the same with people like Robert Burns when I was younger. More recently, certainly in the last 15 years, another Scottish poet called Hugh MacDiarmid, who famously wrote The Drunk Man Looks at a Thistle, and beautiful. And I think all of today, well, I hope all of today, you'll try not just to, I mean, I'm not in the business, I'm not a entrepreneur, I'm not collecting your emails, I'm not trying to sell you courses, I'm not. I want to inspire people. And what I find is that normally my audience comes towards me. And now I know there's marketeers out there going, that's not the way to run the business. Well, I don't really care what you think, because I know that by, given these moments, these espresso shots, these astonishing people, and sharing it and talking about it can change people and can change the world. So that's my perception of it. I don't know if I'm right, I don't know if I'm wrong, but that's certainly how I see it. So let's just before I play the first video, just a couple of other things that I'd like you to think about and to have a look at. Now, one of the other things I've been trying to do is to create a community, and I want a community around storytelling. I want to create some people who are passionate about it, who understand that it is the competence that they need in the 21st century. I mean, it's like everybody talks about digital transformation. Personal transformation. Personal transformation is the new pension. It is so important. And the key competence within that, the core competence within that, I believe, is storytelling. So I'll put it on the screen for you. I've got a little, I've started a little Facebook group. Now, hold on. I've got so much stuff going on at the moment that to find anything takes me about 20 minutes. There it is. And it's called the Empathy Engine. Now that comes, I kind of got that. Well, the whole story is, there's a movie I love, My Little Spaceman. He's oh, hang on, there, Little Spaceman. This is about Interstellar, the science fiction film, and in that film, and I said this during my keynote yesterday. In that film, there's a moment when one of the characters says, "Empathy rarely extends beyond our line of sight," and I'm paraphrasing, but empathy rarely extends beyond our line of sight. I was thinking, empathy, empathy. I haven't really thought about empathy. What is empathy? And I mean, we could have a debate about that later, maybe. But I then, did some online, skiddling about. I don't like saying online research now because there's too many of these nut jobs that are talking about doing their own research. Anyways, I had some skiddling about online, and I found a chap called Riddle or Riddell. He probably calls himself Riddell, but in Scotland we'd call him Riddle. The guy called Riddle, and he was the poet laureate for children. And he said this, he said, a good story can act as an empathy engine. And I went, oh, what's that? So I looked and there was nothing on it. No one had used it. I was amazed. So I thought, well, I'm going to use this. So I started to talk about it on my live show. And I think the model is beautiful. As a metaphor, it's beautiful. And I must get one of my artist friends to help me with this sometime, actually. Julian or David, if you're out there, I'm going to come and ask. But I think if we can create more empathy, it helps others understand, not only you if you're telling your own story, but if you're listening to other people's stories, it helps you understand them. Couldn't we do with more of that right now? Couldn't we do with more of that right now? But the other thing about engines is engines need oiled, they need maintained, and of course there's a driver. And I think we need to take responsibility for, building our own empathy engines, building our own listening, building our own skills and techniques. And because of the way the world's changing, and it really is changing, I think that is more important than your pension. I think that personal development element of our lives, which I know has been full of dodgy practices for years, pseudoscientific techniques being sold to you, guys collecting funnels of emails and selling you stuff you don't want, I'm not your guru, all that sort of stuff. Not a fan, but engaging in things like poetry, reading, music, etc., I think are really, really important. And I mean, one of my friends, Tom Morley, hi Tom, if you're here, he's a drummer. He used to be in Scritti Politti, and he uses music, as he says, to try and inspire, get the inner person to come out, to release some of our inhibitions and actually get us to see the world from a different perspective. And I will come back to that later. It's one of my core themes, and I think it's well worth thinking about. So to our first talk today, let me just see who's all here. Thanks for joining me, guys. It's so nice to see. Someone says, if I couldn't write poetry, I'm not sure what I would have done with all those emotions and dark spaces. Oh, lovely. Thank you for sharing that. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it is like, isn't it? It's like an escape valve. It can really help. And if someone, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. It doesn't say who you are on the stream. Sorry, let me know who you are. But music is so powerful. Absolutely. I mean, I've discovered that as well over the years, and recently with this thing I'm doing on a Friday night. I mean, 9,000 people in a Facebook group that's just talking about a music venue that closed in 1985. It forms like stage posts in our lives. People, it's quite trite, but people talk about it's the soundtrack of my life. It is. And I think it's really important. And I pity people who don't get music or who do not have the time for music. It's a huge part of my life, and it means so much to me. But let me get on to my first guest. Now, I'll just put the little agenda up again. We're going to have I've planned this so there's a bit of a flow to it. And to start with, we're going to be joined by Michelle. Now, Michelle Mills Porter is a woman that I've only known her for 2.5 years. And she was introduced to me by another woman called Heather as part of the Professional Speaking Association. And she's lovely. I mean, we don't see the world the same way. We have very different lenses. But one thing we do share is that she's just a phenomenal storyteller. So this is an interview I did with her about probably 6 months ago. And it's about one of her stories. Now, I think a lot of people associate her just with this story, but there's much more to Michelle than that. But this is one of her stories, and it's a lovely story, and it's a story that that when I first heard it, well, I was in tears. I mean, I thought it was absolutely brilliant. So this is Michelle Mills Porter. Forgive the fact that it's a recording, so there is a little bit, there's some preamble and stuff on it, but forgive that. Well worth your attention though. And if you joined me yesterday, you know how important it is to be careful with your attention. So here's Michelle doing her little talk. I hope you enjoy it. So welcome to Artifact. Now, if you've not been here before, this is an opportunity for you to think about stories, talk about stories, and we're going to cover a number of things tonight that are going to set the scene for the future. But tonight is actually about this. Let me just show you. There it is there. This is about a story about human magnificence, and I'll explain what that means in a minute. But what we do on this show is we try to explore the power of storytelling, and we've come up with some phrases that we've taken from other storytellers, from the literature. One of them is that facts tell while stories sell. Facts tell while stories sell, which I think is incredibly powerful. And then just this few weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, we found this quote by the former children's laureate, Charles Riddell, and he said, "Reading allows us to see and understand the world through the eyes of others. A good book is an empathy engine." And I think that the power of that, the petrol in that engine, is story. So that's what the show is about. And for the last 9 weeks, we've been laying the foundation for this. And I'm amazed at how well it's gone. Excuse me. And I'm delighted with the response I've had. But tonight, I've got a few things that I'd like to announce in terms of how we're going to move this forward. But just before I do that, I'm just going to check the chat. Could somebody let me know how we're doing here sound-wise? Because I think we're okay. Because I think if people couldn't hear me, they would be shouting at me already. But please let me know, someone, if you can hear me, because I don't want the same error happening. Hey, thanks, Peter. Thank you very much. You can hear me. So that's great. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So... There's a couple of things. I'm going to make a change to the show. This was planned, but this is week 10. How did we get to week 10? I can't believe it. The chap who's been mentoring me through this said if I get past the first 3, I'll be okay. So, hey, but this is week 10, and I think things are just going to intensify. Certainly, while England is in lockdown, and I'm actually going to be launching a second show, which I'll tell you about later on. It's nothing to do with storytelling, but I'm going to do a second show just to try and help people through the lockdown period. And thanks, Doug. Thanks for letting me know it's all clear. But it was always my intention to change this from me speaking to others speaking. And there are 2 websites, 2 groups that I absolutely love. And I'm going. If you've never heard of these, you're in for a treat. Now, I was coaching one of you earlier this week on her story, and the individual, she can mention herself if she like, but I won't mention any names, but is a bit of a science fan like me. And there's a brilliant storytelling website called the Story Collider. And I came across this many years ago, and it really demonstrated to me all those years ago that even in my background and from my background, that facts don't cut the mustard in terms of trying to change people's perspectives on things. Now, I know that's been demonstrated writ large more recently with Trumpistan, etc. But this website has been there for a long time, and I highly recommend it to you if you're interested in science. However, there's another website, so that's the Story Collider. There's another group which is much larger, and they are the largest storytelling community on the planet that I'm aware of. And it's called The Moth, themoth.org. And The Moth is how to describe it? The Moth is more like a live storytelling, almost like mini TEDx's. People get given maybe 5 or 10 minutes to tell their story. And I thought, yeah, that's really good. And it was that I lifted as an idea, and then it's morphed into what I'm now doing. But my intention is for the next few months, and this might change, of course, because things are changing all the time. But for the next few months, I'm going to be announcing some titles that I'd like to invite people to tell stories about. And tonight is an example of that, because a good friend of mine who I've worked with for a couple of years, and I'll tell you more about her, Michelle, in a minute or two, but I knew I would be in safe hands tonight to ask her to come along and tell you her story. But this is the sort of thing I want to do every week. I want somebody to come on, maybe talk about diversity, music, acting, grief, love, empathy, whatever. And I've got a list, and you can help me with that list, guys, if you want to. And I want that to be the focus of the evening. And then the idea is that we will then invite the person to tell the story, and then we'll help them. We'll give them some feedback. We'll tell them how we feel, etc. So we'll do that. It's a bit of a pilot tonight, but I'm definitely cheating because I've got a brilliant storyteller tonight who's told this story many times, and it's lovely. So, but nevertheless, we'll do that with Michelle tonight. We'll let her know what we think and how we feel following her story. But when we're working with non-professional storytellers, I want them to feel comfortable on camera, and I know that's hell of a difficult, but we're going to try and do that. And I know we're starting to build an audience up that a few of you have already said to you you'd like to contribute, but I'm now looking for volunteers. So if you're interested in contributing, I've got about 15 now, believe it or not, but I'd like more because I'd like to structure it. So if you do want to tell your story, please let me know. The other thing I'm intending to do is I'm then going to build it into either a monthly or a bi-monthly bigger event where I'm going to have maybe 5 or 6 storytellers talking about themes. So the weekly show is going to continue, but we're going to have a bigger event, maybe at a weekend, a Saturday morning or a Sunday morning or something. Not expecting lots of people to show up, but I want to create the content so we can then share that with other people. So we're building up our collateral as a group, as I like to call a story circle. And I'm so proud of this little circle we've developed. And I was saying to Michelle earlier, I want it to be like a bunch of friends round the fire pit, chatting about things and telling each other and sharing each other's stories. So I hope that makes sense. And I'm certainly quite excited about it. Any questions before I move on? Introduce my guest. Let me just check that I've got everything working here. Yes, I have. So don't forget that facts, tell, stories, sell. Isn't that brilliant? I love it. Okay, let me just check the other platforms. You know, honestly, I could do with some sort of octopus capabilities here, so I could get everybody. Right, there we go. YouTube's working fine. Thank you. Let me just double check. One more, guys. Had them all open, but it's a bit slow tonight. But we're on. Right. So tonight, special, really special tonight. And I'm funny, Michelle, I know you're listening. I usually feel quite nervous doing this show. I don't tonight because I've got a pal joining me, and believe me, that's an absolute compliment, because Michelle and I have done about, I think it's 3 or 4. I'll bring her on. Oh my God, this is Michelle. Hi, Michelle.
Hiya.
We've done 3 or 4 of these things together, and the only problem from history, Michelle, is keeping us to 20 minutes, half an hour, I think. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's probably fairly accurate, yes.
So I want to tell, I warned Michelle I would do this, but I want to tell you a little bit of a story about me, Michelle. About 2 years ago, maybe 2.5 years ago, Michelle, is that right? About 2.5 years ago? Must be.
A decade at least.
Michelle is quite high up in something called the Professional Speakers Association. And I had a pal of mine called Heather, who I've known for 30 years. Heather sometimes joins us. I don't know if she's on tonight, but Doug's saying hi, Michelle. There you go. There's Doug saying hi, Michelle. Thanks, Doug. And Heather had asked me if I fancied coming along to this Professional Speaker Association group. And I had been speaking for a while, as some of you know, but I hadn't done it professionally. And she'd said, look, her and I had done some events together. And she said, but come along and you might get something out of this. So I went along. And this lady here was the boss, weren't you? You were the regional
president of the Midlands.
Regional president of the Midlands. And we got chatting, and in the end, Michelle helped me get my membership, because you have to be proposed by 2 people, and I became a member of that group. So that was hold on, I've got the thing in the background here. It's looking a bit unprofessional. Let me just take that off. I don't like that being on there. Sorry. There you go. That's better. So we got chatting. We got to be quite good friends. We went to a conference together. Michelle was speaking, and she was amazing, and I was like, oh God. But then over the next probably 18 months, we actually did some gigs together, and we've been as far away as Greece together. We've shared stages with quite big audiences together, and we've done quite a lot together. And I'm very pleased and proud to have her as my friend. So welcome to the show, Michelle. Mills Porter. I didn't give you your whole name, did I? Now, folks, I'll ask Michelle later to give you her contact details because she's well worth speaking to, but I'll let her tell you about what she does. But anyway, I'd like to welcome Michelle, and we're going to talk about human magnificence. So before you tell your story and I ask you to show us your artifact, Michelle, I'm just going to put you onto, there you go, you're zoomed in now. Could you just give the group a little bit of an introduction to you and what it is you do, Michelle, please?
Well, I guess this is all related to my story, Scott. And I have to say, by the way, I thank Heather from the bottom of my heart for introducing us, because you're a very, very dear friend. And we've had some laughs, haven't we? Telling
Yes.
to each other in bars, getting a bit tipsy and stuff like that. It's been
No.
a laugh.
Nobody will believe that you and I drink, Michelle. No, nobody will believe. Doug Easton, don't you say anything.
Yeah. So now I'm a behaviour specialist. I specialise in human behaviour. I specialise in understanding core values and getting right to the heart of what truly motivates individuals for organisations as well as individually. But that all has changed, and it all changed because of my story.
Yeah. So can I ask you to lift your artifact from behind you, please?
Yes.
Now, one of the collaboration junkie says, hi, Michelle. Hey, Michelle, even.
Hello,
Now,
Mr. Blanket.
Oh, look at that. Right. What is that?
This is a very, very special Buddha.
Don't drop it.
It's not worth a lot in monetary value, but it's extremely special to me. But I don't want to tell you why yet.
Okay. So if I can ask you to please share this story about human magnificence, please, Michelle.
I will. Okay. So my previous life, I was running a marketing company that I'd started from scratch, and it was doing fabulously. I couldn't believe how well it was doing. We'd gone from 0 to nearly $750,000 turnover by year 3. Wow. And we were winning every single award going. Youngest company in the country to ever win Investors in People. And I just thought that I was, riding the crest of a wave. And Stuart and I had been together for 12 years or so. We kind of talked about marriage, but, why try and fix something if it's not broken? So we always kind of put it back on the back burner. And we just decided to celebrate, really. I decided that I wanted to go on a couple of holidays, and we learned to dive in this country, and we started to take some rather exotic holidays. We found ourselves in the Maldives, and all sorts of things. And then we booked our first ever holiday away at Christmas. Never been away at Christmas before, but our dive team decided they wanted to put on this holiday. And so we booked this diving holiday in Sri Lanka. So off we zoomed to Sri Lanka. We'd been there a couple of days, and then it was Christmas. And the Sri Lankans don't celebrate Christmas on Christmas Day. They celebrate it on Christmas Eve. And Christmas Day is like one big bank holiday. But especially for us, the dive centre, the Poseidon Dive Centre in Hikkaduwa, put on this fantastic party for us, and really rolled the boat out and just gave us a fantastic evening. We were having water fights in the moonlight on the beach, and it was just so special.
Oh, dear. I could do with some of that just now, Michelle.
I know, yeah, fond memories. We ended up, after drinking all these cocktails and everything, we ended up kind of stumbling off to bed at about 4 a.m. in the morning, promising that we were going to meet on the beach in the morning and go for a dive. So off we went to bed, and I remember waking up when the alarm clock went off and went down to breakfast with a bombing headache. And we sat out on the veranda and everyone was having breakfast, and I think I managed orange juice, and that was probably it, and decided to just give up and say, do you know what, I'm going back to bed. So I don't want to go diving this morning. It's the last thing on my mind. Enjoy yourselves, guys. I'm going to go and kip. So there we were on Boxing Day, opened a couple of presents from home that, my family had packed in our suitcases and stuff, and decided to go back to sleep. So there we were. And then I remember a little bit later, we heard this banging and crashing and slamming of doors. And I thought, crikey, who have they let in this hotel? You know, see, this is outrageous. I know it's not a 5-star, but crikey. And I just pulled the pillow over my ears and tried to go back to sleep. Later still, I remember hearing this incessant banging, bang, bang, and it really vibrated the hotel. And I thought, I can't believe this. We've picked a hotel that is having building work and they didn't tell us anything about it. So Stuart gets up and he goes to the curtain and he pulls the curtain back. And I just heard something in his voice when he said, I think you better come and look at this.
Right.
I knew something was wrong. So I shot out of bed and I ran to the window. And I looked out of the window, which is on the 3rd floor of the Hikkaduwa Beach Hotel. As high as you can get, there is nothing above us apart from the roof. And I looked out and there was just water everywhere. The sea had completely invaded us. And it was as far as the eye could see.
God.
It was absolutely shocking. There was this sound like a storm going on and all this cracking and crunching as everything in the water's path was just demolished. And I remember that incessant banging was this boat being smacked into the side of the hotel again and again and again with the waves. And that's what it was. And I just couldn't comprehend it. I looked at the dive centre down below and the roof was being picked up and carried off by these waves. And I followed it inland to look around the corner. And I looked inland and all I could see, as far as the eye could see, was water. It was carrying buses and coaches and cars. And there wasn't a single soul in sight, Scott. I was absolutely terrified.
And so remind everyone when this was, Michelle.
Well, it was Boxing Day, Day 2004.
Yeah.
So I didn't know what was going on. Let me just tell you, I mean, first of all, I had this kind of, I guess it was shock.
Yeah.
For me, what real fear is like, it's like taking a spoonful of mustard, English mustard, or too much wasabi, and get this kind of fizz that goes at your nose. And you know that there's this inevitable wave as it kind of sweeps over your whole body. You know it's going to happen. So you're just waiting there for it to happen. And it kicks in. And it's just quite an extraordinary thing. You know, you're thrown into, your body does some very strange things. It knows what it's doing. And it's kind of in control of you and not the other way around. So while you're trying to think, oh my God, what's going on? Your body is doing other things, you know. I picked up a phone and I managed to get a message to my sister and to Stuart's sister. And it said, there's been a bit of a flood, but we're okay. Right. And just as I sent that message, it just went dead. Oh. So I'm hoping the message is gone, but the phone lines are dead. Everything's down. I look outside the window and I think, well, no wonder. There's nothing left. Everything is just being carried away by this water. There's sewage in the water. There's diesel. There's, you know, the smell of death and salt water all around you. It's filthy and it's absolutely terrifying. So I picked up a video camera and I just started recording, and I thought maybe I can record some footage for the dive centre and help them get some insurance money. I didn't realise it doesn't really work like that out there. And as soon as I'd done that, as soon as I picked up the video camera, I threw it down again. And there was something weird because I realised that anything that had monetary value just had no currency anymore. Our whole life was upside down, and we found ourselves thinking, who can we help? What can we do? But we couldn't see anyone else around. So, you know, we just did what we could. So we started to pack sensible things. And I remember thinking all the expensive stuff was in a corner. You know, that's got no currency anymore. What can we use? What can we barter with? What's going to be useful for our survival? And that's what we did. Right. It was a little bit later that we opened up because I couldn't understand, why did we not hear any warning? Why were there no sirens? Why did nobody knock on our door? And we opened up the door onto the corridor. Oh, it's like a nightmare, Scott. Really? There was blood all over the floor. There was broken glass. There was sheets that had been ripped up to use as bandages or something. That's what it looked like. And we couldn't get out of the hotel because the water was still up to the ceiling of the first floor of that hotel. Right. Absolutely terrifying.
God. And what could you see out the window, Michelle?
Well, all we could see was water and couldn't see
Right.
anything else. And it was, I don't know how long it was later, but we eventually got to the other side of the hotel indoors. And over the other side of the Gore Road, we saw two people from our dive team.
Right.
One of them was quite badly injured, and the other one, was kind of shouting at us, telling us to come over there. So eventually we did, we got just a rucksack each and, some sensible clothing and all that kind of stuff. And we half waded and half swam to get out of the hotel, across the road, which was a feat in itself because underfoot there's shards of glass and there's corrugated iron roofs and, and you lose your footing. So it's better to, to half kind of swim.
Yeah.
And we got to the other side of the Gore Road and we joined them. And I remember saying to them, why do you want us to stand in this shack with you? And they pointed at the hotel. And from what we could see, it looked like the whole hotel was just lilting towards the sea.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, God, it was terrifying, Anyway, to cut a long story short, several hours later, after we'd been kind of collecting things and trying to be sensible at what we were keeping, what we had around us, what might help us survive, helmets and BCD jackets from the dive centre, anything that we could use. And we saw the owner of the dive centre, Cami. He'd come down the Gore Road because the water had receded enough for people to walk, and he was walking on what used to be the Gore Road. And he had with him some of his boat boys, some people from the dive centre that worked with him. Mm-hmm. And we shouted at him, and he shouted at us to get down, so we did. And then he said something in Sinhalese to one of the lads. And the next thing I know, we are being force-marched inland at a rate of knots. And people are screaming and shouting, the water's coming in again, it's going out again. This is what had been happening the whole day. Right. And there was this force march through the most unbelievable heat for a couple of miles inland, and then, faced with this big kind of rocky, gravelly hill. Yes. And we just pushed ourselves. I just had nothing left in the tank. And I remember Stuart's hand on my back it just elevated me up that huge hill to the top. And then when we got to the top, these gates opened and we were at Jimmy Lal's house. Jimmy was Cami's uncle, and we're at his house, and they opened at the gates, and there was a garden full of refugees, people from all walks of life, spoke all different languages, wearing what they were wearing when the tsunami hit.
Gosh. Oh, God. I mean, you must have, what was in your head? What was going through your head at the time?
I'm going to be completely honest, because I can't be any other way, I was really cross. I was like, why did nobody tell us what was going on? And I think I was so consumed with my own, why did you leave me behind, that I didn't think what they'd been going through, had they been washed in different directions and all that kind of stuff. So that's the truth of it. Your mind plays games. Lots of things fly through your mind. And it's what you act upon that counts, not what goes through your mind, because what goes through your mind, nobody can control. And I think the extraordinary thing that happened, Scott, was in the midst of all this massive adversity, with everyone's lives being turned completely on its head, I started to see these snippets of collaboration that was just amazing. That phone that I had that had gone dead? Well, I remember I was the only one with a phone there. Nobody else had had a chance to grab a phone or anything. But somebody else had a SIM card, somebody else had a battery, somebody else had a wire. I don't know what happened, but it was like the little mice from Bagpuss, all of a sudden there's this working phone. And what we did with that working phone was the first piece. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps just talking about it. The first little piece of collaboration that was so meaningful. We managed to make sure that every single person in that garden got one message home to tell their loved ones that they were okay.
Well done. Gosh.
I cannot tell you how valuable that phone call was. And it brought it home to me when I saw this little Japanese girl. There was no one else in that garden. I say little girl, she was a young adult. There was no one else that spoke Japanese in the garden. To hear her talking in her mother tongue to somebody that she loved and loved her, you could just see it all over her face. And it was just such a wonderful feeling that we'd managed to make this happen. Wow. And we were there for about a week, and throughout the week we had these little snippets of just magnificence, people coming together and creating something bigger than the sum of its parts. You know,
Sorry, can I interrupt you? How long were you there for?
we were there for a week.
A week? What did you eat? Sorry to interrupt you, but a week?
Okay, so my first memory is Stoggy Ritz biscuits and tiny unripe bananas.
Right, okay.
Yeah, there's an interesting story, because one night all the Sri Lankan guys had gone out, and a couple of scouts had gone out to try and find food, and they came back and they were cheering, the horns were going, they opened up the gates and they came in. They had 2 carrier bags full of fish, and they found these fish that had been stranded, and they gathered them up, and the whole garden had got these 2 carrier bags of fish and, you know, and a bag full of rice. And I swear to God, this is the most amazing thing. I understand the story of the loaves and fish now, because you think, how on earth is that going to get around everyone? But we were all sated that night. Just a morsel, just a handful of rice and fish, and every one of us was sated. It was just beautiful in so many ways. These little pockets of beauty came out of that horrendous story.
And how about? Sorry, this is a question my other half would ask. What were the toilets like?
There was one toilet outside.
Yeah.
Jimmy Lau, I mean, he came and lived outside with us. He gave up his bedroom for an older man who had onset septicemia and, you know, some other injured people. He gave his beds up, and he came and slept out in the garden with us. And there was one toilet, and hardly any water, so you don't want to use that toilet. But I'll tell you the one thing that I remember: your body doesn't function in the way that you think it will. You don't need to go to the toilet. Your body kind of holds on to everything.
Yeah. You
don't sweat as much as you think you would, you know, and you're out in this belting sun, you think you're just, you know, but your body just holds on to it.
Oh wow.
You don't need to drink as much, you don't need to eat as much. And yeah, and most people just didn't want to use the toilet for a week.
Good Lord.
I mean, we stank by the end of it. We stank. It was foul. It was horrendous. But you know what? We were alive. And there are 1,000,001 stories I can unravel from that, but I won't.
Before we to finish, is there any questions from the group? Has anyone got a question for Michelle you'd like to ask? Well, here's one here, I think. Here we go. I think some people on LinkedIn are having some issues, Michelle.
While you're doing that, Scott, I'll just carry on and say a little bit about, and just stop me when you're ready. But I think that the story that I tell isn't necessarily about that. And I always say that the story is the wrapping paper. The gift are the lessons that you've learned and that you share with others, and that's like the gift inside the present.
Yes.
And for me, it's what I learned about humanity, what I learned about collaboration, and continue to learn about collaboration afterwards. Those are the lessons that, you know, that make up my story. And it's that collaboration that is just, you know, so powerful.
Yes. Can you see Dave's question there?
No, because I've got our private chat up.
That's all right. I'll read it. It says, thanks for the question, Dave. Outside of the phone call, what was the most powerful thing you witnessed?
The most powerful thing I witnessed, I didn't actually witness. So what I mean by that is the stories you hear. The stories you hear of the people that are in that garden with you, and how a stranger, you know, saved the life of someone they didn't even know. So all those tiny little acts of, you know, Pete reaching out and grabbing a baby's hand as they were swept past and reuniting that baby with a mother, and all those tiny little things you hear, they just stay with you. I think, so to sum it up, I think the most powerful thing was understanding that at the core of humanity, when you shock human beings, and you see right down to the core, and at the core is this incredible compassion, benevolence, goodness. And I think it's in all of us. You know, I really, really think that we have that in our core. Yes, there are other things that can, you know, illness can scupper that truth, illness and and circumstances can change that. I like to think we're all born with that.
Yes, I mean there's a nice question here from Peter Edge. He says, so was there no rescue effort that got to you for a week?
No, we have.
No?
I'm not gonna harp on about this because I like to concentrate. No, what I mean is I could get on my soapbox now and tell you a lot of things. The Sun newspaper said that they'd mounted a rescue campaign to come and get us, and actually what they were doing is they were extracting information from my brother, giving him false hope and trying to get information out of him, which they turned into a really misleading story about us, and never sent anyone over to help us. So it's a can of worms I don't want to open, but all the time that you're sitting there thinking about it, part of you wants to go, hello, I see a helicopter, we're British, and you have to stop yourself and say, hold on, there are people that need help more than we do. Just be patient, just wait your turn.
And there's a supplementary from Pete, and he says, how did the leaders emerge in that group?
Do you know what? Leaders didn't emerge. Leaders didn't emerge. What happened was every single person found their role, and all of those roles fitted together. There was no hierarchy. There was no politics. There was no competition. It was the most beautiful collaboration. I'm getting goosebumps now as I remember it.
Yeah,
because it was. There was nobody with any stripes on their arms. Everyone pitched in, and it doesn't matter what you were good at, everything was equally valuable.
Right, okay. Wow. Gosh. Do you know, I've heard you tell that story probably 4 or 5 times, and every time you tell it, you seem to have more has come to you, or maybe you just don't tell it all deliberately at one time, but magic. And explain the artifact, the link, before you go into the very final part that I'm dying for you to tell.
But the reason that you don't hear it all, Scott, is because it was a week of my life, and when I'm on stage doing a 20-minute talk or a 40-minute talk or whatever, you're only ever going to get a snippet. There are thousands of stories to unfold from that.
Wonderful.
This is on the day that we managed to get to, we were taken to Colombo. The Sri Lankas got us to Colombo, and eventually it was the Danish Air Force that got us out. They put on a plane to get us back. Wasn't the British. They managed to put on this plane to get us out of the country and back to their country. And we got to the airport, and everything that we had left, we just Stu and I threw everything we had at this woman that was selling these little Buddhas. And I got one for my nan, one for my parents, one for Stuart's parents, and one each for our siblings. And I don't know how much money we had there. We gave our watches, anything we had, we just gave it all to her. We just wanted to leave everything that we could have value behind. So we all have one of these in my family, and she's very special to me. And she sits here all the time. Always watching over me.
And when you see it, how, of a morning when you're sitting there with your coffee, looking at your huge sales pipeline, how do you feel sometimes when you see it? Do you just glance at it, and does it remind you of it, or how does it live in your life every day? That little artifact.
Every day, it doesn't every day. Okay, it's like everything that you see around you. Once you put it in a place, it can become wallpaper. And so it's important. Every time I'm on a Zoom or something like that, I can see it there, and it reminds me. And I do every time I see any of them in any of my family's home or anything. Every time I see it, just reminds me we are so thankful to be alive. We're so thankful for the people who looked after us, and we're so thankful for the angels that kept us safe.
Amazing, and that's echoed by what Peter's just said. He said it's really interesting that the level of cooperation just happened, that it just happened that way.
Everything, Peter, everything did. Not only that, but the communication. Don't forget, we all spoke different languages, but we had no need to try and interpret for each other. We just got it. So, one of my messages is that, in adversity and all that kind of stuff, everything is so easy. Communication is easy. Finding our role is so easy. Why do we make it so flipping complicated for each other?
Yes.
When the chips are down, we come together, believe you me. You know,
Yes.
and I've always said that when the chips are down, if we were attacked by aliens, we would come together as one race, and
Yes.
we would collaborate. I thought we were going to have that with COVID-19. For a moment, I thought this is it. This is the common global enemy that is going to bring us together. And for a little tiny while, I thought it was going to.
There's a question from Joe saying, do you think you changed as a person due to this event?
No, I was always this person. I'll tell you what it did change, Joanna, and it's a big thing now that I do. This is all about core values. It reawakened me to my true core values. When I got back, I looked at the office and everything I'd created with that organization, and I felt sick. There was no love, there was no connection. I thought, I remember standing in my boardroom and looking at the reflection of me in the trophy cabinet and thinking, what a fame-hungry, insecure little girl trying to prove herself to the world. What are you doing?
Wow. So it brought out the real you that had somehow...
Yeah, what I had passion in, I thought, this is it. This is what I've been put on this planet to do. And, you know, I became the PRO of the Hikkaduwa Village Fund. We raised 100 grand in 6 months. We delivered it back out to the people in Sri Lanka. We looked after orphanages. And I thought, this is it. This is what I'm designed to do. But that didn't last forever either, you know.
Wow. There was one thing that did happen, though, wasn't there? Joanne's just written a new start. Yeah, I think that's quite fair. There's another piece to this story that I'd like you to finish with, and that's to do with you and your lovely fella.
Well, I do talk about core values. I remind people that when things like this happen, we're wakened up to our true core values. And I'll take you back to the night of the tsunami. We'd managed to get a little bit of a radio signal, and we heard snippets. And we'd heard that the tsunami was coming again, and it was going to be big. And I remember it was in the night time. There's no electricity because there's no electricity anywhere. The only thing we have is the light of the moon. And there were all these people crowded around these mosquito candles as if they gave off some kind of warmth. And I heard this multilingual babble of voices as people were just talking to each other. And I remember hearing the sound of screams and car alarms and everything. And my ears pricked up and I went, shh. And everyone went quiet, and as soon as they did, other people started to hear what I heard: car alarms, screaming, shouting, panic. And so everyone started to jump up. Some people were crying, some people were packing their bags, some people were running around, one person trying to get up on the roof, and this pandemonium, this panic hit. I remember for a second I sat there thinking, do you want to take me? You know, you might as well. I can't get any higher. We're as high as we can get. We're as far away as we can get. If you're coming again, that's just bloody unfair. And I remember sitting in front of these French doors saying, you know, at least if I stay here, it's going to be quick. And then this thought came over and I thought, whatever happens, I've got to be with Stuart. Where is he? Yeah. And I remember desperately trying to find him in all that panic, and I couldn't see him. And eventually my eyes clapped his figure and I knew it was him. I remember kind of waving at him, Stuart, I'm over here. But he looked at me, but he didn't seem to recognize me. This panic just overtook me. And I looked again, I'm like, Stuart, I'm over here. And he looked at me and just looked me up and down and looked away. So in the end, I made it through the crowd. I went, Stuart, it's me, I'm here. And he said, I know. And I said, well, what are you doing? He said, I'm trying to work out how to get you up that mast. And I said, Stuart, how are you going to get me up that mast? And he turned to me and he said, Michelle, if I have to get you up in my teeth, I'm getting you up that mast. And in that moment, I just fell head over heels in love with him all over again. It was just like tumbling. I suddenly saw straight through to the core of this man. And I thought, do you know what? He's thinking about my life before his. He's thinking about keeping me safe. And I knew at that point he was always going to be there for me. And that's the point that we said, okay, if we get out of this alive, we'll do it. We'll get married. And so we did.
What happened?
The following year, we were so affected by the Buddhist people in Sri Lanka. They taught us so much. We managed to go back the following year and we got married on the beach. We had a Buddhist wedding on the beach.
Oh, dear. Well, guys, I promised you stories. Thank Michelle. I know there's a lot more. But we need to stop at that point. But my goodness, guys, any questions or observations? Michelle, can I tell you how I feel? I got goosebumps again. That bit at the end, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Do you know what? I can't. I got a good one. I got a good one.
Yeah, but I couldn't. You couldn't imagine ever. I couldn't anyway. Imagine any other way of invoking that feeling of love, compassion, empathy. You know, collaborate. I couldn't think of another way to do it. Here's an observation from Doug. I've seen large-scale cooperation with the COVID crisis in our area. Doug lives near Bath. Did you see anything that could be taken from your experience that could bring about this cooperation without the devastation?
Yeah, well, what I try and do now is, I do a lot of behaviour profiling and core values analyses. So I help people to understand what's at their core without having to go through all that devastation. But, at the end of the day, you need people to trust in that collaboration in order for it to happen. Yeah. Yes, we've seen wonderful little pockets of things that happen. And we always do with every trauma. We see little snippets of human magnificence. But it's going to take something pretty big for us to come together as one whole race. I really wish that was different. I really wish that people would see the power of collaboration, the fact that we can move mountains when we come together. But until people realise it, until they've been through it or seen a snippet of that, they're not going to believe in it. So, we just keep hoping. I'm always hopeful, and I always keep spreading these little messages I can about, how magnificent people really are, how collaboration is so powerful when we do it properly, and just hope that starting these little fires will, Yeah,
I think that gives me personally great hope, because the reason I started to do this broadcast, Michelle, was because I was an okay storyteller, but I realised though that we needed that empathy, to see the world as other people see it, and we don't always have the opportunities for that. And I hope that having heard a story like that and others that we've had will encourage people to tell stories, because I think if you say, like even what Doug just said there is about, in his area they did something about it. Tell that story, Doug. Tell that story in your area. Get people to them, because the thing about these stories, I believe in the next 5 years, organizations that have not done well during this crisis, do not have a good story to tell, will struggle. I think people will say to them, no, not working here. They'll be looking for the positive stories, and I think that's the power of story.
Infect the world with goodness, Doug. Infect the world with those good stories. And do you know what? Somebody said to me recently, Michelle, I heard your talk. What a incredible way or what a fascinating way to create an affluent lifestyle. They know nothing about me. They know nothing about the fact that I didn't talk about this for a decade afterwards. Yes. They don't know that I gave everything that I owned away for the Hickadoo Village Fund. They have no idea, It's not a story until you've got the lessons. And once you know the lessons, then it becomes a powerful story.
Magic. I think Peter, I'll leave him for the last word here. Michelle, what he said was, never get tired of hearing that story. Love it.
Love you, Peter.
And here's another from Dave. Thanks, Dave. We need a collaboration pandemic. Oh, fantastic. Well, folks, we're out of time, but I hope that I told you it'd be good. I hope you enjoyed that, felt sad, felt happy, and I think, without sounding too cheesy, felt the love that was in that story. So Michelle Mills Porter, you're a star. I love you to bits. Do me a favor. How can people get in touch with you if they want to contact you or read your material? Where's the best place for them to catch a bit more, Michelle?
Just link in with me. Find me on LinkedIn. There is only one Michelle Mills Porter on the planet. Thank heavens, my husband says.
That's a good thing as well.
You've heard our vicious banter. You know what we're like, Scott.
Okay.
But yeah, and just pick up the phone,
Yeah.
send me a LinkedIn message, tell me that you've seen this, and let's just chat. I love connection. I love connection. So just be personal.
Yes. Well, thanks everybody. I'm going to bring us to an end. Three things. Next week we'll have another story from someone. I've already got 2 or 3 volunteers. I just need to work out how it's easier for the people to get online and be here at the right time. I hope that, this graphic kind of sums it up. In the next week, keep your radar open to spot new stories. Because those stories, as I think Michelle has just beautifully shown, can change the world. And one of the great storytellers died this week, Jonathan Sacks. And Jonathan was a sort of man that lived his life through story. And because of all this other things that have been going on with America, etc., his death has passed almost without being noticed. So, sir, thank you. And I love this. Small acts of kindness can change and humanize our world. And I think that sits beautifully with what Michelle has just said. So, Michelle, thank you ever so much. It's been fantastic. And I can't wait to have you on here again. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. See you next week.
Thank you, Scott.
Well, isn't that a fantastic story? I think the way Michelle delivers it is fantastic. And if you ever get a chance, I've got our website here. Have a look. Her talks are fantastic and quite inspirational. And she's not a one-trick pony. There's a few more stories as well. I think when she said here, infect the world with goodness. These things, they sound a bit trite, don't they? But I don't think it is. I think we need to talk more about that sort of issue. What does it mean to be good? What does it mean to have compassion? What does it mean to demonstrate empathy, share empathy? There's an awful lot in the media just now, and I know it's at the edges, and I know it's not representative of everybody. But there's an awful lot of divisiveness. There's an awful lot of people, arguing whether it's left and right, whether they're talking about, what's the ones at the moment, they're talking about pronouns, or they're talking about, safety, or these are all important issues. But I think we could be much kinder to each other. We don't need to get so cross. I'm not innocent of getting cross. I've got cross in the past, but I think if the last 12 months has taught me anything, and as Michelle beautifully said, and thanks, Michelle, I know you're there. Thank you very much. It was wonderful. I think that we need to be kinder. And that spontaneous collaboration that Michelle talks about. I mean, wow. Has it happened with COVID again? As Michelle said, it did look like it was happening at the beginning, but then things seem to have faded somewhat. So there's here's Michelle just added this to the comments. Infect the world with goodness, flood out the bad. Oh, I love that. Flood out the bad. That's fantastic, Michelle. Absolutely. And Simone has said, only because of other words I might have used, not for printing this one. Oh, right. Okay. Right. Very good. I think that's brilliant. I hope you enjoyed it. Well, obviously you did. It's absolutely fantastic. Simone, thank you. Thank you very much. So what a start to today's program from Michelle. It is terrific. And I really hope that, we've laid a foundation, haven't we? We've had Michelle Angelo and we've had Michelle. So beat that, Scott. Well, I'm gonna move on now to show you another little video. Now this one, this is a young woman who I think is wonderful. Her name is Sarah Key, and this is kind of typical of her, but it's so powerful. So let's sit together, maybe get a cup of tea and listen to this, because I think there's something in this woman that it shines through. It's a bit like my earlier and Michelle's wonderful story. It shines through. So this, I hope you enjoy this.
If you grow up the type of woman men want to look at, you can let them look at you. Do not mistake eyes for hands, or windows, or mirrors. Let them see what a woman looks like. They may not have ever seen one before. If you grow up the type of woman men want to touch, you can let them touch you. Sometimes it is not you they are reaching for. Sometimes it is a bottle, a door, a sandwich, a Pulitzer, another woman, but their hands found you first. Do not mistake yourself for a guardian, or a muse, or a promise, or a victim, or a snack. You are a woman. Skin and bones, veins and nerves, hair and sweat. You are not made of metaphors, not apologies, not excuses. If you grow up the type of woman men want to hold, you can let them hold you. All day, they practice keeping their bodies upright. Even after all this evolving, it still feels unnatural, still strains the muscles, holds firm the arms and spine. Only some men will want to learn what it feels like to curl themselves into a question mark around you. Admit they do not have the answers they thought they would by now. Some men will want to hold you like the answer. You are not the answer. You are not the problem. You are not the poem or the punchline or the riddle or the joke. Woman, if you grow up the type men want to love, you can let them love you. Being loved is not the same thing as loving. When you fall in love, it is discovering the ocean after years of puddle jumping. It is realizing that you have hands. It is reaching for the tightrope when the crowds have all gone home. Do not spend time wondering if you are the type of woman men will hurt. If he leaves you with a car alarm heart, you may learn to sing along. It is hard to stop loving the ocean, even after it has left you gasping, salty. So forgive yourself for the decisions you have made, the ones you still call mistakes when you tuck them in at night. And know this, know you are the type of woman who is searching for a place to call yours. Let the statues crumble. You have always been the place. You are a woman who can build it yourself. You were born to build.
Wow. You were born to build, Sarah Key there. I like that piece of poetry because it's quite direct. I like it because it's not afraid. And I think Sarah's work, if you have a look at it, a lot of it is like that. A lot of it is direct. It's honest. It's not politically correct. You know, it's the line in that poem that jumped out at me the first time I heard it. Now I've heard it many times, but it says, "You are not the problem." That might not always be true, but I think oftentimes in this particular context, it is true. So yeah, I love Sarah Key. I think she's wonderful, and she was one that I discovered via another incredible person, a website called Brain Pickings, And on there's a young lady called Maria Popova who I don't know how she does it. If you've never seen the website, I'll pop it up on the screen later. What she says when she describes what she does. She says, I read and share what I think of those books. I read books and share what I think of those books. It's gorgeous because she does this sort of very cognitively diverse. So she will be talking about poetry, then architecture, then fishing, or she'll do philosophy with science and engineering, and she'll, she draws from all the domains. And of course, like many people, she loves the sort of the power and the sort of the way poetry can get in you. And I mean, Michelle's just said here, she's quite right. Born to build. I mean, God, poets have this uncanny way of seeing behind the veneer, don't they? They seem to be the deep poets. I mean, I'm an amateur poet. I don't think I'm very good. Quite enjoy it though, so keep doing it. Michelle's a good poet, incidentally. She writes some lovely poetry. But anyway, that's Sarah. She's brilliant, isn't she? Absolutely brilliant. So next up, we're on schedule. It's quite. I'm on my own, so some of my can only me to blame if things don't go to schedule. Let me just get the next video up. Next up is no, wait a minute. That's not quite. There we are. Right. Is an incredibly inspiring individual, Joanne Lockwood. I've met Joe also at the Professional Speakers Association, and we first met at a bar. We were both a bit bored with some of the other speakers, all trying to sell us stuff. And her and I sat down at this bar, and I think we were still sitting at that bar at 7 o'clock in the morning. So, this is a woman who has been through everything and back again. And so this is an incredible story. She's also one of the people who I think has dealt with the coronavirus better than most, better than me. She went from doing, her specialities, as you'll see, is about diversity and inclusion. But she then decided, she's got an entrepreneurial spine, I think. Joe, I don't know if that's fair, but I think it's a real part of her personality. And she took that along with her diversity and inclusion and has formed a whole new business for herself. Oh, Michelle, I love your poetry. Oh, that's sweet. Thanks very much. Well, I love yours as well. So I'd like to introduce Joanne Lockwood to you. I hope you find it as interesting as I did. Now, there's a little bit of a delay on the line on this one. This was in the early days, a bit like the one I had with Michelle there. That was right at the start of all of this. And, there was that moment in the middle when there was nothing being said and, there's technical issues. So we had a little bit of a syncing issue when we did this talk, but doesn't matter. Close your eyes. Just listen to this woman speak. So I hope you enjoy this as much as I did. But before I do that, I just want to get this out there that to do all of this, I'm doing this for free. And I think it's important. So I don't expect to get paid for this because I think it's something that we should be doing anyway. But I do. I think I've learned in the last few months that I need to be better at telling people that I'm a creative type. I create stuff, and if you want to support me doing that, there's several ways you can do it. I've got a Patreon account. Now, I had never heard of Patreon 12 months ago. Patreon's a way you can give money to somebody, to a creative, to give them maybe a cup of tea every month, or a couple of cups of tea every month, or a dinner out, or whatever you want to do. So if you go into this site and just to Scott Speaks there, there's a number of levels that you can. I think it's a 5 or a 10 or 50 quid. There's 3 options. that you can support my work. Now, it's not trivial, this, because it just gives me that little bit of space. And in my other work, the music work, that we've got an account there as well, and people are helping us with that, because we know we have to pay for our Zoom accounts, and we have to pay for some of our graphics, and so music licenses coming soon. So this really helps. Just takes the edge off some of the things we have to do. The other thing I'm going to be doing on Patreon is I'm going to be doing every month, I'm going to be doing a video that's only going to be available there. And it's going to be a really personal video. It's going to build more on my love of things like art and literature and science. And I'm just going to talk about a particular thing every month that I think is beautiful and important. So some week it might be microscopes, the next week it might be Alan Watts. So you're going to get a bit more, and it's going to be a lot less polished. It's just going to be hiya, how you doing? This is something I think you might find interesting. So there's a couple of you already on there, which is terrific. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to plug these things, but I'm not sorry, because I think I need to be better at saying help. So if you're interested in supporting my work, I'd really appreciate it. That's me on Patreon. So back to Joanne. I hope you enjoy this as much as I did when we produced it. We obviously get on. Hello, it's Scott MacArthur here, and welcome to Artifact, where we try and unpick the art and science of stories. This is episode 13. I'm absolutely amazed that we've got that far, but I'm also absolutely delighted that we've got this far. And I've had some lovely feedback again this week, and I might touch on that. Well, I will touch on that later on. Now, this week, we're going to be talking about transformation and story. And as I always do, I like to create a bridge between what happened last week and this week. But this week I'm going to do 2 weeks, because this is quite a pivotal evening for us, because it brings together in a real world story some of the things we've been learning together for the last 12 weeks or so. If you remember, those of you who tuned in 2 weeks ago, we met the American comedian George Carlin. And he told a story of how people suffering from shell shock in the First World War, and how people suffering from shell shock in the First World War were suddenly relabeled over a number of other wars, disappointing though they are, to become post-traumatic stress disorder. And he explained how that had changed how these diseases were perceived by individuals who were suffering from these issues and by the public. Then last week, when we had the lovely Ben Affia with us, we looked at the power of language and how we can use language to differentiate ourselves, how we can use language to emphasize what our stories are. And this week, with my guest, Joanne Lockwood, we're going to get into that in a much deeper way, and have a brief example of how language impacts on our lives and how we are perceived and how others perceive us. So, but I'll get back to Joanne shortly. Now, some of you might spy behind me here. Where is he? This is Angus. Where is he? I've been doing this for 3 months, and I still get my turning to my right and my left wrong. This is Angus the Gonk, and Angus is those of you who know your Scottish tartan. This is the MacArthur tartan, or as my dad likes to call us, the MacArthurs. It's St Andrew's Day today, so happy St Andrew's Day. And it's not as big a day as perhaps the Irish annual day is in Scotland, but nevertheless, there's quite a good story behind it, because it kind of sums up the how stories can last. Because Angus there was named after King Angus, and King Angus was the guy who in the 9th century was planning for a battle with the English. And the night before the battle, he dreamt of St Andrew, and St Andrew was protecting him as he was going into battle with the English. And indeed, the next day, just before the battle began, he looked up into the sky in a place called Athelstainsford, which is just outside Edinburgh, near a place called Harrington in Scotland. And he saw in the sky the characteristic X shape or cross shape of the saltire, and he went into battle, he believed, with St Andrew's at his back. That's a lot of nonsense, but it's a good story, isn't it? And the Scots to this day, hundreds of years later, are very proud of that flag, as are every country. But that story is one that resonates across Scotland, and particularly today. So Happy St Andrew's Day. There should be a drink or something, I think, that we all have in St Andrew's Day. I don't know, maybe we should have a dram at the end of this. I've got a bottle behind me, so I might just crack one open when we finish. So anyway, so what the theme of tonight, we're going to look at transformation. And we're going to look at one, maybe two aspects. Now, I'm being slightly vague there because the person who's joined us, Joanne, and I, we know each other and we speak often, and I know we can talk. So I'll stick to one at the moment, and I know Joe's listening, so we'll stick at one at the moment, Joe. But we might get to a second one because we're going to try and stick to the 45 minutes. So I'd like to introduce now Joe. I'll put Joe onto the screen now. Can you let me know if you can hear me okay, folks, please? You're on, Joe.
Hi, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Likewise. Could I just check? Could somebody let me know if you can hear me okay? Because it's I think it's okay. I can hear a few other people talking, messaging me, sorry. But if someone can just let me know. There's a few people on tonight, which is great. If you can just let me know you can hear us or not. Loud and clear. Joe, how are you?
I'm very good. As you can see, I've got Santa out. I've got my tree out, so I'm Christmas ready. Ready.
You're showing me up actually. My Christmas stuff is all out in a shed outside in the back garden, and between where I am at the moment in the back garden, there's a lot of wind and heavy rain, and I've just not been able to pluck up the courage to go out and get the Christmas tree box out. But I'm definitely under pressure from the kids to get Christmas trees and things up in my little studio here. So next week, folks, I might have some fairy lights for you. So anyway, so Joe, introduce yourself. What was it that there was a little introduction in the preamble that we sent out to everybody, but give the audience a little bit of a background to you, please.
Okay, well, I describe myself as an inclusion and belonging specialist. So I work with organisations throughout the UK, Europe and elsewhere, focusing on helping them build an inclusive culture that nurtures belonging for their teams. And so I work with a lot of talent acquisition teams, talk about sorting out debiasing their hiring processes, consulting on strategies around that, and also running workshops and seminars around that as well. Okay. But that wasn't me forever. I've only been doing this for about 2.5, 3 years.
Yeah.
Before that, I ran my own IT company, and I have a couple of them over various iterations since the mid 90s. So I was very much an IT geek, supporting small and medium enterprises on their IT infrastructure. And in fact, if you go further back in time, I was an electronics engineer in the RAF when I first left school. So I've done a bit of I'm a veteran apparently. So I qualify for a veteran's rail card, no less. So yeah, I've never fired a shot in anger, but I was certainly trained on how to fire SLRs and submachine guns and some various
good Lord,
various weapons. Yeah,
right.
Even
where
how to throw a grenade.
Yeah. None tonight, please. Where were you in the RAF? I didn't know you were in the RAF.
I didn't. It wasn't a long and illustrious career. I really only spent my time in basic training, and I did an apprenticeship with them. And just after the apprenticeship, we parted ways for various reasons, and that's a whole another episode, so we won't go into that. Okay. But I left. I joined from school, and I left the RAF. I think when I was 18, I think, and then back into Civvy Street. So it was only three and a bit years. And instead of going to university like everybody else, I joined the RAF. Got my HND, got my technical qualifications, got an apprenticeship, and partied on, as they say.
Yeah, I can't really remember many of my student days or my early days in life because I think I was partying too much, Joe. So what was it that, I mean, you've had these different careers, but the one where you're at now, what got you to that phase? I think it was 4 years ago or 5 years ago, I think.
So I the elephant in the room is I'm trans. I transitioned. So I was living a fairly typical white middle-class male life, 2 children, married for 33 years, and I got to a point in my life where I described it, I was going a bit mouldy. I was past my sell-by date. I needed to sort of listen to my inner voice and not keep hiding and living living this kind of remote control life beneath this suit of armor. Um, and yeah, at the time I was kind of constrained by responsibility. You know, we have I was a parent, a child, a sibling, a spouse, all these kind of things. So you have all these things going on in your life. Yeah, you have mortgages and dependents, and also you've got your network, your reputation, your career, all this capital investment you've made in yourself for the, for the previous 40 odd years of your life. So there's always pressure to keep on your rails, carry on in the same direction, and
Right.
don't force change. But it gets to a point in your life, and for me, it was just a gradual realization that this wasn't who I was, and it'd always been there. And it got to a point where the phrase I describe is it just became necessary to create change.
Right.
And I became a bit destructive, I suppose, in the end of that period, because I wanted to change so badly. I was kind of trigger happy in terms of what I was prepared to sacrifice. And it got down to the point where I was prepared to sacrifice everything I currently had, with the exception of the relationship I had with my wife. And
Yes.
I wasn't in a great place mentally. I was never what we would call clinically depressed, but I was certainly in a pretty lousy place.
Yeah.
Struggling to get out of bed some days, crying a lot,
Right.
very moody, grumpy, unapproachable.
Hmm.
And I wasn't sure myself what it was.
Right.
But and then I think for whatever reason, I lost weight. I started taking cross-sex hormones in about
Right.
2016. I started laser surgery on my face, or laser hair removal. So I have my hair zapped off my face.
Yeah.
And it all kind of came together. That this me emerged from this pile of rubble, and I realised that this me was the real me, and the
Hmm.
rest of it was kind of this life that I'd travelled on. This journey I travelled on through life was kind of, it was okay. It was fine. I wasn't sad. It just wasn't the me inside. And
Hmm.
once I discovered that me inside, it just became necessary to do something about it. And that was early 2017. My business partners bought me out, so I sold my shares of my business. Wasn't a fortune. It was a good redundancy package, if you like, and gave me enough money really to invest in my future. And
Hmm.
it bought me 2 years of life to get off and start what I'm doing now, really. So that's where it came
Right.
from.
Okay.
And my
Okay.
passion really, it revolved around initially improving the world for people like me, and it quickly broadened out to improving the world for people like anybody.
Right. One thing, just as an observation, John, you're. I mean, obviously, I know you, and I know the way you talk, but in that description, and I want to tease a little bit more out of that, but you're very, very good at words like, you use the word rubble. Yeah, you use the word muddled. They're very, very descriptive, onomatopoeic words. Have you always been somebody that used words like that?
Yeah, I've always speaked in metaphors and
Right.
similes, and I'm a very visual thinker, and I like to describe how I see the world, the pictures in my head. I like to describe those to other people. So,
Yeah.
yeah, people have always, even in my old life, people used to say, in fact, people used to work for me. You say, "Oh, I love the way you describe things because it kind of it brings it to life." And
Yeah.
I never really thought much about it, but that's kind of how I've always spoken. It's kind of in pictures, in visions, and painting my vision, if you like, into people's eyes, and trying
Yeah.
creating this relatable storyline, if you like.
Because it really is noticeable. And I think when Ben was on last week, Ben Afia, who's a language expert, he was encouraging us to use these types of words. So it doesn't. I don't think it comes natural to everyone. The one that you use a lot with me is you say, "Well, I'll show you my working." Like when you're at school. Remember, you obviously you've used it with me, and I love that. And I have nicked it. I mean, I've used it because it really helps people understand how you got to where you've got to. Yeah. So yeah, I love it, and it's very noticeable. And I've got just one piece of feedback from someone, Joe. Someone's saying you're a little bit quiet wonder if you could turn your microphone up a little bit. I don't know if that'll help, but
it is what it is. I
it
have
is.
moved a bit closer, so I will speak
Okay.
up a bit. Maybe I was
Okay.
I was having my midnight radio voice on instead. Maybe if I speak up.
Right. Okay. Tom Morley says, "Yeah, rubble. We all know it, but few of us admit to it."
A bit
Yeah.
of Barney
Yeah.
rubble.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I think I get what Tom's saying there, because I only in the last 2 or 3 years have I really started to unearth a lot of my own stories and tell my rubble stories. But so back to you, please. How? Because I mean, this is not an experience that I've been through, and it's I imagine quite a dramatic. I can't think of a much more dramatic experience to go through. How? Maybe there is
the power of understatement, is it? The power of understatement, yeah. A bit of a traumatic. It was kind of.
But how did you describe that? What was the narrative that you adopted when you were telling your wife or your friends or whatever? How did you back then?
Well, I mean, the way I kind of described it is, there's several ways I described it. Is one of the ways I described it was I transitioned in chunks. So I moved bits of my life from the old to the new in kind of chunks. So I thought, well, I was a trustee of a charity, so I opened up about myself to the charity, and then the charity from that point forward knew me as Joe.
Yeah.
And my family kind of knew me, and some of my friends knew me. So I got bits of me moved over, a chunk of me here, a chunk of me there. And I got to the point where there was a few bits of key bricks left over, and that was kind of my ability to earn a living. So my work.
Yeah.
I wasn't brave enough at the time to open up to my business partners, because I was aware that they had some kind of less than trans positive views which they'd shared in the past with me about somebody else, and I internalized a lot of their views. And to be fair, they're not bad people. They just had bad language and probably little experience. So I was very reluctant. But I guess my public outing myself, I kind of outed myself on Facebook one night after a few drinks. Once that, yeah, we had some corporate hospitality with BAR Land Rover in Portsmouth, and it's the I think, is it the America's Cup, the big boat race or the yachting race in the harbour at Portsmouth, and so we were guests of BAR Land Rover at the big place down there with the what's the yachtsman's name, the famous one,
I have no idea.
I was going to say Ben Ainsley. It's not Ben. Is it Ben Ainsley?
Ben Ainsley is a yachtsman. Won lots of.
Yeah, in that case, I think it's Ben Ainsley or something, or whoever it was. It's got there's this big BAR Land Rover racing hangar there and training centre, and we were there drinking champagne like it's going out of fashion. The glass was never empty. Someone was always topping it up. And we started this about 11 o'clock in the morning. And then we had lunch on the boat with a bottle of wine. Then we had more, and then this. And of course, by the time it gets about 8 o'clock at night, we're all kind of very well oiled and very, very kind of hammered. And as is the case when you're married, it doesn't take much to spark off a bit of a niggle when you've both had a few drinks. And we both had a bit of a Barney on, sitting out at the terraces of Gunwharf. Actually, I think it was all bar one with another bottle of wine. And we ended up in one of those, sod you type conversations, but with the F word, and we both ended up walking off in different directions.
Oh my goodness!
And I think I must have found a bench or somewhere to sit, and I thought, and I just thought, well, now's the time. I'm just going to tell the world. I'm sick of keeping it secret. I'm sick. My wife already knew, and I'd already told my children about a week beforehand. But my wife had done it for about 4 years at the time. So I just decided on Facebook, and I think I posted something like, "I'm trans, get over it," sort of thing. Yeah.
Yes.
And then I promptly, like you do, went back home, fell asleep, woke up the next morning with this kind of like, I'm sure something happened last night, and you come around and you think, wonder what that was. You get your phone, check it, and go, oh yeah, it did, didn't it? And the mistake I made at that point was deleting the post on Facebook.
Did you?
I deleted it, and it wasn't because I
Oh,
was ashamed of it. It was I didn't want to be that kind of needy. It's like one of those needy sort of cry for help posts. I was always more embarrassed about the fact that I posted in that way than what I posted. So I deleted it, and then it occurred to me about 15 seconds later that I had absolutely no idea who'd seen the post. So I was now
gosh.
playing Russian roulette with my friends. Did you know or don't you know, kind of thing. And so I ended up thinking, well, I started phoning around. Um, my brother thought someone had stolen my stolen my phone, and was frapping me. I
Ah,
phoned a few friends, and they'd seen it, but I must have spent 3 or 4 days just phoning people, talking to people, going, yep, yep, yep. I then spent the next 2 weeks meeting people for coffee, going through the Q&A that you end up going through in these coming out sort of stories.
yes,
Everyone wants to know firsthand. Everybody wants to get the dirt. Everyone wants to ask their questions. Everybody wants to ask you what your plans are, and surgery and all these kind of
yeah,
typical kind of yucky trans type questions you always get. And
yeah,
but in the majority of cases, it was very positive. Everyone's kind of like, I don't get it. I go, I don't get it either, but there it is. And
yeah.
so that was kind of the very public outing. But anyway, that had kind of happened. That kind of happened in the summer in 2016.
Hmm.
My wife and I were already in the middle of, well, at the beginning of working with Channel 4, we're doing a documentary. So we took part with 8 other contributors, and they followed us for 3 years. And that's still on Channel 4 downloads. If you look at it, it's called The Making of Me.
All right, okay.
And tangenting, doing a bit of a Ronnie Corbett here, going off into the other direction, we also appeared, our segment appeared on Gogglebox on the Friday after. So not only did we spend 3 years filming this documentary, which was effectively marriage guidance in front of the nation, but our bit also got dissected by the people on the sofa. So we
Oh,
were a
oh,
fly on the wall, watching the fly on the wall, which is quite interesting. Uh, and I actually used that clip and some of my training exercises, and when I doing some training workshops. And it's
yeah,
always a good finish. You do all this talking, and they say, well, look, here's the real life, and chuck that on the table and watch that. And it's always very powerful to get the conversations going, because it opens up a few other things about how people just talk about trans people. They don't always talk about their families, the impact on the wife, the husband, the parents, the children, all those sort of things. And it's a very good segue into opening up about the challenges that partners can have in this situation. So, yeah, it was. So, yeah, 3 years of that. Anyway,
oh, oh,
back to my original thread of the story. So there I
yes,
was, kind of transitioning in chunks. And the last step was my business partners offered to buy me out. And
right,
yeah, I put my hand on my heart. I was not a great performing human being, director, partner, business owner. My mind was all over the place. I wasn't in a good place. And when they offered to buy me out, I said, "Yep. How quickly can we do this?" And it took us
right.
about, even in a cooperative environment, it still took us 3.5 months, I think, 2.5 months.
Oh,
So
God.
eventually, it was around about the 1st of March, that 2017. Um, and that was kind of, at the time I described it as, we're talking about here the metaphors and the similes and things. So
Yes,
at that point there, I was talking about drowning in a swimming pool with these chains pulling me under the water, and these
mm,
chains were the responsibilities I had,
mm,
and I was cutting the chains one by one to the point where I could just get my head above water and take a breath before I was dragged under again, and I was kept. And the final chain I was trying to cut was earning an income, the financial responsibility, the working for a living. And when they
yes,
offered to buy me out, that was like the final sort of cut of the chain that freed me to breathe and
yes,
climb out the pool. And of
yes,
course, then I was faced with the reality of making this happen. So I'd broken free. Um, and another analogy that similarly I use is do you remember Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator, the original,
yes, yes,
where there's that big flash of lightning and this person appears
yes.
naked
Naked.
in a car
Yeah,
park somewhere.
yeah.
And that's kind of how I describe my transition. I'd sold my business. I'd cut ties with my previous life, and I effectively appeared naked,
Mm,
like a
Yes.
Terminator traveling through time,
Yes.
waking up, going, right, now what am I going to do? I've got no track record. I've got no life. I've got no history. I've got nothing to trade off of. I'm just naked.
Yes.
And that's how
Yes.
I came out of this, where I had to rebuild everything from scratch,
Good Lord.
with the one sort of like anchor in there being the relationship with my wife. And just, well, largely my mum was pretty supportive. My network of friends were pretty supportive,
Mhm.
but my children were struggling a bit, and I had no job. I had some cash in the bank, which was
Yes.
depleting on a daily basis,
Yes.
but yeah, there I was trying to reinvent myself at the age of 52 years old from a standing start and a new career.
Yes.
But
How,
yeah, it was.
it's extraordinary, Joe. Was the inner story you were telling yourself the same as the one you're projecting, or were you putting on a sort of a brave face, or were you just muddling through?
In those early weeks and months in 2017, I was quite a mess still. Quite, even though I'd broken free, I didn't want to paint myself back into the corner, because there I
Right.
was, no job, no income. I signed a non-compete, so I couldn't go back into IT, and I didn't want to
Oh,
anyway.
yes.
I didn't
Right.
want to go back into IT. I mean, I didn't want to. So in a way, I was happy to not compete. I didn't want to compete. Um, but I was, yeah, I was unemployed. I started applying for jobs, for roles, and I was using LinkedIn and CV. And what I struggled with, the first line of your CV in most cases is name, and I didn't know what my name was, because
Good Lord.
I'd been calling myself Joanne Lockwood for about, I don't know, 4 years.
Mm.
Joanne wasn't my previous name, and Lockwood's not my previous name. So I've got my wife Marie has my original surname, having married me and changed her name. My children have my original surname. My parents obviously have, but I was now faced with this: do I change my surname
Yeah.
and my forename,
Mhm.
or do I just change my forename and keep my old surname? And you know, you can imagine how my wife felt, where the person she married is now
Yeah.
changing the name completely to be different to hers. So, but I'd built such a relationship with this name; it was now me.
Yes.
So I was kind of like, and I was coming up with these permutations about my name, trying to keep my initials, and it was like, and I just thought, why am I procrastinating here? This is my
Mm.
name. All I'm
Yes.
trying to do is keep everybody else happy. If I didn't have to consider anybody else in the world, my name is Joanne Lockwood.
Yeah.
And I sort of said to my wife, that's my decision. Final answer. I can phone a friend, ask the audience, or go 50-50 if you like. But that
Yeah.
is my final answer.
Yes.
And she kind of went, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. And it wasn't a kind of a reluctant fine. It was kind of like, yeah, I get it. If that makes you happy, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother anybody else.
Yes.
Do it. So it was
Yes.
all in my head, and I was kind of like wrestling with this decision. And really, it didn't matter to anybody else. Okay, it made a lot of people scratch their heads, and if I people often ask me where I got my name from, and that's another story which I can tell. But uh,
Go on
it
then.
was probably about I think it was about 2012, 2013, around that time. That's when I first started actively exploring my gender and looking at it. And I joined an online sort of support forum, and
Right.
they wanted a name, so I out out of nowhere put the name Joanne, and Joanne was the a girl I knew when I was in secondary school, around the age of 12 or 13, and
Yes.
she was my first crush. So somehow her name stuck in my head all my life. And when I needed to come up with a girl's names out of nowhere, the name Joanne popped into my head.
Crumbs.
So
Right.
and that was fine. And then a few years passed, and I decided to set up myself a Facebook account to sort of build my life, my friends, and keep in contact when you're doing things like this. And of course, Facebook wants a surname. So I thought, surname, that's a bit tricky. I don't want to use my real surname in case you get kind of bleed and sort of,
Oh yeah.
it was a fit. And my birth surname is kind of ironic, really. But I'll tell you that in a minute. I'll tell you
Yeah.
what my birth surname is in a minute. So there I was, logging into Facebook, and it wants surname. I thought, wow, okay, well, I stole her first name. I might as well steal her second name as well. So my first crush, Joanne Lockwood, became me.
Is that right? Brilliant.
It is. So,
The whole
so
thing.
I nicked her entire name. And
Excellent.
the people that know that I keep into contact with from those school days, there's only one
Yeah.
person that I really keep in. Well, it's probably two. There's probably about three people that know me and know her, but I don't really keep in contact. So no one's ever asked me about that name.
Yeah.
But my wife still gets the irony of the fact that when she's shouting out Joanne, she's actually shouting out the name of my first girlfriend, my first crush. So, so there's a certain kind of weirdness about the story. But
yeah,
it's amazing how you can become attached. But anyway, my family name that my parents I inherited from my parents is Manley, Manley. And I just couldn't. I just thought that as a trans person, there's just too much humour in it. So I just couldn't. I've been called womanly at school as a tease half my life. You know, it's kind of and to sort of transition. I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't face that.
No.
I just wasn't mentally strong enough to be able to look people in the eyes and then go, "Are you kidding?" And I go, "No, I'm not."
Is that why you went into doing some comedian work? Because of these things that have happened in your life? Because I know you've done stand-up, haven't you?
Well, I did a lot of after dinner speaking when I was in my previous sort of role. I was the national president of an organisation called the Round Table.
Yeah.
And for those of you who may have heard of it, it's a global organisation for men between the ages of 40 or 45, depending on which country you're in, so 18 and 45. And so I was the national president of that in 2008, 2009. So part of that role, and when I was area chairman and the chair of the local club, it's kind of after dinner speaking and running meetings. And I was traveling around to other clubs and functions and doing their sort of State of the Nation tour. And I was always the warm up for the comedian or the guest speaker or the paid speaker. And there's always this expectation that I'd be entertaining. So as well as doing a bit of "come on troops, we can do this" sort of stuff, I also had a little bit of a comedy routine. So I was quite used to doing some after dinner speaking. People have always called me a bit of a joker. I've always kind of been light-hearted and jovial and kind of a troublemaker, I suppose.
Yeah.
So the opportunity to do a bit of stand-up, it didn't scare me because I'd done stand-up. Not comedy club type stand-up, more after dinner speaking stand-up, which is a complete, I think we've got Peter Edge on the call. There's a big difference between after dinner stand-up and comedy club stand-up. The audiences are different. They're both challenging, but the way you deliver the comedy, I think, is completely different.
Yeah.
Because I think some of the after dinner stuff is more because you get to know your audience a bit more first, and you can pull people out the crowd. You work out some of the characters, and you can weave them into your jokes and stuff. So it's a different sort of experience. Whereas stand up, you're very much more detached, I think.
Yes.
So I was used to doing a lot of stand up, a lot of comedy stuff. So when someone said, "Do you want to do some stand up?" In fact, you saw me at the Professional Speakers Association.
I did, yeah.
I thought, well, let's do it. And then I said, let's do it. And then 3 days before I was due to go on, I thought, well, what's my gig? I didn't have a gig. I think I went to bed that night. I think I left you in the bar and said, right, I need to go up to the room now because I've got to do the stand up tomorrow. And I need to write the routine. So I literally went upstairs and wrote the routine the night before.
Yes.
On a fag packet. Well, I think it was the hotel note paper you get by the side of your bed with a pen. I think I used that as the to write the act, and then I stood up the next day, as you saw, and delivered it. So yeah, it
Yeah.
wasn't. But I based it on the irony of being trans and the questions I get asked and the situations I've had. So it was a very easy routine because it was all true stories. It was all kind
Yeah.
of, it was comedy around observation of what's happened to me. So it was quite
Yeah.
easy to do.
Yes. Can I, there's a few comments I want to tell you about in a minute, but I want to go on to the penultimate place really. First of all, before I do that, what's your artifact? What did you bring with you to demonstrate what you're doing today? Oh,
I've got my chattery teeth. So what these are is I decided I wanted to start a podcast,
yes.
and I decided I was going to call my podcast Inclusion Bites, BITES. And so when I was trying to do the artwork and the setup for the podcast, and I've also got a newsletter now called Spotlight, which is Inclusion Bites Spotlight. I decided in my head I had this picture of these teeth as being the bites, the
Right.
inclusion bites. So I googled some images, and I didn't like any that I found, and I thought, well, let me buy the teeth and take my own photographs. I've actually photographed these teeth on a green screen. I've had them chattering around the desk, and I've got some little video of it running around.
Yes.
And so when you look at the artwork for my podcast, these are the teeth that I
What
photographed.
are
So they are the teeth that I've used.
I didn't
So I
know
thought
that.
I actually own. I not only do I own the copyright, I own the teeth. So yeah, that's. And sometimes if someone's on mute, I go, oh, I can't hear you. Can you put your teeth in?
It kind of proves the point that artifacts can really help. Can I just tell you, Joe, the chat in the room isn't working properly tonight, so I'll just have to read this to you directly from the streams. But Tom Morley has said he thought the Googlebox people were actually very sympathetic towards you, and it was quite moving to see them having their minds blown in a good way. Was that how you felt about it?
Yeah, I did. I thought it was very true to life, and the reason I like showing it as part of my training is because I know that they're thinking that in the audience. So it's actually a reflection of society. I think Gogglebox is a slice through society, top to bottom.
Yes.
And so I know when I walk on stage or I walk into a group of people, there are some people who have those thoughts. Okay, some of them are negative, some of them are more positive, but they're kind of like the typical average, the curiosity, the well-meaning, but don't know. And I think it's very insightful to listen to them.
Yes. I've got some feedback from Peter Edge. He thought your routine was excellent at the comedy night. But he's also referencing your film reference. He's got, I want your boots, your jacket, and your motorcycle. Oh, you really are a comedian, Peter Edge. Yeah. And Joanne Wright has said, Marianne, your children stand by you. That this is real love. There is nothing more important than that. Oh, that's giving me goosebumps.
I mean, if you haven't watched the series, The Making of Me or the Gogglebox, you will see the immense pain that my wife Marie was going through, and I often describe it as trying to do the most selfish thing in the world in the least selfish way, because you don't transition for anybody else. I didn't do this for anybody else. Therefore, by definition, it's selfish.
Yeah.
Often people see the word selfish as being a negative word, but I was doing it for myself. Therefore, it was selfish.
Yeah.
And I don't see that as negative or self-destructive. But then I was also recognizing that I was the pain causer and I was the pain fixer. And this is like going to the Green Mile. We got Bubba, the big black guy.
Big guy.
He sucks the pain out of people, and all those sort of like bees or whatever that comes out of them. And that's how I felt with my wife, where I could see the pain in her eyes, the struggle she was facing day to day going through this. And all I could do was suck this out. And of course, by sucking her pain out, I transferred it into me. Yeah. And I was kind of tumbling down to make her feel better. And we got to this point where if I felt happy, it made her sad. And she was sad, I felt sadder, if that makes sense. And it kind of, I was almost like being penalized for getting on with my life and being happy by the negativity it caused her. So it took a lot of talking, and Channel 4 being marriage guidance, basically. We were filming this documentary. We were being interviewed for a day every 4 to 6 weeks. We were with the camera crew for a day every 4 to 6 weeks. And they were really shining this in our eyes, saying, so how do you feel? How does that make you feel? What is this? What are you thinking about? So really, really deep questions that you would never have talked about. And
Yes.
so whilst I look back at it and go, wow, that was a huge amount of anxiety, huge amount of pain we went through with them. And it's very disruptive to our life. I look back with fond memories and feel that we wouldn't have come through this in the same way without them, because it allowed us to explore our feelings in a way we could never have done on our own.
Yes. Yes. And the final part, really, but this might be the most interesting part in many ways, because one of the things that I really believe is important about what the reason I do this show, Joanne, is because I believe that stories can act as an empathy engine. You know, they can help people understand what it's like to be in someone else's shoes, whether it's compassion or empathy. We could argue about that in another place, but and I think already you've given me goosebumps about 4 times, and I know you. And I think that is credit to you, because I personally don't think we hear enough of each other's stories, and whether that's about your sexuality or whether that's about even I mean, how few stories do we hear about COVID on the television so you can actually understand the individual's experience of it? It's all data, but it's the stories that sell the thing. It's not the data. So I think your story to this point has been beautiful, and certainly for me, and I'll ask people to tell me what they think in a minute. If you could put it in the chat, folks, what you think so far. But can I ask you? It's maybe a slightly odd question, but has your story changed since you went through, 4 or 5 years ago till today? Do you tell it any different today?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I mean, obviously, I've got The Making of Me, the TV documentary that I can always refer back to. I know exactly when that was shot in 2016, 2017, or 2018.
Yeah.
And I watched it back a couple of months ago, the scene where I was filling in the forms for my passport, and what I was talking about at the time, and I almost didn't recognize myself. It was
Really?
like watching an echo of another time or another person, and it took a real deep. I mean, I started crying watching myself back, because I'd forgotten that pain or that torment about changing my name, filling that form in, and what that meant to my relationship, and how Marie was uncomfortable with it, and the challenge I'd have, and what brought me happiness gave her sadness, and that was kind of the yin and the yang I faced. And I also look back at some podcasts I recorded back in those early days. After there was a play being shown 2 nights in Bedford in 2017 in the April, and it was around a trans character, and I was in touch with this guy called Mike Elliston, who wrote it and was the director, and he wanted me to come along and narrate and do the story afterwards. So the play was shown, then he wanted me to come on and say, as a trans person, this is what I felt, this is what I saw, this is the narrative that I picked up on this, and kind of do this post-show narration, followed by a bit of a lived experience talk, followed by Q&A.
Yeah.
And he recorded one of those talks, and I watched that back, and I thought, wow, I know I said that, but I don't remember the pain or the thing that made me want to say that. And I think as we move on, those past experiences, those past traumas and pains and things, they fade. And the way I describe my transition today is a lot more positive than when I was in the middle of it.
Right.
I'm more detached. I've almost forgotten, if you like, I transitioned because I've gone so far in my mind. I mean, it's only 4 years, but I've come so far in accepting who I am, being accepted. Most of the people I know, such as yourself, some good friends, I can see on the side here, Tom and Pete, people like that. You've only known me as me.
Yeah.
So my life, I talked about being Arnold Schwarzenegger, coming through with only what was dangling between my legs at the time.
Yes.
That's another image you don't need.
God. I was just thinking that, funny enough. Yeah.
So I've almost all of the investment I made up to that point, I've cut those chains. I'm no longer dependent on on my old life. I
Yes.
don't live in the same property. I don't hang out with the same friends. I've still got the friends, but
Yes.
we don't have like a codependent relationship like we used to.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody I now know hang around with network value
Yeah.
in my life is new.
Yeah.
So in that context, I don't have this kind of grey area. I don't have this kind of Peter can't unsee this. Yeah, I saw that before. I don't have this kind of grey area of being forced back into my old life.
Yes.
And the very rare occasions I do meet old friends, or I have to put myself back in that environment, I find it really tricky. I find it really, really hard. And I
Yes.
feel so uncomfortable. I want to escape from there as quick as possible because it brings back all of those old thoughts, all that old pain.
Yes.
Whereas I can, it's not, I'm not erasing or blocking it out
Yeah.
in that kind of negative way. It just isn't me anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's like meeting an older university friend and only talking about what you did at university,
Yes.
and you've moved on completely, and it's kind of they're still living in that past and you're not. But
Yes.
the trouble I have with my friends is the reason we can't really develop our relationship anymore is because we haven't reinvested. So we've only got history, we haven't got present or
Yeah.
future.
Yes.
And I don't want to keep talking about history because that history isn't my history. It's a past history, and I don't want to keep going back to it.
Yes.
And so
Yes.
unless I create new memories with them and create new history, it's
Yeah.
never going to be easy. Which is why I find it so much less stressful talking to you, talking to my new friends,
Yes.
and enjoying my current life because it's all new history. I'm creating
Yes.
new memories with no legacy, and
Yeah.
that's the power of where I am now, and I don't look back. I'm looking forwards, and it's a fantastic place to be.
Do you know, Joe, I admire you massively, you know that. But I would suspect that if you showed your workings to your friends in another form, maybe a written form or something, that they would come towards you, Joe.
Oh no, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah.
We've had drunken conversations. We've sat there and talked about this,
Okay.
and we've all come to the same conclusion.
Yeah.
We don't have new memories, and we all sat down about 8 months ago before COVID and said we need to make a conscious effort to create new memories and new
Yes.
with me as me, and do
Yeah.
the same things, but do it again for real. It's sort of, and yet COVID hit, and that kind of put the scuppers on it. But I have got a couple of great friends, and one of my best friends of old, he was one of the first people to embrace me, and
Yeah.
actually said he said, let's go out for a meal, let's get to know you.
Brilliant.
But I mean, to be
Yeah.
fair to him, he was very insistent it wasn't a date. He's going, this is not a date. This is not a date. It's not a date. And of course, once he said that, I was going,
Yeah.
come on, you and me.
Again, Joe, that again, the way you tell your story, again, you have a certain way of self-deprecation, don't you? I mean, you're not, and I know that there are things that I'm like for everybody that will get you will be like red hot buttons for you. I'm sure there are, but you have that way of telling your story, and I don't mean to patronize. Please tell me if I'm patronizing. I don't mean to be, but I find it very easy talking to you. You said earlier about the elephant in the room. I find it very easy to talk to you about your elephant in the room because you've told me your story. And I think it is, it's obviously a testament to you, but it's also a testament to storytelling, because if people know your story, they can empathize with it. Don't you think that's true? Must be.
For sure.
Yeah.
Certainly. If I don't tell you anything about me, you can't know anything about me. You
Yeah.
can't help me.
Yeah.
If I
Yeah.
share something about me
Yes.
within my safety limits, then you can help me. Provided I
Yeah.
trust you. If I trust you to use that knowledge for good,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure what the internet's going to do with this knowledge, but hopefully the
Yes.
internet will use this knowledge for good. Then
Yes.
I bring you into my trust zone, and then
Yeah.
we can talk. But
Yes.
what I've also got to be careful of is that I'm comfortable talking like this, so you can't. No one can assume that another trans person or another person
Oh,
in my
no.
circumstance is as
No.
comfortable being this open. And so the danger is people get used to me thinking it's
Yeah.
okay to talk like this. And I've
Yeah.
also got to be very careful is that not everybody wants to be open. Not everybody has my lived experience. Not everybody has my life experience.
Yeah.
So I've got to be careful that I don't set this benchmark where
Yeah.
people can think they can talk to anybody like this. And so that's,
Yes.
I represent one person, me.
Yeah, of
I don't
course.
speak for anybody else. I don't pretend to speak for anybody else.
Yeah.
This is me.
Yeah.
So as long as
Absolutely.
people understand that my openness isn't universal, it's just
Mhm.
me, and
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with who I am. Other
Yes.
people have a different way of describing themselves and being comfortable. So I think that's the important thing to take away from it is that
Yeah.
you've met me, and this is my story.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Joanne, I have to say thank you very, very much for tonight. And I'll repeat, thanks for sharing your workings, because it is fantastic, and it's such a great example of the power of story. And I know from the comments that actually there's one here that's very funny. Drunken conversations. I find that very hard to believe. That was Peter again. Maybe I should ban you from this channel, Peter. You know us too well. So we have to finish now. So thank you very much. But before we do, where can people get hold of you? Is it the website? Is that the best place for people to see you, or is there other places you'd like to point them toward?
I always signpost people to LinkedIn. So if you search for Joe Lockwood, J-O Lockwood at LinkedIn, or Joanne Lockwood on LinkedIn, you should recognise me. seachangehappen.co.uk you'll find my YouTube channel, my Twitter, my Facebook, everything from there. Or Google my name, Joanne Lockwood. I think there's only one person that appears on the first 4 or 5 pages, and they're dead. So, so on the basis I'm not dead, you should look for the one that's moving.
Well, just remains to say thank you very much, Joanne. I hope everyone found that as interesting as I did. And I think next week we've got quite a lot to think about, haven't we? So thank you. Thanks for all your comments. And I really look forward to seeing you all next week on the next episode of Artifact Storytelling Live. Thank you.
Bye.
Well, how about that? What a fantastic conversation. Talk about, honesty, humor, openness, frankness, emotional. Oh God, there's some women, Joe. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. And to the person who made the comment on YouTube, you are gone. You will never be an intelligent human being. Not happy. Go away. Not welcome here. So I've got a couple of bits and pieces again I'd like to show you. Again, I've got a piece of poetry. Now this is a really quite powerful piece again. Now I'll just get it queued up. It's funny with this software because you can only queue up one video at a time, which is quite awkward when you're doing this sort of thing, because I can't look at you and look at the screen at the same time, which is a bit of a pain. Now, this piece of poetry is by Kay Tempest. Now, who used to be Kate Tempest, who I can't imagine what she's gone through, and she's now identifying as they. Now, I find the pronoun thing quite difficult because I'm not used to it, and I want to respect it. I'm not against it at all. But so this is Kay Tempest, and I've seen Kate probably 7 or 8 times now. I got introduced to her. Now, where was that? She did a. See there, I did it again. It comes out. They did a talk. I think it was in London, and it was in a little pub, and there was hardly anybody there. And Kate came on, and she just was a complete force of nature. And a terrific poet, and it's so the poetry is visceral. Now, the last tour they did, which had for me, there was a bit too much of that heavy R&B beat behind what she was saying. I did it again, but nevertheless, utterly brilliant. If you've never heard of Kay Tempest, well, once again, I'm very jealous.
The woman the boy became. Born more brawn than most, born warm, born close to ghosts, born storm. Born old, grew young. You could tell she wasn't from the same place as the rest. Born strong, born wrong. She grew. Growing is what anyone would do. Given the particulars, she knew what she knew. She was ridiculous. Born too smart and too dumb. Born to hold the world under her tongue. Don't swallow yet. She felt all the things that others didn't feel, or if they did a lot to conceal what the feelings were. She felt skies and bricks and rain. She felt it all, it made her fall and weep beneath a crawling dawn when everything was ruined, torn. She felt ill, but she felt still. How many yous have you been? How many lined up inside, each killing the last? How many times have you felt yourself change, seen yourself splitting in half? Born hero, born freak, born weirdo, born blind, born seeing, born man, she stands. The hillside beneath her is crumbling, the sky frowns, the land wants to return to the sea. She has been touched without asking, punched by a madman, drunk in a bad town. When she puts her hands down and feels what's beneath, she feels all the grief of the world, lay a wreath for the girls. She will march until she feels tarmac respond. She will die for our wrongs, we won't notice. She will be fire and sleet and granite, space rock shattering the planet. She wants to stop it spinning in its tracks like a dumb child. She will be prophet one day. For the moment, she soaks up all that she can. She will own it. This filthy body, this life, the dethronement of all that was precious in favor of all that was tepid. Opponents mean nothing. She's Titan, born of the first breed, born in the last days, frightened of nothing that bleeds. The more that you hate her, the less that she needs. All of her childhood passed in a flash when she woke on her back in a clearing. Time to be me now. How many yous will you carry, weeping and desperate to marry? How many yous will you turn out the light for the night? She has burnt out, but she'll be all right. She is coming up, child of her time. Well, she rises. She will see through these disguises. They stab knives in her thighs. See the swell of her iris. She survives. She will run till the cities are vanquished and all of the children are gods again.
Now that's what you call performance poetry. Bloody hell. Kay Tempest, what an absolute star. I can't recommend Kay more than, stunning. And again, you feel, well, you can feel it, can't you? You can feel that's coming from a place deep inside Kay. And wow, absolutely wow. I must have heard that, I don't know, 100 times. I don't know. But every time I listen to it, I just, wow. I dedicate that to you, Joe. As somebody has just commented, Simone's just commented, we need to flood out the bad, don't we? Flood out the bad. Let's get away from all this nonsense. Right. Yeah. Thanks, Joanne. Absolutely. Mic drop. Absolutely. Brilliant. I'm almost speechless. I mean, it's ridiculous. When I was setting this up, I thought, I've got to put Kay Tempest in somewhere. I could do the whole show about her. Anyway, let's right. Before we move on, I'm going to do a little exercise with you now. There's only a few of us on here, so let's do this. If you just give me 2 or 3 minutes. I did it yesterday when I gave a keynote speech for the Service Desk Institute, and I've been doing really well. So it's dead simple, but it kind of gets across a point that, well, I'm not going to tell you what the point is. Let me just do it. I want you to look at a picture, and on this picture, there's a whole load of numbers, and it's I think it's 1 to 45. I think I said 1 to 50 yesterday. It's 1 to 45. Maybe it's 0 to. Oh, I think it's 1 to 45. And what I want you to do is I want you to read it and see how far you can get. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4. See how many numbers you can spot. Now, yesterday I had the music to countdown playing over this, but I can't work out how to do it today. So just gonna have to be on silent. So here's, well, I can talk, kind of. I can go did it. Here's the picture. So see how far you can get. Right, 1 to 49. 1 to 45. Sorry, go. Right, how are we doing here? Right, that's 5 seconds already. I'm not going to say much because I'll put you off. Halfway. Five seconds. Done. Right, how far did you get? How far did you get? Now, when I first did this, I think I got to 10. I saw it at a conference. I was speaking at a conference. Where was I? London. And it was an HR conference. And the fella who showed it was, I think he was the HR director from Rolls-Royce, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's who I got this from, and asked him if I could use it, and he said yes. Let me show you another way, right? Let me show you another way and see how you go on. Joe, oh dear, I got to 3. Excellent. At least you're honest, Joe. So I got to 8, right? So try it this time. You'll notice there's one small change on this. So you ready? Go. That's 10. Five seconds. Done. How'd you go on that time? How far did you get? If you're watching this on replay, still play because it's quite important. How far did you get that time? Now, the second time I did it, I think I got to about 30. Now, some smarty pants yesterday got to 33 the first time and 45 the second. 12, Joe. Well done. That's a big improvement. Now, all I did was I drew some lines on there, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 34. Yeah, it suddenly becomes a sequence. Rather than your brain flickering all over the picture, you start to see the pattern. And people like patterns. You know, we see, pictures of Jesus in toast, or we see, a picture of Che Guevara in a mountain or whatever. Our brains work in a way that we look for patterns, but sometimes you have to frame something. You have to reframe something to help you actually see it. And I think that is what Joe and Kay just did. For me, it was. You need to encounter and listen. There's one of my favorite quotes, and this is applicable for everybody. It's this. It's not attributable. I think I heard it on an interview on Being. I've Googled it, can't find a source. I'm using it. It's this. Listening is touching at a distance. Listening is touching at a distance. So there's an intimacy to it. And I think that is quite powerful. I think that can really get across to somebody like me. I mean, I'm not a great listener. I mean, I've got one of these busy brains, and quite often it sounds terrible, but I will probably be answering the question before the person has finished, which is terrible. Shouldn't do it. That bad, but I know I do it. Maybe that's down to my meditation practice, but I mean, I know I do it. And I'm working on, incidentally, I start a new relationship with a coach tomorrow. Imagine trying to coach me. What a nightmare he's going to have. But he's pretty good. He's based in St. Lucia. He's obviously done okay with himself. But he's going to be helping me for the next 3 months, because I think it's something we should all be aware of when you've got these sort of things going on in your head. But that reframing thing, I think, is quite powerful. I hope you enjoyed the little exercise. I love that exercise. I use it a lot now online. I've never used it on a stage, but I use it online because it's obviously quite easy to do that exercise online. So I hope you find it reasonably useful. Now, I'm going to go a bit me for a minute again. I'm just going to show you a very short video if I've got it queued up properly. Where is it? Oh, I know what to do. I'm going to show you one of my little videos, and this is actually about me speaking and what I do for a living effectively. So let me just get it queued up. Now, I'm showing you this because the other thing that I've experienced over the last 6 months, and in particular, it's weird, in the last 10 days, is I had no calls from March to January. Nothing, right? My business just went ba-dumph like that. Then I had a couple, and in the last 10 days, I've had 13 calls about work. And this video has largely helped. And what I did with it, I made it myself. I built these skills up I told you about earlier, and I made this one myself. Now, I made this about 3 months ago, and if I was making it again, I would change it. But let me show you it, because I'm actually quite proud of it. There's a little countdown at the start of it, I think. Yeah. So I hope you enjoy. If you've never seen it before, I hope you enjoy it. I'm quite proud of it. Everything we do really has to be time well spent. Who says that virtual events have to be less fun and less impactful than live events? What if we could make them amazing? So this is where I deliver my premier level of service, my virtual keynotes. I can't wait to show you what we've done to create a entertaining and value-laden virtual experience, and not a Zoom apocalypse like this. So this is one of the best books I've come across when you're trying to communicate. Come with me. My passion today is the same as it's always been, and that is to help leaders like you with my playbook of practical tools and mental models for the future of work. Such are the times that we live in that these tools have never been so important as we face the new norm. My old friend here has been crucial in reminding me every day that everything we do really has to be time well spent. In this space, I ask my coaching clients to think about what the future could be. That often begins with a challenge. Start close in with the step you don't want to take. I'll maybe talk to you again later. This is my creative space, and it is where I produce my live broadcast events. I've spent the best part of 20 years working with hundreds of organisations and people, providing them with tools and techniques and ways of thinking and co-creating their futures. Look, I know that live events can be absolutely amazing, but virtual events can really add something. The only thing that limits our virtual events is our imaginations. We've tried all sorts of technologies, and I believe we've come up with a mix that is just right for our clients. I'm not sure about this though. So this is where I deliver my premium service, my virtual keynotes. Oh, hello. Fancy seeing you again. Pre-recorded events have proven to be really popular, especially when I can be there in the room, focusing on the comments and the feedback that's happening in the live stream as they watch my pre-recorded digitally and analog enhanced videos. I look forward to working with your organisation, and I promise your people will feel that that had been time well spent. Hope you enjoyed that. I quite enjoyed making that, and I think it's something that a lot more. Oh, my camera's fallen down, hasn't it? Sorry about that. Look at that. I think it's something that more and more companies are now starting to think about. Being better online. Although even yesterday when I was speaking at a conference, I was quite surprised at how many people have still got the sort of horrible green screen things behind them. I mean, green screen can work, but most of the time it's not a good idea if you're at home. You just, as I said in that, showed in that video where I was hamming it up, but it tends to not like you if you've got funny hair or one of my friends, he's bald, and he was saying his head keeps disappearing every time he's on green screen, which is not a good thing. So yeah, I think although I suspect we're going to go back towards work, and you can see the link here in a minute when I tell you who's speaking next. I think that it's shown us this last few months that there's an opportunity here, because I don't like particularly like doing virtual work. I find it, okay. I like doing this one-to-one, but I'm sitting in a room at the top of my house talking to a camera. I mean, this is not, if you look at our, psychology and how it developed, we weren't developed through evolution, to do this. So no, I'm looking forward to crowds. In fact, I can't wait to get back into a room full of people and get chatting to them. And I just hope that everyone behaves themselves and gets vaccinated, and we can get back to that, because I'm excited. But I think there is going to be this gap now where people will do a bit more of this. And I think that's a good thing, because it cuts down, obviously the climate issues are massive. And if people spend maybe 1 or 2 days at work and don't commute for the other 2 or 3 days, that'd be fantastic. So yeah, I hope we do see a change in the next 2 or 3 years that sees us doing more of this thing. But if you're looking for an edge, do it right. I've only got, what have I got? I've got a proper light over here. This was about 100 quid. I've got £100 web camera. It's a Logitech HD 1080. I've got one of these mics, one of them, the blue snowball mic, and I've got a little ring light there, tiny little one about that size, and a little natural light there. And obviously I've got my audio thing here. That's it, right? So you don't need to spend a fortune to do it, but even just getting a light and a decent background gives you an edge, guys. Honestly, it gives you an edge. And this is what this whole day is about. I want you to, enjoy these stories, get something out of these stories, but hopefully I'm going to give you some edges as well. So think about it. It's so simple to do. And yet people still don't do it. So get ahead of the game, and think about how you look, and even where you position your camera, it should just be at eye level or slightly above it. And above me here, I've only got like a little bit of room here. That's the sort of the peak distance, because you want people to look here and see what you're saying. So think about that. A lot of folk do this sort of thing. They're talking up to their camera like that. It's really daft. Anyway, so linking with that, my next guest, who I need to queue up. Oops, just bump my microphone. The other thing. Now, hold on. Let me just do this first. My next guest is Jean Fleming. As I said earlier, I've known Jean for quite some time. We spent time in the same company for about 5 years, I think it was. It might have been more than that. I don't know, Jean, if you're watching. It was quite a while. And Jean was in the sort of the HR function at the time, and I was in the consulting practice. And I did do some consulting in HR. So there was obviously, some crossover there in terms of our skills. But a few years ago, Jean was starting to, she says in the video, I won't tell the whole story because she does the story herself in the video very well, better than I can. But she started to move into, she found something she was passionate about and started to move towards it. Now, it's interesting because you hear a lot of these self-help guru types, entrepreneurs, a lot of them, talking about, find your bliss and, find your passion, and, that character, Simon Sinek, who I'll make a video about him sometime. They talk about find your why. Well, he nicked it from somewhere else. Anyway, that's by the by. And she did. She found her why. She found what she's really passionate about. And I let her talk about it in the video herself, but it's the sort of thing that I have certainly spent more time thinking about in the last year than I have in the last 20 years. You know, what do I want to do with myself? Now, I have to be honest, I'm not sure, because I mean, the other key competence, I mean, there's two competencies that I think are completely missed out by all the MBA programs and all leadership development programs. Remember earlier I said leadership development is the new pension. There's two of them that are really interesting. The storytelling, which is what we're doing today, but the other one's luck. Luck, people miss luck. Oh, you need luck if you're going to be successful. It's a key part of it. And you hear people saying, I'm not going to rely on luck. I'm not saying you should rely on luck, but you kind of need it, because if you get the right person at the right time who sees you speak, hears you speak, you know, experiences some of your work, that can make a massive, massive difference. I mean, I'm an ambassador at Twycross Zoo, and I might do a little appeal later, actually, if I get a minute. And that happened because I did a speech for a group in Birmingham, and in the audience was the chief executive of Twycross Zoo, Sharon, and she came to me at the end and had a chat. We got chatting. She invited me for coffee at the zoo. I went to the zoo. You know, she said, well, I'm unsure about, you know, I'd like to use you, but budgets are a bit tight. Is there anything we could do? And I said, well, what could I do for you? And you know, let me help you, and that will be something positive for me, because I'm a former biologist. And she said, well, why don't you be an ambassador? Ding, I'm an ambassador. And it just means that I get to, you know, see things behind the scenes. I get to, you know, try and help them, which I think is really important, because it's what we call a conservation arc. Anyway, that was pure luck, you know. So I think luck's important. But I'm going to put Jean on now. Now, Jean is a brilliant speaker, and as you know, again, her and I know each other, but she's also very, very good in the leadership coaching space. And it's one that, and she's actually on the board now at Atos. So she's operating all sorts of different levels with all sorts of different people. So I think she's well worth listening to us, Jean. Let me just put her on. I hope you find it useful. Right, so today I'm joined on the Edge Next vlog by Jean Fleming. Hi, Jean, how are you today?
Hi, Scott. I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, it's nice to see you. Now, there's a disclosure here. We know each other, so it won't be particularly formal, I don't suspect. So if that's all right.
That's
so
great.
Would you mind just letting everybody know what it is you do for a living?
Yeah, I'm a coach. I work with women either in leadership, or I have my own program where I help women change their lives, basically.
Right. Okay. So why did you decide to go into that as an area to focus on?
I think having a daughter has influenced that massively, actually. So my background's HR, so I've always been interested in working with people to some degree, and I did a couple of other roles after HR. I think I was trying to find my place. I'd got to a point in HR where I'd just become a bit disengaged with it. You know, I'd gone through centralising functions, devolving functions, restructuring numerous times in my 25 years of HR. And so I trained to be a coach, and this was about 7 years ago. And at that time, I was looking for something different. And at the same time as training for a coach, I got a job outside of HR within the business that I worked for. Right. And I was an operations director for a couple of years, and kind of didn't carry on with the coaching at that point. But then again, itchy feet, not feeling quite happy. Anyway, long and short, I got back into coaching and set up my own coaching company, and decided to start working with women. And it's really interesting when you set up your own company. I didn't want to declare that I wanted to work with women, even though I knew that was my passion. I knew that's what I wanted to do. But it gets to, you kind of think, oh no, I'm starting my own business. What if I don't have enough clients? Bear in mind, 50% of the population are female, you know, and there's enough of them out there to service, or cater for, if you like. Yes. But yeah, I was too scared when I first went live with my website to declare I wanted to work with women. But over the past few years, I've kind of refined that and been very clear that I only work with women. And I think it generates such an interesting response from people, often men. Why do you work with women? Don't you think men need to make change in their lives? And I think, yeah, they do, but I resonate more with women because I am one. Ta-da! So I kind of understand it more, but it, you know, so I don't defend what I do and how I do it, because this is me and this is how I do it, and people will either like it or they won't, and that's fine, and I don't have to justify anymore what I do. But I think my daughter's 11, and I think having a daughter and looking, yeah, she's almost 12 actually, but yeah, that's flown by, hasn't it? Isn't it? Jeez. But she and I think having her and seeing her growing up and just thinking, what sort of world would I like to generate for her? What contribution can I make to her future in terms of having an impact on the environment? And I think working with other women and helping women hold each other up and collaborate, and yeah, I just love working. I get such a buzz working with women.
Right, okay.
I don't hate men, Scott. I don't hate men.
You don't. No, I know you don't. No. We can maybe come back to that.
Well, I'm not sure that's appropriate for YouTube.
Well, I don't know. But I think the comment about finding your niche or finding your passion, it's one of the things that they don't teach you in entrepreneur school. But everybody who everybody I've spoken to, and it's many people who have gone from a corporate job to running their own business, I think one of the first lessons you've got to get into your head is you need to choose your niche.
Yeah.
Because I made exactly the same mistake. Because I somebody said, what do you focus on? I said, well, business transformation. What's that? Well, it's procurement, it's IT, it's HR, it's, and folk look at you and they go, you can't possibly, and I mean, you do possibly, but they don't want that. They want you to focus on something, don't they? They want you to
and it's interesting because as a coach, you've got a core toolkit that you can apply to many situations. So actually, you could be procurement, HR, sales, whatever, but I think people feel more comfortable if they think you're an expert or specialising in them and their type of thing.
Yes, and they're very good career. I mean, I know one lady who does coaching for women as well, but she focuses on women in accounting.
Right.
She's really focused, and she makes a very good living.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting. I haven't necessarily declared HR as one of my things, but because it's the background and a lot of my contacts are in HR, many of my clients end up being HR or other.
Right. Okay. I mean, for me, it's quite. This won't surprise. I mean, I spent 20 years in HR, and I mean, I've got a problem with the matriarchy. Everyone else talks about the patriarchy. I mean, nearly all of my bosses were women. Only once did I have a man as a boss. So I'm not a good sample.
Well, do you know what? It's really interesting because I think women have a bad reputation for leadership in some ways. Let me explain. I was last year when we were allowed to socialise, I had some friends over, and a couple of my friends who are leaders within their organisations were saying, I don't like working for women. And I just said, how can you generalise? And they just said, no, every woman I've worked for, she's been absolutely awful. I'm just like, but you're women leaders. What would you feel if your team were generalising about you in that way? And actually, if you look at research and stereotypes, and the research and the data shows that women, and particularly in the pandemic, actually, it's come about, but we have a different set of skills, different set of strengths. There's things that men are better at, there's things that we're better at. It doesn't make one better than the other, but we just have a different set of skills, which actually, it turns out in a crisis, are quite useful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember there's a guy called, he's got a very unusual name. He's called Bent Flyberg. Like, you come across Bent's work, and he's an academic in Oxford, and he studies mega projects, so there's sort of $500 million and above projects. And he did a review of leadership, and basically, it's a long story, but the conclusion was that, and it was a proper study, it wasn't like a Daily Mail type study, it was a proper study, and the conclusion was that women are the biggest problem for women progressing in leadership. And whoa! And whenever I mentioned that, I mean, I back when the world was we could meet face to face, whenever I mention that to groups, I very frequently get all the women in the room going, yep.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I'm immediately thinking, why would that be? And actually, I think it might be the same reason as women aren't necessarily brilliant at promoting themselves. And there's this whole thing about women that we roll our sleeves up and we get our head down and work on the job in hand, and multitask or whatever, but we get on and do the job. But we're less strong most of the time, in my experience, of managing our careers and looking at where are we going next. We wait for opportunities to land on our lap. So I kind of think if we're doing that to our own career, is that where we're letting other women down? Because if we're not looking forward for our own career, how are we helping them with driving forward their career? I don't know. And if we're role models, are we displaying the wrong behaviours in that sense?
Yeah, that's a really interesting observation. Do you think, we could go in all sorts of directions here. I mean, this is not my view, but I've heard other people saying that a lot of female leaders, particularly in the 80s and the 90s, not so much now, I don't think. This is old perspectives. But a lot of female leaders take on male characteristics. And it's true, if you look at the newscasters, a lot of the women who are on the news are very male. At least they used to be.
Yeah, and I think, we talk about, and I talk to my clients about power poses, the whole Amy Cuddy thing and how you stand. And, you think when you go back to the 80s and Dynasty and the power dressing and the shoulder pads and all of that, and the suits and stuff that we would have had on then. I don't think that is so much these days. No, I don't feel it in the environments that I work within. I think there's something though about women not owning their voice. I think there's something where we allow our inner critic to minimise our confidence, that we don't feel we can speak up enough. I think that's probably one of the common things that I deal with my clients.
Why is that then? Why do you think that is?
I think women suffer from imposter syndrome more than men, although it's not exclusive for women. Men do get it as well. So, the whole thing around I'm not good enough, or, I've only been lucky to get here, I've got here by chance, and not really owning your success through your hard work and everything that you've done. So I think imposter syndrome ends up holding us back in that way. So maybe that's part of it. That then impacts on your confidence and being able to put yourself forward for things, because you don't think you're, they'll find me out, I'm not really meant to be here kind of thing. So then if you don't have that confidence, you don't push yourself forward for the next job maybe.
Right. So I that's not my experience of women in my job. I've always been surrounded by powerful women who were really driven. So maybe it's just my niche. Jean, because you think back to the consulting times, those women were ferocious.
Yeah, but ferocious in a way of adopting male behaviours, or
they were very
driven?
ambitious, ambitious. Certainly. I come from having nearly all women in my environments. I found it. I have met men and women with that imposter syndrome perspective, but I've always found women to be. I actually prefer working for a woman. So unlike other, I know there's some people don't. I've always found it easier because they're more they've got a sort of empathy. But I don't know. Maybe obviously it's not. That's only my bubble. It's not a general statement. I'm just talking about my own bubble. I can't possibly refer to everybody. But I do wonder about it, and whether. Obviously your clients are telling you that, so you must be seeing it. You must be.
It's interesting actually, your use of the word ferocious, because I associate that with negativity. They're ferocious.
Right.
And when you say ambitious, it gives me a different sort of vibe around it all. So I just wonder whether ferocious would have been a word that you would use to describe an ambitious man as well. I don't know, but I just kind of does ambition make them ferocious? Ferocious for me is more than ambition. It's a bit more of a negative behaviour, but that's just my interpretation.
But that's a definition issue. It's a bit like the word vulnerable. You can say the word vulnerable and it can mean bad things and it can mean good things. So if that took you the wrong way, I didn't mean that. That's about. I'd have used that for anybody. I wouldn't just use that for women. I'd use it for anybody. It's that maybe the word drive is a better word then if you're not comfortable with the word ferocious. But
maybe it's just me picking up.
No, it might just be me.
It is interesting because some of the things, or a really common thing I work with women on, is boundaries. And for me, actually, it links to vulnerability, because they're scared to say no for fear of their job. So that is their vulnerability about their capability and their security, feeling secure in their role, actually.
Okay, yeah.
So they don't set boundaries, so they end up doing excessive hours, and they end up responding to demands over the weekend when it's their family time. And I always am trying to get women to set a boundary, be very clear that I just think, in the world of business, it's very busy, and business will take. I don't think this is exclusive to any individual organisation. I think unless you say, no, I'm done here, this is my time, then they'll just keep taking. So I think it's really important that we, as women and men, but we learn to use our voice and say, no, we all need to recharge the batteries, we all need weekends off work, we all need family time, now more than ever, I think, because it's all such a blur, Monday to Friday. Your split shifts that you're working, and tag team with partners who are doing homeschooling and stuff. Your work day is extended, I think, to not having much time.
Do you think that's a really nice point, and I think that's got potential to change the future? I think it might be. I don't know if you've got a thought on that. Is there something that you would like us to take into the post-COVID time?
Oh my God, yeah. I think the key thing I would like is and this comes from Sheryl Sandberg, and she talks about getting your partners to be partners. I think women still take on the lion's share of the caring responsibilities in most cases. So I think for men now, having seen what it's like at home with the childcare and the schooling, I would love to think that it was more balanced going back into the workplace, whatever that looks like. I don't think we will ever go back to the workplace Monday to Friday 9 to 5 like we did before. I also don't think we should stay at home as we are now. For me, it's all about finding a balance, and I want that balance to be gender fluid, whether it's male or female. It doesn't really, I think all of us should have a balance. I don't think the pressure should be on any one to either do more homing or more hours in the workplace.
Yeah, no, I share that aspiration. I mean, I think it would be wonderful if we could learn from this experience and go back different. I wonder, I guess in 2008 when we had the big crash, we didn't all get sent home though, did we? But no. Not a lot happened, and I can't remember much changing.
So that, that was my year in Paris, Scott. That was my year when I was working in Paris, and I was pregnant. So actually, I was aware of the financial crash, but was probably more interested in my figure crashing. My own figures, not the financial figures.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Yeah. So
the highlight reel, that's definitely going in the highlights reel.
So from a business perspective, it didn't impact hugely the project that I was working on at that time.
Yeah. But go back to I'm really intrigued by. I like the aspiration of sharing. I love that. Remember, you're a partner. I think that's really, really powerful, actually. And I have to, as a bloke, I see a lot of men that do nothing at home. I mean, it is outrageous in 2021 that people are still like that.
But you know what? It's women. It's us using our voice, and it's both. Do you know what? It's the same as all the women I work with, and some women have said, it's not me that needs coaching, it's the men that need it. And I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's both. And I think it's the same at home. So I think it's partly my husband does half of the stuff because I wouldn't put up with it any other way, quite frankly. So and you probably know me well enough to know that that's true. But there's something about women not accepting it, but actually there's something about men not accepting it either. They're missing out on their kids, and it's such fun times with them. Pressure,
Yeah,
headaches, exhausting, you know, but actually the joy you get from them far outweighs the challenges I think you get with kids.
Yes.
And the same at work. So I think, yeah, great to work with women. I love all my women in leadership stuff and all the coaching I do with the senior females, but at the same time it's got to be a change within the environment that they work as well. So there has to be something culturally different. You know, the fact we still have gender pay issues, seriously, I just can't believe that we still have things like that going on. So there has to be that culture shift as well. It can't be just sort the women out or just sort the men out. We have to come together and do it as a partnership.
No, I agree. I mean, one of the worst things about I've experienced, not just in work, everywhere, and it's something that does exclude women nearly always, not always, but it's the sort of laddish culture, the sort of, I absolutely hate. I remember I had one of my first HR jobs, right? I was welfare officer at British Gas, and we had 74,000 employees, and it was a massive organisation, and welfare, ironically, back then was really important. It's suddenly come back for some reason. But anyway, and it was my job to look after welfare, and it was so male. I hated it. I hated everybody going down the pub playing football, and it was all wah, 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 and that still exists. I see it across the road, and now, I don't think we can change that because it's part of that male culture. But what it does do, certainly in my experience, it excludes the females.
Yeah, I was part of a leadership completely. I was part of a leadership team when I was in HR, and there was only a couple of us females. And the men every year would go to the Cheltenham races, and the women wouldn't get invited, and they'd be going with our recruitment partners, and all the lads would go off. I love the races. I love the horses. You know, it's not gender specific, and I just never understand why it has to be like that. It doesn't have to be like that.
It doesn't. I mean, I had a terrible experience, Jean, where I was shows how long ago it was. I was personnel manager in a university, and every single night the principal used to go to the pub across the road, and the management team would all go across, and it was all the men, none of the women would come. And I remember one of the lecturers saying to me, funny enough, her name was Jean, and she said to me, "How's the boys club?" And I was like, "What boys club?" She went, and I was like, "Oh God," you know. And I saw it for what it was, and that was real. And I was in the middle of it, so I'm not. But yeah, I've seen that. It's not good.
Yeah, and it still exists. It still exists a lot, you know. And the whole thing about changing cultures in organisations, when I go in and work with, you know, with organisations, it basically, when you're recruiting, you recruit people that you're drawn to, that resonate, and that's often people like you. So if you've already got a bunch of leaders that are male at the top, they will, unconscious bias, whatever you call it, they will default to recruiting people like them. So unless we get people consciously hiring to make a difference, I think we're a long way off from achieving any sort of true equality or true balance, you know. And that goes not just gender, that goes for people of colour or abilities or disabilities, you know, the whole remit. It just doesn't really make sense to me, because I think there's so much research that's been going on for decades around how a mixed leadership team brings better financial benefits to an organisation. It brings more innovation, it, you know, improves talent progression and various things. That is proven, and yet why do we still tackle with it? I don't understand, because if leaders of organisations know that it is going to bring them better financial gain and better successful organisations, not just in finance but in, you know, people wanting to work for the organisation, it being a good place to work for, why aren't more people pushing for it?
It's crazy. And have you got any ideas on how that could be improved then? Because we're obviously, I mean, it kind of depresses me, this, Jean, because I mean, I worked in 20 years in HR, you know, working in equal opportunities and all the old stuff, you know, the competency models and the try and take out all of this. In the UK, I think it's reasonable to say we're probably the fairest society in the world, if not maybe some of the Scandinavian countries, but we could come back to that because the data there it's not clear, not to me anyway. But why is it we still have this problem? Like, has HR been failing for 30 years?
Well, I don't think it's always HR. I think it's partly the business. So I guess the failing on HR, if there is one, is how well or not they influence the business. So and how much of a partner or a decision maker HR really is in running a business. I think that's probably where the challenge has been for HR, because I think ultimately, you know, gender pay, I'll come back to that.
Yeah.
If there's a gap, you know, why don't they just address the gap? You know, stop giving men pay rises until the gap is plugged. Yeah. But of course, men will say, well, no, we can't do that because they'll leave. Well, what do you think's been happening to your female population?
Yes, absolutely.
You know, that's why you don't keep your women in organisations. And actually, how is it fair? If that's your wife, daughter, sister, mother, working, doing the same job and not getting the same money, how is that? You know, it's just simply unfair. And I'm sure you've seen on social media or the examples of children where they give them sweets, one to a boy and one to a girl, and the jar of sweets for the boy is full and the girl isn't, and they say, well, that's not fair, and the boy starts sharing them over. So this kind of feels to me like this is learned behaviour. So what are we doing with our children to make sure that they know about fairness, so that when by the time they're in business that they're not adopting, you know, the rules of the 80s and 90s, and that we're starting to make a bit more of a shift change. So yeah, HR need more influence, I guess.
I mean, that's a really interesting observation as well, because I mean, I don't know about you, but I sometimes despair about it, because as a profession, I remember speaking at the IPM conference in Manchester in 1989 and speaking about this very issue. And
here we are 20 years later.
Here we are, you know, 30 years later.
All right, 19.
You know, it's anyway, so go back to your core activity then, the coaching. What is it about coaching then that you think can really help? What is it specifically that can, from your experience, that can really help women at work?
Yeah, so confidence. I think a lot of it comes down to confidence. A lot of it is about helping women be clear what's important to them in the workplace and what they want out of it. You know, it's almost an awakening for women to get them to realise, you know, don't allow this to happen to you. You're in control of your life and your destiny. Take ownership. So the whole career management piece, the whole, you know, I've talked about setting boundaries, but you know, how you push forward and manage your career. So it is, I like to think I'm making a little bit of difference for some of the women today that are starting to understand a little bit more about themselves, what their values are. You know, people are like not enjoying a job, but actually it's not the job, it's the organisation. They're just working in an organisation that's not aligned with their values, and actually when they realise that, they can do the same job in another organisation and get such joy out of it. And that's the sort of changes that I help women understand. It's what's important to them. It's, you know, playing more to their strengths is a key thing, because actually they sometimes too reactive. You know, we do what we think is needed rather than thinking, actually this is what I'm really good at, I'm going to focus on doing that. So it's how can we own it more and drive it more, I think, in terms of what we do and how we do it and who we do it for.
Do you think, I mean, I'll use the word ferocious again, because the other thing that I think we do agree on this, because I think we've spoken about it offline, but when I was a younger person, I was ferocious. I wanted promotion. I was drive all the time. About 15 years ago, I realized, oh my gosh, no, I don't want to be doing this. You know, it kind of came to me. It was like there was a guy we used to work with who died, you know, and he was like that, and he was mega driven, and and really determined all the time. He was always looking for the sale or the bang, 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 bang. He killed him. He didn't kill himself, but he worked him. I think he worked himself to death.
Yeah.
And this is again, it's my microcosm, but I feel much better now than I've ever felt because I don't have that anymore. You know, it's
so you had your awakening earlier than me, Scott, I think, but I got to my mid-40s and I started thinking, really, what's it all about? You know, and of course you're starting to get into menopause territory, and I think that helps you think a bit differently as well. Okay. And I had a young child then, and I just kind of thought, I'm away from home a couple of nights a week, I'm working long hours.
Yeah.
There's something wrong here. And I was fortunate, I was able to take some time out, and I did exactly that, took some time out and thought about what do I want to do. And this is where I went back to my coaching and revisited some of the things that I'd done while I was training, and actually reassessed what were my values, what was important to me, what do I want to do with my life. And the key thing that came out of it for me was about, actually, on my deathbed, it's not going to be my companies that are around me, it's, you know, it's going to be my family. So actually prioritize family now. And I keep hearing, I mean, the older we get, the younger you think people die, don't you? But it's kind of, you see people, like you say, work really hard and then die too early. Yeah. And I just think, I don't want to retire at 68, which I think is my current, you know, retirement date. I don't want to retire at 68 and then die 10 days later, hopefully not 10 years later. You know, so I want to enjoy life now. So I'm not saving for my retirement. I'm enjoying life now and getting that balance in now. So I made some significant changes, and, you know, don't earn what I earned a number of years ago, but actually I'm more happy for it. My time is more my own. I've got balance in my life. You know, it's a much better way to live. I think it's a healthier way to live.
Yes. And how, I mean, 100% we're in the same camp, absolutely the same. I think largely though, in my case, down to my other half, because she pushed me to stop having that drive. Calm down, Scott, you know, you don't need to do that. Why would you want to do that? You know, and she was coaching me, so yeah, you know, it definitely helped. But so what advice then would you give to, you've got a young daughter, I've got a young daughter as well, what advice would you give to them in terms of preparing to enter or not the corporate career?
Yeah, so I mean, so I always drive, do something you enjoy. Okay, that is first and foremost, because we do spend too many hours working for us not to do something that brings us joy. So that's kind of the first and foremost. I also drive to her to have financial independence, actually, because it gives her choices. I'm not saying I want her to be earning mega bucks or, you know, anything like that. I just want her to have some financial independence, so that she never feels trapped by anything, a company, a partner, by anything. I want her to have that freedom, that independence. I think be true to yourself. I mean, you know, it's as simple as that. Just be very clear about what's important to you, and follow that path. I mean, after my sort of shake up, if you like, a few years ago, where I changed the way I live my life, I designed a program based on all of the coaching. I cherry picked the best of the coaching tools that, if you like, that I use to reshape my life, and I've now packaged them into a program that I do for other women. And it's brilliant to see, you know, I've had women call me in tears, they haven't got the work-life balance, they're juggling family and children, and obviously this year it's been even more testing, but this was a few years ago. And she went on the program, and it just gave her perspective around what was important. And other people are coming saying they want a promotion, but actually they come on and realise work isn't everything. So it's getting some perspective in life. But actually, you know, I've had people who've been made redundant and then have gone on to set up their own business, or they've gone to find a job that actually the organisation is better suited to them. I've got so many examples of women who come on thinking they want one thing, but actually their outcome is completely different. But all of it is about getting in touch with themselves and what gives them joy and what's good for them, and going and living a more fulfilling life in line with that. So, you know, it's, again, that's not the leadership stuff necessarily that I do. It's more about change. Might be change of career, it might be change of job, but it might just be some tweaks in your lifestyle. And we always, I think, talk ourselves out of stuff. So, you know, a few years ago, I might have said to myself, no, I can't afford to give up my job. But actually, I changed where I shopped, I changed the car I drive, I changed the way I live my life. So, you know, we don't eat out as well. Nobody eats out at the moment, but, you know, pre-COVID, we stopped eating out as much. We didn't have as many takeaways. So our outgoings reduced. But also because I wasn't driven to working so many hours, I didn't feel the need to have to treat myself so much. You know, oh, I deserve this dress, or I deserve this. Because actually, it's not that I didn't deserve it, I didn't feel the need for it anymore, because I had better perspective on what I wanted and what I, you know, to keep this balance. So money isn't everything. It shouldn't stop you, it shouldn't restrict you, it should give you choices. But yeah, don't feel just because you've earned X amount in your life that you always have to earn X amount in your life. You can adapt.
Great advice, thank you. Is there an example of a company that you've come across? And I mean, benchmarking is not, if anyone thinks I'm suggesting benchmark, I'm not keen on benchmarking, but I also like to look at good examples though and see if there's anything I can take, and as you said, cherry pick into my organ. Is there an example of a company that's really doing well at this, do you think? I know that's a hard question. If you haven't, that's fine.
So it's interesting, right? I work with quite a lot of public sector clients, right. And I think public sector are better at some of the equality stuff. They haven't necessarily cracked it. I still have plenty of public sector clients who are working too long hours and stuff like that. But from a pay and rations kind of equal opportunity point, it's a bit better, I think. Right. But I think there's, I can't, isn't it sad? I can't think of, no, I think there's still a long way for most companies to go. Something that, I don't know if you've, oh God, have you read the book Good Guys?
No, I've heard of it, I think, but
right. So they advocate about guys speaking up for women, and they talk about an allyship, which I am really an advocate for, but I don't think enough organisations promote it. So that's something I'm kind of keen to try and get into the organisations I work with. So that's almost giving the men permission to call it out if they see peers behaving inappropriately, saying anything inappropriately, where a woman may feel, oh, it's just a little woman saying that. You know, if a man says it and addresses something, it gets addressed more. Also just being an ally to the women and supporting them, and, you know, and I've worked with some great men actually who are very much already, without the label, they're already allies to women. But yeah, I think there's still a long way to go for most organisations.
And as you said earlier, it's bizarre that they're not, because if they want the best for the business, they should want the best for the business. I just find that really bizarre, and that's a lovely idea. I'll look that out actually. Thanks for that. We hear the word ally quite a lot just now, don't we, in the response to the Black Lives Matters movement and others, don't we? It's quite a
LGBTQ as well. Yeah.
Thing at the moment, and I think it's a good thing.
And I think so. Another thing that we've introduced somewhere is I mean, you've heard of reverse mentoring, where millennials will mentor maturer members of the workforce, but also men mentoring women, so that they get an understanding of what it's like for women, you know, and without judgment, not whether it's right or wrong. If this is how a woman feels, this is how she feels, and accepting that and understanding how you can change that and behave differently to help support you know, equality.
No,
I hate using the word equality because it seems so 80s or 70s even, you know, but there is something, I don't know what the current word should be, but there is something a bit more fair, fair justice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the way, I mean, I'm not in HR anymore, but I mean, the way I certainly nowadays when I talk about it, I tend to talk about cognitive diversity, because if you work in any situation, the more different types of brains you have, the better the outcome. Unless you're in the military, I mean, there are certain roles that you need to have that single-minded sort of thing, and that's gender, not gender specific. It's a role thing. If you're running a fire brigade, you don't need everybody thinking about, well, should we use that hose or this hose? We need to solve it. But in a corporate environment, some of the best moments in my career have been when strangers have come in, or we've met people who, like, I remember I've done quite a lot of work with artists and musicians, and it's like amazing, and I think companies become quite myopic, and actually by being more diverse, that myopic view can be broken.
Yeah, for sure. My brother is he's creative, he's in music, and his brain is immense. I mean, he can apply his brain to anything, and he's a very creative thinker. And I just think, oh my God, if he came into the corporate world where I move, where I operate, it would be amazing. But of course, I don't think the corporate world is ready for brains like his yet. They could definitely benefit from it, but it's just not the norm. So again, it's this whole thing about stepping out from what we're conditioned to be like, or what we're, what we think an organisation should be like. I think and actually I think the pandemic has helped that a little bit. People coming on Zoom calls now where they're not in dresses, shirts and ties, and we're all a bit more casual than maybe we would have been in our professional environments. So maybe we're starting to shift what is acceptable, and that would be great if that was going to be an outcome of the pandemic, actually.
Here. I'm all for appointing the corporate poets and corporate artists. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
So, final question, but it could be quite an interesting one, because you must have seen this council thing that's happening just now with that two horrific men shouting at that woman. Have you seen it yet?
No.
Have you not? Oh, right. Okay. Well, we don't need to talk about that then. Now, this is it's a Zoom call where there's a lady, and I'm not fully up to date with it. Sam and I only saw it last night for the first time, and it's a lady trying to run a meeting in a county council. I'll send you it, Jane. It's hilarious. Well, it's hilarious. It's also really disturbing, because there's two men involved in it, and oh my God, one of them screams at her, learn the rules, and she's really professional and does a brilliant job. She actually kicks the chairman off the call. It's hilarious, but it's really terrifying that people still behave like that.
So this isn't a comedy, this is a real...
Oh no, this is real. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I mean, I do get lots of there's lots of examples where it's called man-terruption, where men interrupt women the whole time. So in meetings there's man-terruption. There's also a woman might voice a view, an opinion, and or a suggestion. It doesn't get picked up. 10 minutes later, a man down the table suggests it. Yes, that's a great idea, Scott. And that is where male allyship, somebody else could say, well, isn't that what Jean just said 10 minutes ago? It's kind of that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, it's very typical for women to, Jean, do you want to take the notes? Because I'm the only woman around the table. Well, no, I don't actually. It's there are still examples of behaviours like that, which it leaves me pulling my hair out, quite frankly.
Horrible. And I don't know if you know this, but the interesting thing with that is that before the Second World War, men were secretaries, not women.
Because I remember watching something actually where they nearly never took a woman on because it was the first time a woman was getting into it. But
it just shows you in such a short period of time the whole culture can switch.
Well, the war helped that, if I can say that. But and maybe the pandemic as another global crisis will have more impact on that as well.
Well, I hope you're right. Listen, Jane, thanks very much for joining me. It's been really interesting. Really interesting. I'd love to talk to you more about the future stuff, because I think there's a lot in that I have no idea about, and I'm not sure anybody does, but it's always good to think about it. If my viewers want to get in touch with you or see your work, where's the best place for them to do that, Jean?
They can go onto my website, jeanfleming.com, or email me at hello@jeanfleming.com, or I'm on LinkedIn and Facebook, all under jeanfleming.com. Or Yeah.
Fantastic. Is there anything that I might ask you and I haven't that you'd like to add?
No. I thought we might talk about the women leaders in the pandemic and how some of the countries that are led by women had a quicker response, and how they engaged differently with their audience to countries led by men, which has resulted in less fatalities in those countries. So I think that's an interesting one, but maybe that's for another chat.
I mean, there's definitely an interesting story there, isn't there? It's very interesting.
It's definitely. Well, and hopefully this is where male corporate leaders learn from the political leaders that we've got, female political leaders.
Yes. Learning from political leaders.
Well, yeah, that'll be interesting. Female political leaders. It's a difference.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant. Well, Jean, thanks very much.
Brilliant. Thanks, Scott. Thank you.
Well, wasn't that an interesting conversation? Jean's very clear in her way of describing what she does, and I really like it. I really appreciate it. So thank you, Jean. I particularly like as I said at the beginning, how she found her focus and she went for it. She absolutely went for it. So I love that. I really like it. So I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. And I liked Joanne's comment halfway through that. She said, I advise women, keep your head up and be proud of who you are. Absolutely. I'll pass that on to my daughter, I think, Joanne. So thank you for that comment. Thank you very much. And the story I told about, I started to tell a little bit there about when I worked in the education environment. I'm going to come back to that because not today, but it's another story that I've never told. I need to get my head into it because it was just quite a difficult time in my career because I had a very difficult relationship with my boss, who was the leader of the pack. So yeah, I must tell that story sometime because it was quite interesting. Okay, so we're moving on now. Got Dr. Linda Shaw coming on in a minute, who is fab. But before that, I'm going to show you some more little videos. Maybe do a couple. I think we've got time. Yeah, we've got time to do a couple. The first one. Now, I'm not quite sure how to put her name on because I'm never really been sure about how to pronounce it. Is it Asia Mayrock? Now, this is again another poet, and I've been listening to this person for probably 2 years. I came across her at a conference actually, and I think she's amazing. Let me just cue it up. And you can tell I've got a bit of a theme going on here today, haven't I? Even more so in a minute. But this is Aja. Let's just see if this will work. Hope you enjoy this. This is quite an interesting piece as well.
People always say that the girls of this generation are so vain. Why can't they put their brains towards books instead of good looks? I used to blame girls too. Be more than a perfect body with a pretty hairdo. And then I stepped out into the world. I opened my eyes to the truth about being a girl. I heard guys say things like, dude, she was 10 times tighter than that girl you hit and quit Ray, or I want to pipe your sister someday, or her ass looks like a racetrack with those stretch marks, but at least it's big like Kim K's. I never grew up thinking of those things. Don't blame me, but when I thought about boys, I thought about dinner dates and soulmates, not fuckboys that look at you like shark bait. It breaks my heart for every girl growing up in this world. Instead of, how was your day messages, we get, you up, wanna come fuck? I am not an object. I have a voice and something to say. Do not assume that I belong in your bedroom. I belong in a conference room. And for anyone who thinks that this generation is so vain, it's because us girls have been held under a microscope day to day. It's like beautiful doesn't even exist unless you can cross everything off the checklist. Big butt, big boobs, skinny waist, includes small nose, plump lips, bony hips. Hairless, careless, but still has an awareness. In all fairness, I want to be seen as beautiful too. I mean, I don't want to be demeaned. I mean, I'm not the same girl I was at 15. I mean, I'm stuck in between being a girl and a woman, growing up in a world that has taught me to look sexy, get a degree, maybe a little rhinoplasty, but never disagree with misogyny. A world that has not taught me that being a woman is living in fear that your basic health care will disappear, or that your paycheck might somehow be smaller than a man that does the same job, or that your boss might tell you to stop giving him blowjob eyes. If you want a raise, you gotta compromise. Show me what lies above those thighs. Boy, please. The moment you misidentified everything was when you forgot that not even 100 years ago, I could not vote. Look at what happens when you try to demote the very bodies that give birth to you, please. We are used to it all and we are appalled, but you see, we don't know what it's like to be free. Equality is not just about calling someone out. Equality is accountability, that my brother knows that I am equal to him, so equality is education. From classrooms to courtrooms to conference rooms and computer screens, it is using tech for good, for Me Too, for movements. Equality is truth, is strong voices, is breaking through the silence that exists, because silence can't exist if it's not tolerated. It is all of you. Changing the future, clearing the path for every woman and every man. It is raising the next generation to know that not only does their voice matter, but it will be heard. And that's why we got the power in our hands, because we will not sit back and nod and smile while certain people reconcile the rules to being fertile. Sorry, but it's my body, baby. I may be a young lady, but my dad always taught me to speak out and fight against injustice of every kind. So here I am speaking out for all my ladies in the house. We will not stop the fight until we hold our rights for women of every color, size, shape, sexual identity, and place in this world. And that is the truth about being a girl.
Well, isn't she brilliant? When I first heard that, I thought, send it to your daughter. So I did. She'd already heard it. I like the frankness of it. It seems to be one of the words of the day, doesn't it? Being frank about things, just saying them. I don't make any apologies for the bad language. It's real. I think being authentic is quite important. So sorry if you don't like it. Tough. I think there's a need for more of that. Open, honest conversations, putting things in clear words that people understand, not covering them in bullshit. So yeah, brilliant piece of poetry, brilliant piece of filming as well. How well filmed was that? Absolutely fantastic. And again, I hope that you will share something like that, because in that was only 2 minutes long, and yet it captures so many of the issues that people are facing today and people are confused about. And oftentimes we're just, particularly men, I think, well, men is not a personality, neither is female a personality, but I think there are issues that we tend to, I don't want to say the wrong thing, don't want to say the right thing, I don't quite know what I want to say, and then there's a lot going on in this space. But that, for me, shows that it can be done. It can be done. You can talk about things that are difficult. Now, these poets are taken out of me today. I'm still resonating from the K Tempest one. Anyway, we're going to move on now, and again, a different angle. I'm going to look at the human brain with the brilliant Dr. Linda Shaw. And Linda is fantastic and a very interesting, and I think wise is a good description of Linda. She's really wise. But before I do that, once again, I'm just going to show you a little thing here. This is something else that I've been working on. Now, if I can put my hand on it. Well, while I'm looking for it, you can watch this. So one of the other things that I've been trying to do is to expand my own work and start to do things that I never ever thought I would do. Like I said earlier about, asking for help via Patreon and trying to expand into the sort of the non-corporate world. I never thought I'd do that, not with the background that I've got. And again, because of my work in the music industry, I'll play this in the background. I've discovered that people are interested in, if you've been thoughtful or if there's something that they could buy, so I've started to produce I've got a shop, for goodness sake. I can't believe I've got a shop. But what I did there was, there's a few of the phrases that I'm using now that are becoming, recognized as what Scott talks about. So, facts tell, stories sell, let your life speak, archaeologist of your own life, stories as an empathy engine. You get my drift. And these are now things that I'm printing and getting made, and I'm doing I'm going to do some little power talks, if you like, on them, almost like mini TED Talks on each one of these topics, because although I've always, like listening is touching at a distance, spoke about that earlier, and I don't think I came up with that. In fact, I know I didn't come up with that, but it has stuck in my head so powerfully, and I use it so often that people are associating it with me, and that's great. If I knew who said it, I would attribute it, I promise, but I don't. I've tried to find out, but I don't know. If you do know, let me know. It's things like time well spent, which I talk about as the golden KPI when I'm doing my keynote speaking. I used it yesterday, and it went down very well with the audience because it gets them thinking. So again, I'm going to do T-shirts. I'm going to do whatever I can, like phone cases. I've done all of this already, but it just proves though that the world is changing, because if you tried to do this 5 years ago, you would have to have a budget, and it would probably have to be, a 4-figure budget, because you'd have to buy them all. But now what you can do, you can print on demand. So I can now design all these products that you saw there a minute ago. I can design them. Now that is my job, and I use Canva to do it, and it's fairly easy. And you can see it in the video here. So we've done all these little, there's a sweatshirt there with time well spent written on it. The others you can't quite see as well, but there's one with I love story, and there's a phone case with facts tell, story sell on it, I think. So these are going, and they're selling, and so it's interesting, isn't it? The world has changed, and we're doing one with on the music front, which is basically a duvet cover. And people are buying them. So I think there's another thing in this, that the world is changing, and our access to products is changing, and I think that means that we need to change as well. So I don't quite know where that's going to take me at the moment, but I know that things are changing. So anyway, I hope you get a chance to go and have a look at that, and maybe get something and give it to your children. I'm even doing baby clothes now. And this morning, in fact, I got a deal done with a coffee company, and there's going to be a Takeoff coffee, which is not Takeoff, Apollo coffee, launch coffee, or something we're going to call it. As you tell, it's in the early stages, but we're doing it, and you just couldn't have done that 5 years ago. So I wonder what will happen next with it. It's quite interesting and worth thinking about. The other thing I wanted to show you here was I was encouraged to show some of my own poetry, and this is always a bit embarrassing, but where is it? Let me just, it is here, right? One of the other phrases that I'm increasingly using, and people are saying, yeah, no, that makes sense. And this thing about personal development is the new pension. Now, where did that come from? I don't know where it came from. I don't know if I lifted it or I came up with it. I have no idea. I have no memory whatsoever. If you look it up, I've tried, can't find it. So it may have come to me in a dark night one night when I was lying in here trying to work out what to say in my next YouTube channel video. But the reason for that, I think it came to me because, one, I love what I do. Now, anyone who watches me regularly, and there's a few of you here just now, I love this. This is not so much the virtual stuff, but the speaking stuff. I mean, yesterday was magic. I absolutely loved it. To think that there was 1,000 people listening to me, talking about the attention economy, it just blows my mind. But I think there's that. So there's that passion that I've got, which suggests to me that I never want to retire. I can't even imagine it. I think the only way you're going to get me out of this office is in a box. But more serious than that, our pensions are under threat. We're living longer. And I genuinely believe that personal development is really important. And one of the things I absolutely adore, and it's never going to be matched by digital technology, that is the good old analog book. Now, I wrote this poem called With Books. Now, I'm not sure if it's any good or not, but I wrote it and I got a really good response, and I actually ended up winning a competition, which was bizarre. So I'll let you hear it. I've done a little video with it as well, as you'd expect, but it's something that...
With books. Marinating in a room of books, the hardbacks with their strong glossy armour, the softbacks opening for you to read their pages with a wild heart. No Zen illusion, rather an invitation to a conversation. Hearing thoughts and feeling emotions, each a friend's tale and a lesson, some short and clear, others long and tedious. Dust jackets saying everything, or the twisting final paragraph. Daunting effort and exhilarating potential. Which story would you rather live? Go deeper and themes appear, from Beowulf to Shades, the predicaments of human beings, revealing our inner desire for story. A vicarious experience, a mirror, wiring reality. But which reality? Regardless of truth, something dark tells us how the story ends. Inner lies creating gentle meaning, sculpting our conspiracies. Will the writer's vision be the end of us?
I haven't heard that for ages. I think I wrote that about 2 years ago. So it kind of sums up what I think about books. I love books. And as I said, they last longer. You're never going to get an iPhone that lasts as long as one of my books. I love this from Joanne. I flashed it up there by mistake, Joanne. But Joanne, having just heard that poem, I'm assuming not my one. Oh, yes, I'm on my feet cheering. Thank you very much, Joe. That's brilliant. It is an amazing piece of poetry. Absolutely amazing. So let's move on to my next guest. Now, I'll just cue up the video. Give me 1 sec. There we are. The other thing you have to do when you do online live broadcasts, you've got to be really well prepared. And so I, 2 weeks ago, started to prepare for this event because obviously it was going to happen on the 8th of March. It probably took me about 10 hours, believe it or not. You might not think it, having watched me, but you've got to think about the visuals, you've got to think about the transitions, you've got to think about holdings, things like this. I tell you, see this sort of thing. If you're interested in this sort of thing at all, having that is great because I can show you that and I can do something without you seeing me doing it. These are all the little things you learn about when you start doing live broadcasts. But anyway, but when I was gathering this together, I was trying to decide which ones of these conversations, because I've had quite a lot of conversations this year. As I said, I've had over 200 hours of live broadcasting and I've made over 300. This is my 301st video I've made since March, which is mind-blowing. But I had a lot of choice, and all of them, I tell you what, I've been so lucky. All of these conversations have been fantastic. But this one I really, really enjoyed. And I have to say, I've already said to Linda I'd love her back on the show again because there's so much we can talk about. Now, Linda is a neuroscientist. You hear the story in the video, but Linda's a neuroscientist. She had quite an interesting route to becoming a neuroscientist. I think she's here. So hi, Linda. Thanks for joining us. And I hope you enjoy it. But we're going to go into the brain now. We're going to go into the brain. Now, again, there was a few little issues with the video in this, but don't worry, the sound's fine. So I mean, it's the other thing you learn quite quickly doing this sort of thing is it's the sound that matters, not so much the video, which is interesting, isn't it? Here's Linda. I hope you enjoy this, guys. I certainly loved it. My name's Scott MacArthur, and thank you very much for tuning in to Artifact Live, where we look at the art and the science of storytelling. Well, this week we've got a fantastic show lined up for you. We're going to be talking about the brain and storytelling, and this is one that I've been looking forward to for quite some time and promising you'd come back to it from week one. So I hope you enjoy it as much as I'm hoping to do in the next 45 minutes or so. However, I believe we've got some competition tonight. There's some fella down in London's making some announcements about coronavirus. Now, I appreciate this is serious, but I hope you're watching me rather than him, because I'm sure we'll be able to summarise what he says in about 3 or 4 words. It did remind me of something that George Bernard Shaw said before. No diet will remove all the fat from your body because the brain is entirely fat. Without a brain, you might look good, but all you could do is run for public office. Unfortunately, that's kind of how I feel about what's happening with some of our politicians at the moment. and boy, could they use some stories. Boy, could they use some stories. So, as I always do, I'm gonna before I introduce my guest, the fantastic Linda Shaw, I'm going to tell you one of my stories, and this is a story that it led on from my academic career, if you like. I was in the research laboratories, and in my time, I studied the brain, but I studied what's called the morphology of the brain, which is about the how it's made up. And I actually did 50 what they call partial autopsies of brains. And the brain is a hard thing to work with. As I said in that quote, or rather, not me, George Bernard Shaw said in that quote, it's largely made up of fat and water, and it's extremely difficult to work with. Not only is it difficult to get out of the skull, it's also difficult to cut up and very difficult to actually analyse. I'll come back to that. But people have been looking at that for decades, and in fact, they've been looking at it for hundreds of years. And that's where my story comes in this week. And I've got quite an embarrassing artifact. Linda, don't think badly of me when you see this artifact, because it's really quite dodgy. It's behind me. Those of you with eagle eyes might have spotted it. I've got a whip. Look, I've got a whip. Now, my studio is too small for me to do a crack of the whip. But those of you who tune in regularly will know that I quite often talk about one of the key aspects of storytelling is being an archaeologist of your own life. And if you've seen any of my pre-produced work, you'll know that I quite often refer to Indiana Jones, and he's famous for having his whip. And that's where I'd like to take you this week, on a story that happened to me just at the end of my time when I was studying arthritis and brain disease at Edinburgh University pathology department. And what happened was my boss at the time is a guy called Professor Dougal Gardner, and he died just 2 years ago now, and he was a very dear man. And I decided I wanted to, stay as long as I could with him. And he got a job in the Surgeons' Hall in Edinburgh. Now, every major city in Europe has something like a Surgeons' Hall, and in that building, it's where they keep anatomical collections, usually Victorian and pre-Victorian war collections, but they also keep the bodies that they use for medical and dental research in these places. So you have a swimming pool, an Olympic swimming pool full of dead bodies. Now, I'm sorry if you're squeamish. I won't go back to dead stuff again. I'll just move on quickly. Anyway, he took this over, and he asked me to stay with him for 6 months just to set this up. It hadn't really been looked after very well in Edinburgh for about 50 years. Been going since the 17th century, but it had been neglected somewhat, and Dougal decided they wanted to revive it. So one day we really did some Indiana Jones. We found that there was a roof void. There was a loft, and we think no one had been in the loft for 70 years. So it was, since Victorian times, there hadn't been anybody in that loft. So Dougal, being in his 70s, and he had bad knees, said to me, "Scott, would you help me get up?" And we got the ladder, and I went up the ladder with a hammer and tried to get the loft hatch open. That was very difficult because it had been painted over so many times, hence why we know it'd been like that for probably 70 or 80 years. Eventually, we got it open, and we climbed up, and I had to help. I pulled him up, and it looked like, how to describe it, half a football park full of, do you know those shelves in that Harry Potter film where there's all the orbs, the sort of see-through library shelves? Looked like that, but it was huge. It was dusty, and Dougal said to me, "You go that way, I'm going this way, let's see what we can find." So to cut a long story short, I got to the end of this particular lane, if you like, and there was a large chest, or a kist as we call it in Scotland. And on that chest, there was a tarpaulin. And I, Scottish word warning, I wheeked it off. Dust went everywhere. I opened up the chest, and in the chest, there were lots of things, I didn't know what they were, wrapped up in cloth. So I dove in, opened them up, and it transpires it was a Victorian dentist collection. It was the instruments they used to use on people before we had anaesthesia. So you can just imagine it was like head clamps to stop you from moving. It was huge, great. It was terrifying. I'd rather talk about dead bodies than dentists. Anyway, just at that point, hello there for saying hello, people. Hi. Just at that point, I heard Dougal shout to me. He said, "Scott, you must come and see this." So I very quickly, I turned around and walked around, and here was Dougal standing there. And next to Dougal was a row of like a library shelf. But each shelf had a number of boxes on it. And the boxes were about that size. We opened the boxes, and I'm getting goosebumps. And this happened about 30 years ago. We opened the boxes, and in the boxes were skulls. And each skull had a number of points that had ink on them. And we very quickly determined that there was some sort of scientific experimentation going on here. So we stopped, and we had to call the department to let them know we'd found human remains. And that went on. It turned out that this was a collection of, wait for it, 400 skulls that had been used in experiments into the workings of the human brain. And it turned out that 2 Scottish professors at my university, Edinburgh University, from the Darwin building, where I spent a lot of my time, had popped over to Australia in the 1860s, and they'd lopped off the heads of 400 living Aboriginals and brought the skulls back to the UK to examine them. Because at that time, there was now obviously a pseudoscience, but at that time there was a science called phrenology, where they believed that the shape of the human head could determine the behaviour of the people who had that particular head. Now that story, that's completely true, and it ended up one of the tribal kings. I think they're called kings. If there are any Australians on, I'm sure you'll tell me. One of the tribal lords came over to Edinburgh, and if you look on Google, I must get a copy and put it on my Facebook group. But one of these guys came over from Australia demanding the heads back. Now, of course, we were like, yeah, you have your heads. And it was quite funny because he came and he sat outside with his legs crossed with this long white beard, demanding these heads back. And of course, we didn't want the heads. They were his heads and he could have them and take them back to Australia. But he made a point of having this show about it. And that night, I was in a pub called the Doctor's Bar, which is directly opposite the anatomy department at Edinburgh University. And his name was Alan. And Alan and I had a few drinks together. And he said, this'll, and I can't do Australian accents, but he said, this'll do the cause good. And what happened 5 years later, I was working in Australia, in Sydney. And I was staying at a hotel called the Western Hotel, which is just about 2 streets back from the main pier in Sydney. And there's a museum there, and it's the National Museum of Aboriginal Studies. And I went to the museum to see the national collection, and in that collection, there was a skull, and it was one of their skulls, and it was identified as being found in Edinburgh by this tribal chieftain. It wasn't him, it was me. Anyway, but it was a fantastic experience, but it was one that has always stayed with me. And I think that is a very good introduction to my guest, because this is a field that is absolutely strewn with pseudoscience. There's a good reason for that. It's highly complex. It's difficult to understand. It's it's difficult to get your head around any of it. Never mind the detail and the complexity of it. But I think we're moving towards more of an understanding, and I think that's where my guest, Dr. Linda Shaw, can help, because she's a neuroscientist and knows about this stuff. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Linda to the party. So I'll just switch you on, Linda. Good evening.
Hi,
how are you? Thanks for joining me.
You're very welcome. Thank you for asking me.
Now, it would be remiss of me not to ask you, how on earth did you become a neuroscientist, Linda? What happened? How did that come about?
Ah, that's a long, okay.
Plenty of time.
A long story, short answer. Come on, Linda, you can do this. Right. I've been always wanted to know why people do what they do. When I was a child, you would find me with elderly people saying, I'm asking them to tell me a story. What was it like when you were my age? What's it like when you were little? And all of that sort of thing. And I've been reading about consciousness since I was 14 years old, because I've always wanted to understand why people do what they do, especially different cultures. So I then became a travel junkie, and I've been all sorts of mad places, trying to get involved with the indigenous peoples and just being really quite nosy, I suppose. I'm just in the nicest possible way, and that's how I've been driven all my life. But
Right.
it was when I actually went to university for my first degree as a mature student.
Right.
And I only wanted to study social anthropology because that's what the travel and the intrigue did for me. I wanted to understand so much.
Right.
And I had small children, so I couldn't go anywhere in the UK for university. I had to go locally because of looking after them and getting them to school and so on. So the local university to me, they only would let me study social anthropology with another subject. So
Right.
I, by default, studied psychology. I didn't want to study it, but I did. Anyway,
Yeah.
halfway through the course, it transpired that social anthropology is so hard.
Yes.
It's about life. It is so complicated, and I'm a what if, yes, but person. So my 2,000 word essays in those days would end up as 20,000 words, and I would stay up for 3 nights, 4 nights, just stripping out the words. It was a nightmare. So I decided I got my honours degree in psychology and social anthropology, but then I went on to do a master's in psychology. And
Right.
whilst I was doing my master's, my professor, who's looking after me, I discovered in very, very small print in his profile on the university website was consciousness. Now, this man is brilliant. He's a neurophysicist of vision. He's absolutely brilliant. But just so, even if he's got a hobby, you know he's going to be an expert overnight.
Yeah.
So I went up to Michael and I said, "Would you mind supervising PhD for me? I want to understand a bit more about unconscious processing of emotion." And he said,
Right.
"Lovely." So that's it. That's
Right.
how I did it.
Okay.
Just because of
Okay.
this same thread throughout my life has always been there. And at school, my best topics were biology and English. And it's funny, we don't. Sometimes I think we change, and then sometimes I think, well, maybe we don't really, not
Mm.
completely. So there you go.
I think we're definitely on the same page. I'm interested. I mean, were you a Margaret Mead fan, or were you interested in that sort of anthropology, or what was the sort of particular? Was it experiential? Were you getting out there doing things, or were you doing it in the laboratory, or what sort of research were you doing?
My research was in the studying neuroscience
Yeah.
and the unconscious processing of emotion was
Hmm.
using fMRI scanning equipment and behavioural
Ah,
studies. So
right.
I
Okay.
was using typically I was often in a scanner anyway, as a guinea pig for other PhD students. So
Right.
I've been in the scanner, but so I've probably scanned about 40, 50 people.
All right. Wow.
Yeah,
Right.
trying
Okay.
to get the data normalized and trying to work out exactly what the parts of it. The trouble is, you see, with an fMRI, with any MRI scanning machines, the temporal resolution isn't that good because they measure blood oxygenation, so it's like a secondary measure. But
Yes.
weather in the brain is really rather good.
Hmm.
So if we match that up with EEG data, which is much better on the temporal resolution, as in the
Yeah.
timing, then actually we get pretty accurate information these days.
Right. Okay. I, that's a lovely segue to the first sort of deeper question, but real relevant to the theme of what we do here. If I can, Linda, please. One of the things that for anyone who studies science, especially biology, very early on realizes that human beings have been storytellers forever. From the earliest cave paintings in the Chauvet caves, etc. With 40,000 years ago, we were telling stories. What is it about us, do you think, that stories tell us about how our minds work? Because we're clearly drawn to them. I mean, you can see it just now, can't you? During COVID, I mean, everybody's writing books, everybody's watching Netflix and binging on it. We're absolutely immersed in story at the moment. So, what is it about? Have you any idea? I mean, I know this is a difficult question, but what is it about the way we are made here that seems to draw us like a moth to a flame with stories? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Aristotle's was talking about stories. We have stories that actually last something like 1,000 years in some cultures. They just keep going, they keep going, because that is the way people learned. They handed down information via the storyteller, who was probably the third most important person in the village, the third to the chief and the medicine man. So therefore, the storyteller was the teacher. But what is absolutely fascinating is the way the human brain has evolved, in that we have, we originally, when we started communicating, not necessarily with language, when we started communicating, we would communicate about what was happening now. So we would, if you were, I don't know, inventing a wheel, okay, you invent a wheel with me, you know, something like that. But we then started to evolve to a point where we wanted to teach people how to avoid things that they may not have experienced.
Right.
So how can you teach people what they have not experienced by way of, so that they've got a better chance of survival? So how can you do that? Well, you can do that by stimulating their imagination to what it's like to be at risk at that particular thing, or that particular event, or that particular whatever. So get out of the way of that rolling wheel, even though nobody's seen a rolling wheel. You need, so therefore we needed to devise or develop a way of stimulating somebody's emotion, and the best way of doing that is with stories. The story of a risk that you could face if you experienced what Joe over there has experienced in the past. So it's to help us, originally, I believe, to help us imagine the future, imagine what could happen, so that we become more risk averse, and therefore, evolutionary wise, a better chance for survival.
Right. Now that, I mean, there's a phrase that I like, Linda. I think it ties in almost perfectly with what you just said, that stories can help us with things that are real, but in that moment they're not true. Yeah. So you can, like, I had an MRI experience actually. I which I've told on the channel before, where I didn't realize that I had claustrophobia. I didn't know I had claustrophobia until I went into one of these scanners, no doubt with an evil scientist like you doing the experiments on me at the time. But I panicked, despite the fact I knew that nothing was going to happen to me. I panicked. You know, it was the oddest thing, how we tell ourselves these stories, you know, these internal stories. But that takes me to another question, and this is sorry, these are tough questions, but thank you for taking them on. But quite often, and Joanne, sorry, I'll put Joe's just made about the sort of the balance between positive stories. Quite often in media, you read a lot about storytelling. It's all very good and all very positive. But certainly in some pathologies, you're telling yourself bad stories and it's damaging you. You know, it's real. They're real stories to you. They're not true, but they're real, and that can pull you down. Have you got a perspective on that? Is there anything you're aware of in terms of what, as Joe has suggested, you know, is there a more powerful type of story for the human brain? Is it drawn to the negative or drawn to the positive? Is there anything on that you know about at all? I know that's a difficult question.
Well, Professor Martin Seligman, is supposedly the father of positive psychology. That is contentious. There are people who study the topic who will give you other names of professors who are high up there. However, let's park that for the moment. He or others decided that we have been studying so-called negative psychology. Now, I want to make a caveat here. There is no emotion that is negative or positive in terms of good or bad. Okay, all emotions, everything we feel, are just as valuable as each other, as each, whether it's sadness, happiness, whatever. They are all extremely valuable. So when we use the words, so please bear that in mind when I use the words positive and negative.
Okay. Yeah.
So before positive psychology became a mainstream fraction of psychology, if you take it that we were actually studying negative psychology and the sad and the angry and all of those disgust and all of those other emotions, partly because of our survival.
Yeah.
It's essential that we survive. We are evolutionary, hardwired to survive and reproduce. That's it. So studying the negative stories and the stories that make us frightened, or the stories that might put us off doing something that's dangerous. We do it to our small children now. You tell them something and you try to put them off by exaggerating something or telling them a story that might not necessarily be in your experience by any means. So we are using we are studying we were studying negative psychology hugely, and equally we have to remember that there is a terrible percentage, far too high, of people who suffer with depression and anxiety disorder. So we need to understand that so that we can help them. So there's been a lot of research on all of those things going on anyway. And equally, as I say, it's the negative stories that will keep us safe. So we will home in on them quicker than we will the positives. Although having said that, I have to say my experiments when I was doing my research showed that there is positive psychology is actually underestimated when it comes to our sales and marketing. So just
right. Okay. It's funny that thank you for that. That was really helpful, actually. Thank you, because it is something that, and I'm going to have to talk about pseudoscience in a minute, I think, because it's like an ogre that sits over the top of this topic. But I personally get quite frustrated by how people react, or sometimes this might be wrong. I mean, I could be talking complete BS here, but quite often I think more people tend to be negative than positive. I mean, the number of people that tell me they're depressed, they're not bloody depressed. You know, they've got strain, but they're not depressed. I mean, depression is a clinical issue. It's not, but it's almost meaningless because everybody's depressed. And I worry that, it's almost like a noise now. I'm depressed, I'm stressed. Everybody's saying it constantly, and that's not the case. Unless I've got it completely wrong. It's complex, it's multivariant. It's not as simple as people make it out to be. Am I wrong with that? Am I being unfair on people?
No, I think we have we tend to normalize certain words, and depression, stress are words that have been normalized in our society in recent years.
Right.
And I think what that has done is people are using these words when they don't necessarily understand what true stress is, or indeed what true clinical depression is. And so by virtue of the fact of normalizing, it's good to normalize words so that there is less stigma, and that is really, really important. But equally, we don't want to normalize it to the point that it's disrespectful to those who are truly poorly.
Yeah, and that's the most difficult part, because no one would want to. Well, hopefully, decent people would not want to do that, but it is difficult, and I guess that segues me to the other thing I'd like your perspectives on, because this is such a complicated area, but there are an awful lot of people in this area claiming to be experts, and it's full of stuff of lesser or greater value, even things like positive psychology, which has some decent academics involved in it. Well, we don't need to get into the detail, but that's got its significant criticisms methodologically and in terms of repeatability. So there are real issues in there, and that's scientific. But there is all this left, right brain stuff and all the rest of it that's still around us. How do we take it up a level, or should we bother? Should we be trying to persuade people to come away from almost the phrenology? It's still around, this. Well, better than I do. What do we do? How do we tell better stories to raise the game, or is it just wishful thinking on my part?
No, it's not. The trouble is neuroscience has become a very sexy topic.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to talk about how many, something about the brain. And I hear people in their work, they are putting in a bit of neuroscience
Yeah.
for it, as if it's like, oh my goodness, I know a bit about neuroscience, but in actual fact, it's not adding any value to their message. It's
Yeah.
like, don't do it.
Yeah.
Do it unless it's truly doing. So basically, personally, I've got some. I'm training people on neuroscience, on all accredited by the British Psychological Society, and I run courses for people who want to understand neuroscience and use it correctly.
Yes.
Rather than use this nonsense about left brain, right brain people, and the nonsense about using 10% of your brain, and then nonsense about multitasking. Oh, the list goes on, and it makes me really angry.
Yeah.
But that I can't be angry because that's pointless. So I'm trying to do something about it
No.
in a little tiny way. That's how.
You know, I was speaking. Remember when we used to speak on stages, Linda? And I was speaking at the Chartered Institute of Personnel Development annual conference 2 years ago, and there was 1,000 people there in front of me, and I was basically having a bit of a go at some of this stuff, you know, learning styles and change curves and all this stuff that has never been in, never mind is true. And I got a standing ovation, right? But that's not the best bit. The best bit was when you went out into the hall where all the vendors were, all the vendors were selling that bullshit. And the people that gave me a standing ovation were buying that bullshit. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I stopped being an HR director, because I couldn't get my head around, you know, the nonsense in that space. It's very difficult, but there's a lot of good people in there, and I'm not having to go at the individuals. They're good, solid people, but they're grabbing for something to give them as if it makes them sound. Just admitting that they don't know the answer is much more powerful for me, but it doesn't seem to work in business. Have you got a view on? I mean, you said earlier your research showed there wasn't enough storytelling in the selling world. So is there a link there maybe you could make?
Well, I actually think it's not just a problem for neuroscience. I think it's a problem for a lot of disciplines, because we are now saturated with so much information that it's like becomes to a penny. It's cheapened because we have got so much of it, and we can't. But equally, we can't access it. Because you try and Google something or whatever, which is everybody's go-to, and they'd rather listen to Fred down the pub in the good old days when we could go to the pub, or John Smith who's on Facebook.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So I think we're in an age where misinformation is becoming or has become a norm,
right?
And people just spew this stuff because they want to be seen as being experts in something. Whereas in actual fact, if they've just stepped back and thought about what they are truly experts in and developed that more, we'd all be much better off.
And in terms of, I mean, one of my heroes, one of the, I would argue the greatest communicator of science ever, Carl Sagan, he tried to come up with a way to help people with this. He called it a baloney detection kit, so that you could try and spot bullshit. And it helps. I don't know if you've read it, but it helps a bit. But how is there a way that you would advise? How would you say to people, look, if you want to check something out to see if it's actually likely to be real, and I'm deliberately not using the word true, people who are watching this, because that's not a word that's used in science. Even the word facts is rarely used in science. But is there advice you could give people to say, you know, if you're looking for something in this area, given it's so complex, how are they best to proceed as an amateur? You know, how are they best to, you know, take the better path?
If somebody is wanting to know something outside of their own discipline, I strongly suggest that whatever it is you read, you then try to search for the original source. So if you're looking at an article by, you know, online or something, have a look to see if they've referenced anybody. Once they've referenced somebody, go search the reference. And
Yes.
then search their references in that as well.
Yeah.
Until you have got to the original piece of research that is what you really want to know. Now, I know that's a faff, and I know that's not instant because we live in the
No.
instant society now, but tough. This is the way to do it if you really want to do it properly. Is
Right.
you've got to find the original source and the original, because the thing is, everybody will interpret that original research. They will interpret as soon as a scientist has their work published, all hell breaks loose because it goes in the popular press.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
it's sexy enough, it
Yeah.
goes in the popular press, and then somebody go along, oh, hang on a moment, I can sell my products on the back of that. Oh, hang on a moment, I can sell my services on the back of that. Oh, hang on. And equally, there's no bad intention there, but
No.
when we absorb new information, we make sense of it with our own perceptions so far, which our own experiences and our knowledge base so far throughout our whole life, which means that every new piece of information we evaluate based upon all our experiences so far.
Yeah.
It means that everything we think is unique to
Yes.
only us.
Well,
Perception
that's
is
nice.
unique to only us. That's our only personal reality, is our personal perception.
Right.
So if you then take somebody else's perception of somebody's perception of somebody's perception over a piece of information, it's not going to make sense. So get to the original source before
Yeah.
you decide how you want to interpret that piece.
It's Chinese whispers writ large, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're aware of Stuart Harris's work at University College of London. He's formerly Edinburgh University guy, and he's just written a book about the scientific method and how badly understood that is, but also by some of the scientists these days, because I don't know if you've experienced this yet, but there's a lot of even primary sources. One of our colleagues from the Professional Speaking Association, a chap called Ben Affia, was talking to me about this, and that the sensational language that a lot of scientists are using at the moment, like the word breakthrough, the words like, phenomenal, groundbreaking, the use of those words are increasing, not exponentially, but they're increasing significantly in the scientific literature. So I often contradict myself here, because I say, well, it's science's own bloody fault, because we've got caught up in this. The scientists have got caught up in that sort of cheap, quick, high impact, public perception of the Daily Mail science. So yeah, we're part of the problem, Linda, and I think we need to make sure we admit that as people who either do science or shout loudly about science. We've got to watch our language. I don't know if you've come across that or seen that, but I mean, if you look at some of the populist science books, they're bloody awful. I mean, they're terrible.
It is awful, but you know what? You do have to be really, really careful. I teach it till I'm blue in the face to my face. Is that what we know today, we will unlearn tomorrow.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So all of this groundbreaking, oh my goodness, this is now going to change the world nonsense, is that? It's nonsense.
Yeah. Nonsense.
Because as soon as we've got our next generation of neuroimaging techniques or whatever's going to go on next, all of a sudden we're going to think, oh, hang on a minute, that theory's just blown out of the water. Oh, okay. So you've got to be prepared. And this is one of the biggest issues, is people hold on to a piece of information and they hold on to it and they won't let it go, regardless of what evidence is in front of them now. And so if you are going to offer anybody scientific information, then be prepared to say, today at the moment, research suggests that.
Yeah.
And be prepared to change tomorrow because of new evidence that's come about. And that's therefore these big fancy words mean nothing. They're nonsensical.
Yeah, it reminds me, you'll have read Oliver Sacks's work. He's one of my favorite writers. And he of course studied, it was case studies that he studied, and of course that's not scientific, because you can only, I mean, the way actually you resonated seriously with me earlier when you said, everybody's got their own experience, and that's exactly what he said. He said, I'll still study the individual with Tourette's or the individual with whatever, because for them it's a real experience. He actually says all the way through all of his books, my work will be out of date within 50 years because we'll work out how to do this scientifically. You know, and he was standing on, I mean, people who were not scientists like Jung and Freud, who, you know, curious people, but they didn't have any clue about scientific method. But they are still, in my opinion, way overestimated. And I mean, if you look in the literature, you'll still hear Jung and Freud all over the place, not in academic literature, but in, you know, in the popular literature.
I'm no Freudian by any means.
Oh,
Do you
no.
know that man wrote something called The Project in 2 weeks? And when he wrote the project, by guesswork, with his imagination,
Made it up. Yeah.
he came up with synapses, although he didn't call them that, he called them connectors. He
Yeah.
came up with all these different bits about the brain, and I'm thinking, God, that's so clever.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know, I mean,
And I mean, I love, I mean, I quite like the Red Book, you know, Jung's book, because it's full of little aphorisms that are actually quite useful, but there were no scientists. And it's that sticks in my craw, I guess, that, you know, we have moved on, but the public are 100 years behind. That's terrible. I shouldn't be making judgments like that, but that's how it feels. And when you see, I mean, I know friends of mine are working in this space, who are in the sort of the neurology side of it, you know, they're actually practicing. And they get so frustrated with people coming in with preconceived concepts about how these things work, and they don't know how they work. Never mind the public. It's quite funny. It's quite funny. But so, in terms of advising people who are storytellers, because this is what this community is about, have you any thoughts on? Again, I mean, you've said go back to primary sources. I think that's terrific advice. How do you think a storyteller who's maybe encountered neuroscience or brain technology or any of the, you know, the developing themes in this space, because things like, you know, biometrics are developing at a pace. We're looking at, you know, you got the brain drugs, the enhancing drugs that are coming on, the I forgot the name of them now, but they're all nootropics. They're all coming online. How on earth do people do the right thing by this? Because for me, there aren't any storytellers, Linda. Well, there's you, but there aren't many storytellers in this space that are actually helping me understand it. How do we? What do they do? What do they do?
if you're going to try to give information across to people that is all factual, you're just going to be stimulating Broca's area and Wernicke's area in the brain, which is all about speech production and speech composition. So
Right.
it's that's what, and it's really hard to decipher that information. It's a
Right.
hard work for the brain to
Right.
actually make sense of it, how to make that information relate to you and your
Mhm.
situation. It's really, really difficult. Now, I don't know about the efficacy of some of these things you've just talked about.
Right.
So I'm not going to give an opinion on those. But what I do know with storytelling is there are two things that are all powerful.
Mhm.
And if only people who you've just described, or even our darling politicians, if only they would realize the power of emotion and the power of sensory information.
Right.
And that is what stories convey. And that is vital. The power of emotion. If you don't actually plug into somebody on an emotional level, that information is going to go straight over their heads, unless you're doing something like selling a hemorrhoid cream to someone who's got hemorrhoids. So that's a fact. I like that. I'll take that one on board, because at the moment I'm suffering. I can't sit down. However, if you haven't got hemorrhoids and they're trying to sell you hemorrhoid cream by facts and that, it's like, forget it. You've got to plug in to the power of emotion, and
Yeah.
also to the multi-sensory information, the motor cortex, the olfactory system, the occipital lobe, the visual system. All of those things you've got to stimulate with people's imagination, because the brain doesn't always know the difference between what is real and what is imagined, which is why stories are so fantastic. So
Yeah.
if you can stimulate those areas with your stories, it will help people, first of all, trust you, relate to you, relate to themselves, what you're trying to teach them, and also help them, their memory enormously. As we know, you know, I tell stories and people to remember my stories, but they don't remember anything else I say.
Yes.
So go figure. But it's true.
Yeah.
You know, our memory recall is fantastic if we
Yes.
relate to stories, and that's what's happening in the brain. We have got to recognize the power of emotion and the power of sensory information.
Yeah. is there, and I can't believe it, but we're almost time up already. That's shocking. We're in a time warp here, which is zoomed past. But is there anybody that you would recommend? And I'm not talking to Joseph Campbell's of this world. A storyteller that maybe in the business world, because there are very few of those, Linda, that I'm aware of. I mean, I have been trying to dig them out, and there aren't very many out there. But a storyteller who really is trying to break ground in this space. Do you know of anybody?
In terms of leadership, in terms of people who are people of influence, I actually can't think of one off the top of my head.
No.
However, if you think of people in the past, one of my favorite actors and wonderful storytellers was James Stewart.
Oh, right.
I could listen to him forever.
Right.
Listen to his lovely, slow drawl, and you just lived it. Peter Ustinov lived it.
Yeah.
All these amazing storytellers, raconteurs, they just, magical.
Yes.
And
Yes.
if people in leadership or people of influence would learn this craft and take that a little bit more seriously, they'd be a lot more successful.
Yeah, and that is a great point for us to end, because one of the axioms that I am so convinced is right is this, Linda. I don't know if you've seen it when you've been looking at the website or whatever, but it's that facts tell, but it's stories that sell.
Yeah, totally.
And I cannot. I mean, I've worked in dozens and dozens of companies over 30 years, and I cannot name one that really gets that, that actually is committed to storytelling. I mean, there is research in this space. There's not a lot of research in this space, but there's research in this space. It's powerful enough that I would certainly have a go at it, but it's very difficult to get corporations to actually take on board that. And if you look at the explosion in metrics across organizations, it's sorry.
I had a client, a CEO of a middle-sized company, and he was absolutely petrified when I was working with him on a particular day, because the following morning he had a meeting with the shareholders and the numbers weren't good.
Yeah.
And he was really, really worried. So we spoke for ages, and in the end I said, okay, tell me why are you in this industry? Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
So he went off and he told me this story about how he came to this industry and how he came to become so senior in this company and why and that. I said, now that is what you go into the shareholders and tell them tomorrow. You then say, the numbers aren't good, but I need your help. And then you give them the numbers, and it worked.
Fantastic. Linda, thank you ever so much. I think your double part about stories, looking at the power of emotion and then the link from that to sensory information, is something that I will certainly spend a lot of time thinking about in the next few weeks. It's terrific advice. Thank you ever so much. Where might my viewers see your online materials or get in touch with you? What's best for them to do if they wanted to continue this conversation, Linda?
Well, I'm always happy for anyone to email. I'm Linda with a Y, so linda@drlindashaw.com is my email address, or my website's www.drlindashaw.com.
Fantastic. Was that terrific? Linda's a very wise person, and I thought her ability to link quite complex science to day-to-day activity was really good, and particularly the link to emotion and sensory information. That was something that I took away from that. I mean, I'd heard that said about story before, but I just thought the way she put it was extremely helpful. So I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. That's only the second time I've seen that interview, and it really is a powerful piece. My voice is going. Isn't that interesting? I've been speaking for 6 hours, right enough. I can feel it going now. Speaking all day yesterday as well. So I've got another piece of poetry for you, and I've got another couple of bits and pieces I want to talk to you about. But there's another thing that happened yesterday. Now this is linked to. Let me just get the URL for you. Here it is. Here, hold on. Yesterday, I talked to Dr. Ashok Jansari, and Ashok is a practicing neuropsychologist, and it was a fascinating chat. Let me just put it in the, I'll put it in the, there we go, guys. If you go into the my YouTube channel, which is www.youtube.com/Scott MacArthur, if you go in later on, you'll be able to see the conversation I had with Ashok yesterday. Now, what Ashok, if you put Ashok and Linda together, it's quite fascinating because Ashok's he's a sort of neuropsychologist, and he runs a research team at Cambridge called the ART, Ashok's research team, ART, at Cambridge University. And what he's done, a key part of what Linda was talking about there and what we were musing over is about what's called the executive functions of the brain. And one of Ashok's specialist areas is actually on that very area, and he's got various PhD students researching it. And one of the things that fascinated me and always surprises me from the literature, and I'm talking about the business literature and maybe the personal development literature, all these people who are not like Linda, who talk about the brain as if they know what they're talking about. Now, some of them are, it's best intentions. I'm not necessarily saying they're all entrepreneurs or charlatans or whatever, but Ashok was telling me just yesterday that his team are in the middle of developing a diagnostic or at least a measure of executive function in the human brain. Now, Ashok actually is looking for volunteers, so if you were interested in taking part in that, there's the website, have a look at it. But and he's developed something and published, I think he said 9 papers already on it. He's developed a test that looks at your executive functions, and he says it's the first one globally that's been able to do that. So I thought, what have all these people been talking about for the last? And that is exactly where Linda was pointing at. She said, when I asked her, how do you make sure things are, kosher, whatever, she said, go back to primary sources. And primary sources, just to remind you, means the original writing, the original papers, the original academics or researchers or whatever, or corporates that were doing the work in that area that started, the area that you're actually interested in. So isn't that interesting that all these people are talking about executive function and as if they know about it? They're not scientists. They're taking it from 3rd, 4th, 5th hand sources. Maybe they have, Chinese whispers, and they're setting up businesses around that. So be cautious is the other thing I would say in this area, because it's like any other scientific area, particularly scientific area. People don't understand, and it's the scientist's fault that science is extremely complicated. And although there are some people who say, oh, science is just dogma, it's not a dogma. Scientists, if all science was taken away and we started again, we'd discover the same things again. They're there, they are real. They're not just made up and plucked out of the sky like in some other mainly mythopoetic areas. So, go back to primary sources is very, very good advice from Dr. Linda Shaw. So thank you, Linda. I thought that was fantastic. I'm sorry the sound was a bit off. We had a problem on the day. I think it was a bit low, so my apologies for that. Now, we're nearly at the end, and I've got 2 more little videos I want to show you. I'm going to show you one now, and I'll show you one afterwards. This one is from a very young person who's based in Canada. Let me just get her name is Britta B. And Britta B, not particularly famous, Britta, but I came across, one of my friends sent me this. Let me just see if I can put my hand on it. It helps if I'm looking in the right folder. You ever notice that your brain, when you're live, if you do lives, you get this sort of brain fog? You know where something is, but when you click on the link, you can't see it. You're looking and it's Linda, help, what's that? There's something that happens to me quite a lot. I'm taking part in Ashok's study, so maybe I'll find out what it is. So this is Britta B. Britta is, as I say, a Canadian. And here's I've got her website up there. She's studying. I mean, she's that young. But this is some portraits she did, and I think this is magic.
My name is Britta B, and the name of this poem is Dear Young Woman. Dear young woman, I hope you find you. I hope you find love. I see all the armor you wear. I see all the jewels and gems of wisdom you share. It's okay to shine, Ma. It's okay to shine. It's okay to have pride, Ma. You don't have to live a lie. Don't let the violence fool you into silence, convincing you that you are not worthy of space and time. You might not know it yet, but you got a multi-dimensional set of eyes looking out for you. Trust that what is meant for you is relying on you to show up. Show up. You can lose your religion, but you will never lose your spirit. Each of your breaths have minds and lives of their own. I doubt we'll ever know the true impact of our presence. What a blessing. Young woman, I wish you enough. I wish you enough time for all of your skills and talents. I wish you more. I wish you more revelations than disrespects and regrets. And I beg you to believe in yourself more than your parents ever did. Carry out your curiosities in spite of the corruptions you experience. You let yourself free when you let yourself forgive. And so when you do, and I know you will, I hope you find you. I hope you find love again. A word that comes to mind for this piece is empowerment. As a poet, I really want to serve as an encouraging voice through my work. And I want this poem to be a reminder that whatever you're going through as a woman, you have the choice to make for yourself on how gentle and kind you are with yourself. So I may be putting this out there as a message for people other than me, but it's also a reminder to myself to treat myself kindly and to be good to myself.
Wasn't that good? I hope you find you. Seems to be something of a theme today, doesn't it? That we seem to, I know we're focusing mainly on International Women's Day today. I think it's fair to say it's true of everyone. That finding what you are passionate about, finding your bliss, finding your why, however you want to frame that, is really important. And before my final guest, I'm going to show you a video. Now, this might surprise you. This is from a bank. Now, there's some of these bank videos, particularly the Lloyd's. I don't know if you've seen the Lloyd's advert with the horses on it. It's a beautifully made video, beautiful music, and it makes me want to be sick because it's got nothing to do with Lloyd's. It's just pure horrible. Anyway, this one is a bit more realistic. And this is a woman that I think should be extremely famous, and she just isn't. She's a Scottish woman. Her name is Nan Shepherd. Nan Shepherd. And Nan, she found her bliss. She found what she believed in. And what she believed in was Cairngorm. And Cairngorm, you probably heard it called the Cairngorm Mountains, but it's actually meant to be Cairngorm. I used to live like 100 miles north of Cairngorm. My brother lives very near there at the moment, and it's up in the north of Scotland near Aviemore. And the Bank of Scotland, or the Royal Bank of Scotland, I can't remember which one it is, you'll see it in a minute, have got Nan on the £5 note in Scotland. And they made this little video, and I think it's magic. Can't believe it, but I think it's really good. So let me just play this as well before we get on to our final guest.
Let me take you on a journey inspired by Scotland, its nature, its landscape, and its people. A journey with a value all its own in every sense. The creative journey behind the Royal Bank of Scotland's new £5 note. The journey starts with Nan Shepherd, Highland poet, writer, and wanderer. For Nan, Scotland's wilds were home from home. Walks through her beloved Cairngorms in all weathers were her inspiration. So, it's Nan against a mountain backdrop that takes pride of place on the front of the note. Nan Shepherd's journeys saw her form a bond with the nature of Scotland. The ebb and flow of the seasons brought her stories and poems to life, just as it brings life to our shores, rivers and lochs, and the communities that depend on them. We celebrate that bond through the mackerel and herringbone pattern on the reverse of the note. Present too is verse in Gaelic by Scottish poet Sorley MacLean.
Choisich mi cúide dí mo huicsha, amui dí tuva chuain.
While on the front we have verse from Nan herself. But the struggle between frost and the force in running water is not quickly over. The battle fluctuates, and at the point of fluctuation between the motion in water and the immobility of frost, strange and beautiful forms are evolved. So we near the end of this journey, although for Nan Shepherd, a beginning and end mattered not. For her, walking the hills was about the journey for its own sake. To be free, like the woad blowing in the wind, it was a joy that even clouds of the Scottish midgie couldn't spoil. So it is that the woad, its natural blue colour reflected in the blue of the note, earns its place in the new £5. And yes, even the wee midgie makes an appearance too. Yet it's only right that the last word has to go to Nan Shepherd. It's a word on freedom, in the form of one of her most famous quotes, there on the front of the note. It is a grand thing to get leave to live. We couldn't have put it better, Nan, for this new £5 note is a grand thing indeed.
Now, the reason that I chose to include Nan, one is I think she should be much, much better known. But the main reason was that the theme that I hope those of you who have been watching, and we've now been on how long? 5 hours. The theme of, finding what you love, it seems to be a key theme for today, certainly from the inspiring people that we've been listening to. And Nan Shepherd was inspired by a mountain, effectively, and she spent her whole life there studying it. She was an academic as well as a poet, and she wrote just a couple of beautiful books, which I will actually show you after we've listened to the wonderful Holly Whittle in a minute. But I highly recommend it because it gives you, I think, a sense of perspective that I know I've fallen into the trap of trying to, I mean, I've had a few jobs, I've worked in a few sectors, and I've seen a bit of the world. But going that way is great. It gives you perspective. But going this way can be very, very beautiful. And oftentimes, the most important things are right in front of you. And that's exactly what Nan did. And I love the little reference, and well done, the Royal Bank, to the midgie. Forgive me if I'm being a bit Scottish, but the midgie is very rarely given any credit in Scotland. So I quite like that. That made me smile. So our final guest today is a lady called Holly Whittles. Now, Holly and I met... Oh, there you go. Sorry. It's time for me to go and get the boys from school. Holly and I met whilst doing a TEDx talk. I think, Holly, it was a couple of years ago now, and it was in, where was it? Telford. Yeah, Telford. And it was great fun. And I loved Holly's TEDx. And she mixed, as I said right at the very beginning, she mixed entrepreneurship with HR and music. And I was like, oh, I like this person. So we've got to know each other over the last couple of years. And when I asked her if she would come on my show, she was delighted. She came on. And so I'm going to finish with her. And I think you'll see why. But it's a lovely conversation. I hope you enjoyed it. And when you come back, we're going to finish with one last poem, and then I'm going to give you some things to think about, some references, etc. So I hope you enjoy this. Please let me know if there's any questions that you might have while I'm setting up this little devil of a thing. There we are. And here's Holly. My name's Scott MacArthur, and my mission on here, on this vlog and on my speaking and everything else I'm doing, is to try and inspire the human in human resources. And to do that, I've been trying to find connections, recommendations, and people that are inspiring. So today I'm going to be interviewing and chatting and mainly listening, I hope, to Holly Whittles. So I'd like to say hello to Holly. Holly, how are you? Nice to see you.
Hi, good. Hi, Scott.
Hi. Now, we met in a very special place, didn't we?
We did. Was it 2 years ago? I can't even remember now.
It was a couple of years ago, and we both spoke at TEDx, didn't we?
We did.
How did you feel about that experience?
Do you know, of all the speaking that I've ever done, that was the most nerve-wracking thing, and I have no idea why I felt like that. But possibly I think it was because I decided in some great wisdom that I would perform instruments as part of the TEDx talk.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not just what you're saying, you're also thinking, oh my God, I'm putting myself out there on the internet as playing instruments. So, you know, what if someone doesn't like it? So it was very scary, but good.
You hit the nail on the head, though. You were fantastic. I mean, I'll never forget you started with a piece of music, then you told us all that your first love was the recorder, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. So it started, you know, for me personally, I think the recorder starts everything because, you know, it teaches you the notes, how to read music, but also like the fingering, the combination. You can pretty much go on to play any instrument from that. And you know, nowadays, I think the quickest and fastest way that schools go down the route of is ukuleles, because I think you can play a tune quicker. But it does mean that you're not learning, you know, the notes necessarily and how to read the music. So, but yeah.
It's a bit odd, a ukulele sitting there. Look, that's a bit weird. Very odd. Anyway, yeah. But I mean, I found that experience. I mean, I remember your talk maybe because of the music.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you had an interesting message as well, which if you don't mind, we could come back to.
Of course.
But I think, I don't know how you feel about TEDx now, but it's kind of, there's so many of them now. I wonder if it's still as impactful as it used to be. Have you any thoughts on that? I don't know if you've ever.
Yeah, I think there's only so many inspirational stories you can listen to, you know, and people have had such great journeys, but you know, almost it's become like there's too many now. So it's kind of like, how do you find the new next thing with the TEDx? So I was desperately trying to think of something a little bit different, which is why I went down the instrument route and kind of linked it to the world of work and why I thought it was important.
Well, it's also interesting, just again, this is pure coincidence, but one of the other people I've interviewed recently is a chap called Tom Morley, who was the drummer with Scrittipality back in the 80s. And he uses music all the time. I mean, he lost his job in the band because they brought in the electronic, you know, those horrible clap drums that they brought in the...
Oh, yeah.
Well, he lost his job because of that, because he obviously was a drummer, so he got kicked out by this box, you know, and... but now he uses it on the keynote stage and on the virtual stage to engage and motivate. So I think it's really quite exciting that the arts are making little inroads into the. I mean, they've always been around it, haven't they? They've always been around the periphery. I mean, I've done work with artists and stuff, but it's nice to see it. And are you seeing more of that? Are you seeing people asking you to think about music in the organizational world yet, or is it not quite happening yet, or how's that happening with you?
It's not quite happening yet, and I think especially in the climate we're currently in, I think arts, unfortunately, is kind of last on the list, and the focus is on the STEM subjects. But you know, you ask any musician, anyone in the arts, they will tell you how important it is. And I still don't think the message is out there that, you know, if you are studying music or learning or playing an instrument, it does actually help improve your improves your cognitive ability, it improves everything. So I personally would like to see it being brought back into the workplace to help with that work-life balance piece, because especially now, we were just chatting earlier about you just stuck in front of a screen all day. That's no good for anyone's mental health. We've got to do something as an outlet.
Yes. So one of the things, I mean, your CV is interesting because you have a lot of different irons and a lot of different fires.
Yeah.
And I like that because I know from personal experience, it gives you a broader picture. You can see more than someone who's I mean, there's disadvantages to it. I've found that to my detriment. There's just disadvantages to having that, but you see more than the person who's, very, very focused, like a clinical psychologist will see a lot less than what you see because you're seeing the bigger picture. So I'm interested in building on that, Holly, if we can, because I think there's stuff there that I'd love to hear your ideas on. But also, I think the inspiring word that I like. I mean, inspiring people is an overused term, certainly in the speaking circuit. Everybody talks about, I want to inspire my audience. But actually, there's a reality there that you've just hit on that I think lockdown, I want inspired. I'm sat in a little study at the top of our house just now. It's not that inspiring, on your own. So one of your roles is as an HR director, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So what's that like at the moment? What's it like being an HR director right now in 2021?
Yeah, that's a very interesting place to be, because you literally have the workforce in the palm of your hand, and I felt a hell of a lot of responsibility to making sure that they're happy. It really, really worries me with some of our younger employees, if they're still living with parents and they're just waking up in a bedroom, working in a bedroom and going back to sleep again. It's a big concern to me as someone that's kind of ultimately responsible for them. So I'm trying to think outside of the box and think, what else can I do to enhance this person's day? So for example, last Friday, we told everyone you're having the afternoon off, and we booked a virtual escape room for them. Yeah. So, down tools, and you're all going to figure out how to get out of this virtual escape.
All right, excellent. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a virtual escape room.
Amazing feedback. They all absolutely loved it.
Go on, tell us, what did they have to do? You got me interested now.
It's same as like a normal escape room, but it's all done through Teams. But then they were given a challenge, and then they had to use things like Google Maps and go on to different websites and get clues. They had to figure out an email thing, and then they get a code back, and then they'd unlock the next part of the challenge. So it was still very much a team building experience, but all just delivered virtually. And the company that set it up, it was a real nominal fee to register for it, and they've automated the entire process. So very, very simple.
Right.
But just try and do little things like that. We've introduced the concept of brown bag lunches, which is something we did anyway. That old concept of bring your lunch and someone presents on any kind of topic. Yes. But we deliberately say to them, don't bring a work topic, let's bring something that you're interested in. So we had one guy who did a presentation just on the Super Bowl. I know nothing about the Super Bowl, but it's just really interesting to hear about their hobbies and what they want to talk about. So it's kind of listening to your employees and trying to work out ways that they want to be engaged with, and getting a real feel for how they're currently feeling. Because I think if you ask them short and quick, are you happy, yes or no, they'll probably just go, yeah, everything's fine. But then it's kind of delving behind that. Actually, are you okay?
No. Well, that's exactly the nub of the reason why I wanted to speak to you. You've just nailed it, because I worry as well. I mean, I think anyone with any HR blood in their system is worried just now. And I have to say, I've been quite impressed with the HR community. I mean, I'm not always the biggest advocate of our profession because I often think we get in our own way. And that's another conversation, Holly. But I have to say, I've been really quite impressed with the way the profession has responded. But can I ask you some other questions? I mean, it might not be something you've done yet, but things that were obvious to me, because I'm not in the front line anymore. I'm not doing it anymore. So I was thinking, how do you induct somebody? How do you recruit somebody when it's all online? I mean, how do you retire. I mean, I could go on, you know where I'm coming from, you know, the sort of life cycle.
Yeah.
How do you do it without?
So we have literally just had that challenge.
Right.
So we had recruited a guy, and he started on the Monday. On the Tuesday, the government was like, we're going back down to lockdown again. So he had one day in our beautifully COVID secure office with all the screens that we'd invested in thousands of pounds. Yes, we're sending you all home now. So this poor chap, you know, we hadn't even finished inducting him. We hadn't even set up his workstation. So what I did was I turned it on its head and went back to the team that he was going to be working closest with and said, can you tell me all the different things you would want to know as part of that induction? And I got them to create a training pack. And then I said to each person, even if they normally wouldn't be interacting with him, I said, I want you to deliver that bit. I want you to deliver that bit. And we've done the whole thing via Teams. And rather than one or two people inducting them, it's literally everyone in the organization. We've all taken it in turns to spend time. And I think that's brought them up to speed quicker because they've built little relationships with everyone. But yeah, I really felt for him. You know, he had one day and then it was just like, you got to go back home again.
Yeah, what a shame. I mean, and how has he responded to that? Has he responded positively, or how? I mean, I guess he would respond positively.
Yeah, he's responded very positively. So we had his first one-to-one, and we were like, how do you feel you're getting on? Do you feel like you know people, and are you integrating? And, you know, tell me about the culture. And he said he feels like he's got to know people. He's really enjoyed having that time with each person. And he said that he likes the culture of our business because there isn't ego where there could be. And that really made me think. I thought, oh, how have we achieved that? And then I thought, actually, that's come from top down. That's because we don't want big egos. We run a people-centric business. We're all about a learning organization, training, coaching, working as a team. And we haven't recruited anyone that has that big kind of, you know, ego type personality. So I'd never thought about that, but that was really nice feedback to receive.
That's lovely feedback. It's a good, good story to tell in the future. Very good. So, I mean, there was one thing that I've experienced, Holly. You might have done it, but I had never experienced it. I was speaking at a conference, and there was 400 people tuning in from all over the world, and that was kind of normal. You know, there was about 15 speakers or something, and it was the usual sort of thing you do. But what really was honestly amazing and much better than my talk was they had these networking sessions. Now, I don't like networking. I'm quite nervous actually in groups. I like one-to-one. I'm not so good in groups. I always just hide behind a pint of Guinness or something. You know, that's my coping strategy. But what they did was they got us all to log on to this system, and I can't remember the name of the system for the life of me, but there was a system, and there was a little clock appeared, and someone appeared on your screen, and you just talked to them.
Oh. And
it was for 5 minutes. So if you got a real bore, and I have to say, I did about 70 of them, and there was only one person who was obviously, I don't know, he was experiencing something in his life that was making him grumpy. But everybody else, honestly, it was lovely. It really worked. It really worked. And I felt when I came away from that conference, I thought, I now know that company. You know, I felt, and I thought, God, you could use this in all sorts of places. You know, you could use it to do induction. You could imagine if you were inducting into a business, and, you know, every Friday afternoon they had to sit at the laptop for an hour and meet people randomly.
Yeah.
Quite a good idea, isn't it?
Yeah, really good idea. And some of the networking I've been to, rather than just having your big grid of people and you go around and turn, I've seen people turn it on its head and actually sticking us out into breakout chats, and you just you know, network in those little chats, then come back again, and then we go back out into a different one. So I quite like that. But like you, I'm not a natural networker. I much prefer to kind of listen, really, go in and out. But, you know, it is important for businesses to network.
Yeah, I always find the you know, small talk is definitely an art. You know, when you my other half, Samantha, she's brilliant at it. She can do small talk all day, you know, and keep people talking and happy and smiling. I'm like, what am I going to say next? It's definitely a skill. But okay, so the $64,000 million question, I guess, is, I mean, from all of this and through your multiple lenses, because you do a number of things, what do you think and this is a really unfair and massive question, but what do you think the impact of all of this is going to be on the workplace of the future, Holly? What do you think it could be like?
I've been thinking a lot about the younger generation coming up through the workforce, and they, people at university are not having the same university experience. They're not learning that networking that you do, that social networking that you do. And I think they're not going to come out with the same skills that possibly we might have done going through the same routes. So it concerns me with the younger generation, kind of their mental state and how they are going to be able to cope with the demands of the workplace.
Okay.
Particularly in terms of things like being able to innovate, think on your feet and research stuff. Certainly some of the students we've had come to us through work experience, they're almost looking to us to spoon feed them constantly. And I'm not quite sure where we're losing that people interaction and that ability to think. So the fact that we've all gone into lockdown, I've got friends who've got children that they're mentally struggling with the fact they're locking down and not having that social interaction. So it worries me for the younger generation. And then, with the older generations of workers, they've had to suddenly cope with all this technology and Teams and Zoom, and they may not have been that confident with a laptop at the best of times, and all of a sudden they're having to do all this stuff. So that's a challenge in itself as well. So I think you can see different issues for each sort of layer of the business.
Yes. I was talking to someone recently who is mainly in the organizational design and development sort of area rather than HR purely. And one of his ideas was that he could see city centres being completely wiped out, becoming, I mean, he's turned it, and he now talks about, greening the centre of cities, and because people won't be called into those environments anymore. Now, I'm not sure about that, because I think this might be what you've just said, actually, and I'm just repeating it, to be honest. But I worry that if we don't have those hubs, you're not going to have that sort of interaction, those social events that you have. I mean, it does go too far a lot. I mean, I remember, and I've got caught up in it myself, so I'm not throwing stones at anybody, but every night you're in the pub, or every weekend you're out late, but there is a good side to that, as well as obviously there is a bad side to that. So my view, and I'd like you to see what you think, is I think we will go back to the office, but it'll be in a different model. I think it'll be a blend where maybe 2 or 3 days a week you're in the office, and the rest of the week you're at home. Or it might be, if you've got thinking and writing to do, you stay at home. But if you've got to go to as you said, and I hadn't thought about that, the sort of the creative side of it, I mean, that's something you've got to do face to face. I don't think there's any evidence that you can do it online as efficient, it certainly as effectively as you can in the office. How does that feel with you? Is that just nonsense, or does it feel like
it is going to be the blended approach, I think. And companies will have to look at the way that they structure their office environments as well. So things like, I know some companies are already leading the way by having games rooms and that kind of stuff. But I think that environment, rather than having people in pods and isolated, we're going to have to look at how people are in the workplace, and then providing that flexibility for them to be at home as well. But it is very industry led as well. Depends what type of business you're at. So for the business that I run, it's a digital business, and technically, yes, we can work from home. But when you're trying to transfer huge volumes of data up and down, expecting someone to do that over home broadband, it's not really that feasible. So, the productivity of our organization is not as high, because they're trying to juggle all of this stuff, and literally the home broadband can't cope with it. So it does depend on what sector you're in.
Yes. And you can't make food products remotely. You need to be in the factory, or you need to,
I had that the other day. I had a random GP appointment where I'd had like a minor operation, and I had to book in to have the stitch removed. And when I got to the surgery, they were like, "Oh, this is a video appointment." So I'm like, well, how does that work? Are you going to watch me take my own stitch out? And then they started laughing back again. And, that's like technology gone too far.
Yes. There was one example. I mean, again, you raise a really good point, and I don't think it's one that many people in the HR media are talking about, that it does tend to be industry specific. It's a bit like, when you hear some of the hoity-toity types talking about, we should all be in the gig economy. That works for people like you and me, but it doesn't work for a lot of other people. It can drive them to the bottom. It can be a really negative experience. But I had the other one that was interesting. I was interviewing a TV vet. He's one of these National Geographic guys. He goes to disasters and he sorts out all the animals and stuff. His name is Paul Ramos. He's a lovely guy. And Paul said to me, he said, the funny thing about this, because he's a locum as well, because when he's not doing TV work, he does locum veterinarian work. He said, the really weird thing is a lot of the activity that a vet undertakes, you can do virtually. And I was like, huh? He said, yeah, I didn't, and this is his words, not mine. He said, I didn't realize how much the animals problem was actually the humans problem. The animals were having problems with their humans rather than the humans having problems with their animals. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. Isn't it? Because he hadn't thought, he knew that instinctively from his experience, but he said to me, he never really thought about it in depth like that until the virtual stuff came in. And he says he's fixing animals virtually. Isn't that amazing?
That is fantastic.
Really interesting. So, that isn't going to be like in other industries. If you're in L&D or IT or whatever, there are, as you say, again, very clearly, you said about upload speeds can't be done. I don't think webinars and training online is as effective as it is face-to-face. I know some people will argue with me on that, and I've never seen any data that supports it, and I've never met anybody that prefers virtual to face-to-face.
Yeah, in fact, we were having that debate last night. I'm doing a degree at a college, and of course we can't go into the college. They were asking us to feed back on how has the online experience been, but actually it's quite interesting. The split was 50-50, so half of people were going, much prefer it just all online. Other half were saying, no, I'd rather be in the classroom, I'd rather be able to go into the library, I want to be able to socialize. Other half, well, I've got kids at home and I have to do the childcare, I'd have to do all the travel. I feel like I can just do it all online. So I think the jury's still out on that, really. But I agree. I think it is better in person. You can get a feel, you can see the whites of their eyes.
My daughter is training to be a mental health nurse. So she obviously has to go in to meet patients. That she's on the ward. I think she does 8 weeks in the ward and then 8 weeks of teaching. And she's found the ward work very difficult, because of the patient types, but also because of the lockdown issues. But she's really struggling with the lectures being online. This is, I don't think it's very contentious to say this, but the standard of lecturing in the UK isn't as high as perhaps it could be. Name a good lecturer that you had at university. I think I can think of one.
I can think of one,
and if you then put them in front of a camera, God forbid, it's going to be even worse. So, and that's a reality that people aren't talking about. It's too controversial to talk about it like that. But my eldest, he's doing a master's just now in history, and I think it's because it's history he finds it okay. He's finding it useful to be online all the time. He misses going out with his friends and socializing, but he said to me last night, he said, I think academically it's okay, Dad, I can cope with this. So maybe again, I don't know what you think, but maybe again, Holly, the answer is going to be a blend.
But you're right, we can't expect people that have been used to teaching in person to suddenly be amazing at teaching online, because it is an art form because you've got to be able to project your personality. You've got to be prepared to receive no feedback. You're just looking at a sea of maybe cameras off. How do you know they're even there? How do you build in that kind of ice-breaking, team-breaking teamwork? And in the feedback session we were having last night, there were a load of accounting students who were saying they were really struggling to learn online because they literally can't see the detail of what the lecturer's doing in whatever accounting program they're choosing to show them. And then you had all the HR students going, oh, it's fine because we're just listening to a lecture. So again, it depends on the topics being taught, really, I suppose, but you're right about the person.
Yes. It's going to be interesting to see how it all comes out. And I was watching, do you know Steven Pinker's work? Do you know the
No, I've not heard of that.
Stephen's a very well respected, he's actually a linguist, but he's a psychologist, but he's moved into, he's one of these, how would you describe him? He's a real character, and he's written some very, very well-known books, The Better of Our Angels, and he's written about grammar, and he's written about writing. He's an interesting professor, and he's just started an online course. God, Holly, it's absolutely crap. I mean, world-class crap. And he's one of the top academics on the planet. He's not just a famous guy. He's proper. He's had like 10 top 10 selling books. He's and I watched his introduction to psychology first lecture the other night, and oh God, it was terrible. I really felt for him, actually. It was like, this is not what he should be doing. He should have an audience and be working off that audience. So yeah, interesting times and challenges, I think, for everybody.
It is. I think people have to, if you're in a position where you're giving talks or whether you are teaching people, you have to take some ownership for your own setup as well. I think, having the right camera, the microphone, the background, and we've had enough time to have got those things sorted now. So I still don't understand why sometimes I join stuff and the person's like, oh, I don't know how to do this, I don't know how to share this, and their camera's really rubbish, and I'm like, we need to get better at this.
We do. And again, that conference I was just telling you about earlier, there was only 2 speakers in the group that had any idea about doing virtual delivery. None of them had thought. I mean, it was all nose hair and green screens, and I mean, green screens at the best of times are quite bad. But they all had these sort of green screens with their hair disappearing and it was terrible.
Yeah.
No, it's not acceptable. People need to catch up. Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right there. So
yeah.
So to move on a little bit, but it's still in the same vein, because I mean, this is really interesting, and as someone who's got that breadth, I mean, you might want to give the audience a little bit of background to what else you do, because we've only really spoken a little bit about your music and your HR work, but is there anything else that you're thinking about at the moment? Could I do this? Could I do that? Could I try this? Because I think one of the things a lot of people are looking for is ideas, and it's practical stuff, Holly. It's not, it used to be you could stand up and do a Simon Sinek, well, the why, you could do all that stuff. I don't think, certainly not my colleagues are asking for that anymore. They're saying, okay, how do I do induction? How do I do recruitment? How do I do this? How do I do that? It's definitely changed. Is there anything else that pops in? I mean, you don't need to be anything there, but any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, so there was one thing that I did yesterday. So, I have another company where I do talks and webinars, and I was approached to deliver a talk on business strategy and vision. Right. So I did it yesterday. It was about 180 people logged on. And with my talks, I try and give them content, but also tools and resources that by the end of it they think, oh, I can go away and look at that. So rather than being all flowery and talking for an hour and you haven't actually got anything by the end of it, with mine, I'm like, this is what I use in my business, this is how I plan ahead, this is what I did last year, these are the tools and free websites and templates that I use. And the feedback was amazing. They were like, you've made that so simple, there was so much content in there, but by the end of it there were a couple of things that I could then implement straight away. So I think more things like that for businesses that are struggling, they're trying to transform, and they're just looking for help and support, really.
Yes, right. And specifically on the wellness agenda, because I know and I really admire the work you've done in that place. How do we deal with this? Because I'm not by any means one of these conspiracy theorists, but I do worry that the next few years are going to be, you know, a real concern for well-being. And I mean, again, I'm not an expert at all, but you know, things like mental health. This must, I mean, I hadn't thought about it actually. It was really interesting when you said about young people earlier, but I'm sure it's across the age range that this is going to have one hell of an impact on organizations. How do we deal with it?
Yeah, so I'd already sort of started talking about digital detox even before like the global pandemic happened. So I was giving talks about the positives, but also the negatives of social media, and the fact that, you know, our phones are designed to keep you on them, the persuasive design of them. You know, when you pull the screen down and you get rewarded by a bouncy feature, that's designed to keep you there. You know, when people are typing, you've got like the little ellipsis dots jumping, you know, and it triggers that response in you, a stress response of, oh, what are they typing? And you stay on the phone longer waiting for them to finish. So I was already kind of thinking about this, and that's what gave me the idea for the TEDx talk about, well, how do you take that one step further and get rid of that digital overwhelm feeling? So simple strategies like turning off the red dot notifications, moving apps off the home screen so you're not tempted to keep jumping into Facebook, little simple things that you can do, chunking your time. So yes, some businesses do need to use social media, you know, for marketing purposes, but that doesn't mean that you should spend the whole day on it. So it's allowing yourself time to do a bit of email, a bit of social media, that kind of stuff. And then I've kind of brought in that concept of, well, what about the hobbies that we used to love doing? You know, why, if you've got a clarinet in the wardrobe that you haven't played for 30 years, as an adult, why not find a band or form a band? And my kind of question to the ether was, well, why can't companies have company choirs, company orchestras, you know, challenge each other to learn an instrument and all do your grade 1 at the same time as a bit of fun and a bit of relaxation.
A brilliant idea. It's really weird. I mean, this is me showing my age, but my first job in HR, my first proper job in HR was welfare officer, and we had 75,000 employees, and I was the personnel officer. That really show my age.
Old terminology.
Personnel officer brackets welfare, right? And I had a massive budget. I had, you know, how many? 25 social clubs. We had our orchestra. We had all sorts of stuff, and it was one of the hardest jobs I've ever done because it was constant. The employees were so engaged in it, you know, because they were getting, whether it was football, cricket, we had sewing, we had health and safety competitions. I mean, it was enormous. And then along came Thatcher, and that got taken out. And then just across companies, I mean, the welfare officer thing disappeared almost across the world, never mind in the UK. But then I think it was about 3 weeks ago, I did a very short one of these espresso talks, you know, you do 5-minute things.
Yeah.
And one of the HR directors called me and she said, oh, it's really interesting, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, thanks. She said, I'd never thought that HR could ever have responsibility for welfare. And I'm like, well, what the fuck do they have responsibility for? You know, and it's gone from the rubric, because everybody thought, oh, you can't measure it, it's not worth anything. But now everybody's talking about it again. And I, for one, I'm absolutely delighted about it.
Yeah, me too.
I'm absolutely delighted about it. And it is something, again, you said earlier about going full circle. You know, we're coming back on this. Maybe we can be called personnel again, because I hate HR as a phrase. I hate being a HR professional. HR, what does HR mean?
Yeah, HR business partner and all that. When all that came out.
Yeah, I remember that really well. But it would be interesting, and I love the idea. You just reminded me of the orchestra idea. I mean, I've never thought of doing everybody do their grades together. Can you imagine how much fun that would be?
Yeah, it would be hilarious. And so and it would be like you'd be spurring each other on. So I think that's one of the things our employees do like doing, is like, you know, if you've got like an Apple Watch and how many steps you're doing each day and they're all challenging each other, you know, you could do the same with the arts.
Yes. Well, you put a smile on my face. That just sums it up. You know, it's like, you know, you don't think, often we get dragged into, you know, what's the return on investment? What's the shareholder value? Customer first, you know. And I never believed any of that stuff. I always believed employees first, absolutely every time. And there's a lot of evidence that that's right. What about HR though? How do you think the profession's going to emerge from this? What do you think that's going to happen to the profession?
I think HR has kind of led throughout this pandemic without realizing it, because they've had to really transform the way that businesses work and the workforces work. But I think coming out the other end of it, they will have realized that it's really important to have that employee mental health being at the fore of the business. So for me, people are the business. Without them, our business could not function. And I think at the same time, educational will also realize, we can't let the arts go. We've got to go back to how we used to be. When I was at school, there were recorder clubs, choirs, orchestras, loads of stuff happening. And it really breaks my heart when I see that that's one of the first things being cut, so they can do extra maths and English. And yes, that's important. But when we're recruiting, we're not just asking them about the maths and the English. We're like, what are you doing as a person? What extra experiences have you had? Because if you've played in an orchestra, you know how to work in a team. You know how to listen, you know how to lead. There's all these different skills that you can learn, and the arts bring that to the forefront.
Whoa. Now, final sort of question really, and it is more of that, the arts stuff, because I passionately agree with you. I mean, I actually think it's criminal what's happened in schools. I mean, and I mean it. I mean, it's to the point of child abuse.
Yeah.
Because I didn't, this is really bad admission as a parent, but I didn't know that this was happening to my children. Maybe that was because I was too busy at work and it went past me. I think it's criminal. It's a bit like, the only thing I can liken it to is companies that the first thing they cut out is training.
Yeah.
What are these companies doing? So how do we, have you any ideas? This is you're turning you into a politician here, Holly. What can we do? I mean, how do we get that back into because it seems to me they're very reactive. They go one way or they go the other way, and it's never going to be that. It's got to be a blend. How do we do it? How do we, I mean, I think we've touched on some ideas already. Any other thoughts on how we can bring the arts and personal development, I guess is the other one, into the forefront rather than it being the first thing to get cut?
Yeah, I think, in schools defence, they've had a lot of stuff thrown at them. So, I do get it when things have to be cut. But then I think maybe we could forge stronger connections between schools and businesses. So getting people like you and I in to talk to them and inspire them and say, well, this has been my journey, this is my experience, and this is what I have done with music. Whilst I didn't go into it professionally, I could have done, but I've kept it on the sidelines, but it's still very much part of my life. And, I do talks like that because it's so important. So I think using things like the Enterprise Advisor Network, the STEM ambassadors, getting on boards of governors, I think arts has to be at the table from the top down. And one of my closest friends is a head teacher of a very good school, and he is a musician in his spare time. And he pushes that down throughout the rest of the school. He's done lockdown videos with them where halfway through the kids have been doing like this song and then he's there with an electric guitar. And I'm just like, that is the head teacher of this school, So I think getting businesses linked closer with schools, I think, is really important.
That's a really, really good idea. And I have to say, you give a lot of energy across the video, Holly. You do. You got me smiling. It's genuine. I'm not making it up. Thank you. So,
I'll send you a link to it. It's a great video.
Yeah. So just to end with then, a couple of things to end with. If there was a book or a video or a course or something that you would recommend that people look at or read or participate in, what would it be? I know that's a big question again, but so then you would recommend to folk to pick up and have a look at?
Oh, that's a really difficult question because there's so much stuff out there. There was a really good book that I read, and it's on Amazon. It's called How to Break Up with Your Phone. And I laughed my head off reading that. I've forgotten who wrote it, but that's a really nice little book, and there's a little picture of a phone stuck to someone's face. So just little things like that you can kind of use to get rid of that overwhelming feeling.
I'll make sure I put the image in here when we do the edit, so they can see it. So
yeah.
And then finally, if people would like to be in touch with you or talk to you, how do they do that? How would you encourage them to do that?
Yeah, they can find me easily on the internet. I'm pretty much on everything as at Fraggle Works. So Fraggle as in Fraggle Rock, Fraggle Works.
Is that where Fraggle came from?
I did used to like Fraggle Rock, and I couldn't call my company Fraggle Rock, so I just made a word out of nowhere.
Right, excellent. Well, Holly, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. I've genuinely enjoyed that. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
Well, wasn't that fantastic? As I said to Holly, and hi Holly, I know you're here. I think the energy that Holly gave off was the thing that I just found it infectious. And I think you can see from that video, and hopefully from the other videos that we've done today, that although we're looking into, cameras, would rather be looking into someone's eyes, but you can still get enthusiasm across. You can still be dynamic without being a clown. You don't need to be jumping around and wearing funny hats. You can still be dynamic. You can still be engaging, as all those speakers were today. Just by being yourself. And it's lovely. I thought the idea that Holly had about organizations getting teams together to do their grade 1 exercises together, I think that was brilliant. And it just shows you that there are crossover things in our lives that might not always be obvious. I mean, Joanne asked a question during that, Holly. She said she's got her first Zoom with our language social group. Joe's involved in learning Spanish with a group of people, and she's worried about questions and about silences and those being uncomfortable. Well, I mean, it is a natural worry, but you can ask questions, Joe, that like, for example, one of my favorite questions, and I quite often do this if I'm emceeing or if I think the energy in a room is low when I stand on stage doing a keynote. I quite often stop and I say, I'll tell you what, let's go to the movies. What's your favorite film? Turn to your neighbor and talk about what your favorite film is. The room just goes boom. And it's something about stories, because again, we want to tell other people what our favorite. I'm a big fan of Dead Poets Society and Interstellar and Arrival, and I'm more into the Merchant Ivory types, and I'm more, and suddenly you get energy in the room. And it's the same, I think, with music. And I think Holly's idea there, as I said earlier, is a wonderful one, because if you're going into an area where you're all hopeless, or at least most of you are hopeless, it's actually quite exciting, because you find people who have got a talent for it. You find people who can't do it. It's like me. If I did, oh dear, I can't believe I'm telling you this. I went to dancing lessons with Samantha. I can't dance. When we were doing salsa, and all the other women, I think they were avoiding me because I was so bad. They didn't want to dance with me. It was really bad. So I think there are things that you can ask questions about that are not direct in relation to what you're actually talking to the group about. I think people sometimes, I mean, you said, Joe, that you're going to sort it and try and come up with some questions. But what's this question here from Holly? What's a book you've read recently that you'd recommend is another good conversation starter? Absolutely. Brilliant. Yeah. And I mean, again, and everyone else watching, I know Joe, and Joe, you're a big Doctor Who fan. So ask them about, what's your favourite TV show, or what's your favourite TV show from the 80s, or, you can get really granular. You can go into all sorts of directions. And the key thing with that, as I know Holly knows, it just starts a conversation. I mean, what my friend Julian, who I'm speaking to after the conference, actually, he uses pictures, so he'll draw them. But if you saw the one during Holly's talk there of the face with the telephone, what you do with that is you just show them the picture and say, "What do you see?" Don't tell them what you think. What do you see? And then off they go. So it's very, very powerful. And actually, that is quite helpful because it forms a little link to how I'm going to finish today, because it's quite it's linked to what Holly just said about books, because all the way through today we've had some themes, and I'm going to finish with another poem. Of course, I've been a bit self-indulgent with the poems. I'm not apologizing for it, but I know I have been. I hope you've enjoyed them. But talking to somebody about their favorite book. Now, a lot of people, now I've done this with corporates, right, with boards, and I've said to them, I'm going to ask you what your favorite book is. You should see some of the BS that comes out, right? You get oh yes, I'm into Dostoevsky and blah blah blah. Then you ask them a question and they haven't read it at all. So they give you books that they think they should have enjoyed, that they think is the right answer. It's really interesting. There's definitely some behavioural nonsense going on there. But let me just give you a few references that are these are all good books. These are not books that I haven't read. These are books that I know really, really well. And so the first one, I said I would come back to it. Wonderful Woman, Nan Shepherd, that I showed you the video for earlier. The Living Mountain. Now, look. Not a big book, short book, full of gems. It's a glorious book. And what I particularly like about it is that she gives, like, this little quote here is brilliant. To aim for the highest point is not the only way to climb a mountain. Clearly, that can be applied to anything in life. You don't always have to aim at the very, very top. There's a lot of dead people on Everest who aimed at the top of Everest. So sometimes, again, with the goal setting thing, people I think sometimes get persuaded to go, the big hairy goals and the stretch targets and all the rest of it. Yeah, stretch targets are fine, but the only way you can achieve a stretch target is with significant personal development. The only way you can achieve a stretch target is with significant personal development. And that's the sort of gem that you'll get in that book. Do you know she wrote it? I think it was in the 60s, and it wasn't published until the 90s or even the noughties. I think it was the 90s. She kept it in a drawer. It's quite incredible. Brilliant book. And I don't, no apologies for going all Scottish on you earlier, because it was nice. Next, an artist. Now this guy, Celaya, he's called. He uses the last part of his name, Enrique Martinez Celaya. Celaya is mainly a sculptor, and he paints these massive murals effectively. Now, his painting's fantastic. There's one called Burning Tree, which is it's just wow. But what I love about him is he describes the processes, and then actually I can just prove it. I'll open it at any page, right? Right, any page. One problem with being under the spell of a certain way of thinking is that it narrows the field of possibilities. Now, I didn't look, not prepared. I didn't put a mark in there or anything. I just opened it. The man is a genius. He's a true genius. And when, this is a whole book of little thoughts that he had when he's doing his painting. And again, a bit like what Holly just said, you can cross over. You can use things from different domains to create conversations, to create interest, to improve understanding, to create empathy by using these as conversation starters. It's absolutely fantastic. The next up, and I did talk about artists, didn't I? Again, this is a book. Now, if you've ever been in any of my relationship management courses, you'll have heard me say, this is the book you need to read. It's called Sidewalk Flowers. It was made and published in Canada. I came across it in the Brain Pickings website that I told you about before. And it's just about a little girl. Holly, this will appeal to you if you've never seen it. It's about a little girl going for a walk with her dad. And her dad is distracted by the mobile phone. And it's just quite beautiful. It gets across. You could write reams and reams and reams and reams about this. But the only person who's not on their phone is the colour on the picture. It's a bit Schindler's Listy, I think. It's slightly scary, but there's a little girl there. Isn't it wonderful? It's an absolutely amazing book, and I love it. And it's I kind of have an image in my head that I haven't spoken to any of my artist friends about it, but I think I'm going to, where it could build on it, because what I would never want for my children is that they were a grown-up, and just as they were walking out the house to go to university, I was staring over the event horizon on my laptop as they left. Can you imagine how bad that would be? Because you missed them being children. You don't want to be doing that. You don't want to be doing that. And then the final one. Thanks, Holly. The final one is this one. I talked about it briefly. I called him Stuart Harris when I was talking to Linda. Sorry. It's Stuart Ritchie. This is a completely different type of book. These are thought-provoking books. These are all lovely, beautiful books. This one is very thought-provoking, but it's all about the scientific method. Now, you might think, oh my God, I'm not interested in the scientific method. Once you've read this book, you will be, because this really helps to explain how amazing science is and how amazing it has been at influence. I think it's not the only way. It's not the only way. I know it's not, but I highly recommend it. Now, Stuart, again, is another Scotsman. He studies in London now, but it's a terrific book, and one that I have gone back to quite a few times. There's one or two technical chapters that get a bit mathematical, but you can skip those. It's the rest of it that will really help you understand the process and the problems with the process, which I think is very, very worthy of spending some time with. Indeed, it would be time well spent. So how do you round up today? Well, I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. I've enjoyed the breadth. I've enjoyed the laughs, the seriousness, the honesty. If you go right back to the beginning when we had Michelle, it was a heart-wrenching story, but it had a beautiful ending. Then we had Jo, and she was talking about, what an individual. She's just incredible. How she's been, the things she's been through, transformation, my God, and wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Then Jean with her brilliant thinking around, coaching women, working with women, thinking about how we can move into the future. Then Linda with all her ideas about how, stories appealing to the senses and to the emotions. And then finally Holly there thinking about how we can learn from different domains and bring them together to create a better future in our workplaces and at home. So I'm so grateful to the five of you. Thank you ever so much. I also hope that you've enjoyed the poetry. Now, I know I got quite emotional at the start because quite often, I'm quite fragile at the moment because it's been, like a lot of people, it's been a tough year. And sometimes poetry just takes me over the edge. So can't help that. Sorry. I shouldn't have apologized for that. I'm not apologizing. But I am going to end with another little piece of poetry. A little bit after this, but not much. And I'm going back to where I started. I'm going to do another Maya Angelou poem. Now, this is not as well known as Phenomenal Woman. Let me just cue it up for you guys. Now, this one is called Still I Rise. And it's quite a lovely video as well that they've made for this. So this is the great, amazing woman that is Maya Angelou.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust, I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? Because I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides. Just like hopes springing high, still I'll rise. Did you want to see me broken? Bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries. Does my holiness offend you? Don't you take it awful hard. Because I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness. But still like air, I'll rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise, that I dance like I've got diamonds at the meaning of my thighs. Out of the earths of history's shame, I rise, up from a past that's rooted in pain. I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide, leaving behind nights of terror and fear. I rise into a daybreak that's wondrously clear. I rise, bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, I rise, I rise.
I don't think there's much I need to say about that, is there? She gives you a little boost every time you read her. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. I'm amazed that so many of you have been in all day. Thank you very, very much. That's brilliant. Thanks for the questions and the observations. I liked the wows. Thanks, Joe, for that. That was nice. But to my 5 guests, you rock. You're absolutely phenomenal women. So thank you very much, guys. I hope you'll come back and join me in one of my other shows. I'm back on Tuesday, where I'll be talking to Paul Ramos, the National Geographic vet, who is a fascinating guy. We've done something before. It went well, so he's back to talk more about his adventures. And boy, has he got some adventures to tell us about this week. So I'm off. I think I'm due a beer. My voice is definitely getting a bit fragile, so I'm going to have a beer. Thanks once again, and I'll see you again soon. Good evening.